देखिए कुछ टीम्स के लिए हमने शुरुआत बहुत कमाल की है, उनमें से एक नॉन एक्स रहने वाली जो कि डे 1 में हर तरफ जाके डोमिनेट की, डे 2 भी बहुत अच्छा था, लेकिन डे 3 में मानो थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे हमें पीछे जाते हुए देखने को मिले। मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं उनके आईजीएल साहब, खुद नॉन एक्स के एनोनिमस। समझना चाहूँगा डे 1 जहाँ पे सारी टीम्स के ऊपर प्रेशर था, उस दिन आपने काम अच्छा किया, लेकिन उसके बाद क्या हुआ?
अब हम लोग का ये है कि हम लोग को ये लगा कि अब इजी कर सकते हैं, बट वो चीज़ हम लोग पे थोड़ा सा कॉस्ट कर गई एंड हम लोग ने काफ़ी बेसिक मिस्टेक्स की डे 3 पे, उससे हमारे मैच थ्रोज हो गए काफ़ी।
बेसिक मिस्टेक आप थोड़ा और विस्तार से बताना चाहते
कि ओपनिंग हम लोग ने काफ़ी ले ली थी, फाइट में कैजुअलिटी ज़्यादा हो गई थी, उसके चक्कर में हम लोग को इश्यूज ज़्यादा हो गए थे।
बट देखिए डे 3 का जो नुकसान है ना, वो आपको काफ़ी ज़्यादा भारी पड़ चुका, ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में काफ़ी नीचे जा चुके हैं। क्या मानसिकता के साथ आ रहे हैं इस आखिरी दिन के लिए?
हम लोग का तो यही है कि माइंडसेट की फर्स्ट 2 गेम्स में ही क्वालिफाई करना है, बिग गेम्स निकाल के, कि लास्ट 2 गेम्स में कोई प्रेशर ना रहे, क्योंकि अभी भी हम पे काफ़ी ज़्यादा चांसेस हैं क्वालिफिकेशन।
और प्लान बी, अगर 2 अच्छे मैचेस नहीं गए तो
लास्ट के 2 अच्छे करेंगे हम लोग।
मतलब
बड़ा गेम निकालना ही है,
बड़ा गेम निकालना यहाँ पे ज़रूरी है। बट अगर इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस की बात करें, आथर बहुत अच्छे तरीके से वो फिनिशेस का हाथ निकाल के चलते चले जा रहे हैं, बट बाकी प्लेयर्स को भी थोड़ा स्टेप अप करने की ज़रूरत पड़ने वाली है आज के दिन पे। तो आपके अनुसार वो क्या मिस्टेक्स बाकी प्लेयर से हो रहे हैं, लेकिन आथर इन चीज़ों को बेहतर किया भी?
आर्थर लाइक काफ़ी अपनी सराउंडिंग्स को बहुत देख के खेलता है एंड वो एक्सपीरियंस भी काफ़ी है, तो उसको इतना इशू नहीं होता है। तो बस वही हम प्लेयर्स को अगर ओपनिंग्स वगैरह नहीं लेंगे, एकदम सराउंडिंग्स फोकस करके खेलेंगे, तो हम लोग को ज़्यादा इशू नहीं आएगा मैच कन्वर्ट करने में।
दिमाग में अभी ये चल रहा है कि सर्वाइवल स्टेज या फिर यहाँ से सीधा ग्रैंड फाइनल ही मन कर रहा है?
हम लोग को तो यहीं से क्वालिफाई करना है, क्योंकि सर्वाइवल में भी डायरेक्ट एलिमिनेशन रहेगा तो वहाँ से ज़्यादा प्रेशर रहेगा, बट यहाँ से हम लोग को ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंस है कि यहीं से कर जाएंगे हम लोग।
देखिए ये एक बहुत सीधा सवाल पूछूंगा, बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स ना बहुत सेफ बोलते हैं इसमें
जी।
मैं आपसे चाहूँगा थोड़ा सीधा आप जवाब दें इसका कि अगर आपकी ऊपर वाली टीम जो ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है आपके ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में आने वाले मैचेस में, अगर ऐसा हुआ तो क्या नॉन एक्स उनके तरफ जाएंगे, फिनिश फीड को बहुत क्लोजली देखेंगे कि हाँ ये वही टीम है जो हमारे ऊपर है, इन्हें एलिमिनेट करने का मतलब है हम इनके ऊपर, तो क्या वो आपके तरफ से इस तरीके के फैसले हमें देखने को मिल सकते हैं मैच?
जी हाँ, हम कर सकते हैं, हम करते आए हैं काफ़ी टाइम।
चलिए कोई तो यहाँ पे हमें मिले जो बोल रहे हैं कि अगर फिनिश फीड देखा गया या फिर अर्ली फाइट का बात आया तो नॉन एक्स की तरफ से हमें जरूर देखने को मिलेगा। थैंक यू सो मच एंड ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर योर मैचेस।
थैंक यू।
देखिए कहा जाता है कि सब्र का फल मीठा होता है और इस खिलाड़ी को सब्र का मुझे लगता है काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से सारी सिनारियो पता है। मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं रेवनिक्स पार्क के आईजीएल साहब पंक। देखिए परफॉर्मेंस में ना बहुत ज़्यादा बेहतर आप करते हुए आ रहे थे, ग्राइंड की बात कर ले या कोई भी राउंड की बात कर ले, बट इस सेमीफाइनल में लैंड में जब से आप आए हो तो थोड़ा सा गिरावट भी आ रहा है, बेहतर भी आ रहा है, इसके पीछे का कारण क्या है?
एक होता है एक स्टेज पे आके तुम्हें मतलब प्रॉपर परफॉर्म करना पड़ता है, तो एक फ्लो चाहिए हमें उस चीज़ के लिए। तो हमारा क्या कि कुछ मैचेस में फ्लो एकदम ही अच्छा जा रहा है, कुछ मैचेस में एकदम खराब जा रहा है, तो वो मेंटेन करने के लिए हमें 1-2 मैच में अच्छे एवरेज मेंटेन करने पड़ेंगे, क्योंकि जहाँ तक मैंने नोटिस किया अभी तक हमारे एक मैच में बहुत ज़्यादा ही अच्छे पॉइंट ले रहे हैं, मतलब लाइक 10+, 15+ पॉइंट है, और बाकी मैचेस में 1-2 पॉइंट, तो वो फ्लो बैठ नहीं रहा है। तो आज का हमारा मेन एम यही है कि पर मैच एवरेज मेंटेन करना है।
और ये जो होल्ड करने का जो अप्रोच आपने इस सेमीफाइनल में दिखाई है, पहले से सोच के आए थे या कंपटीशन को देखने के बाद आपने फैसला लिया कि थोड़ा होल्ड करना भी ज़रूरी है?
देखो लैन पे जब तक मेरे को मतलब इतना खेल चुका हूँ तो मुझे पता है लैन पे आके टीमों का सबका प्ले स्टाइल थोड़ा अलग हो जाता है, क्योंकि वही यार जिस पे जोन बनता है ऑब्वियसली वो टीम चिकन निकाल लेती है, बट हम पे भी बना है बट हमने थ्रो कर दिया है, तो वो टीम हमें थोड़ा मतलब लाइक वो मैचेस थोड़ा लाइक एंड पे आके थोड़ा भारी हो रहा है वो चीज़। बाकी आज के मैचेस में निकाल देंगे
100%, वही उम्मीद करके चलेंगे पंक आपसे। बट रोटेशन की थोड़ी बात कर लेते हैं, डर नहीं लगता आपको कि 5वां 6ठा स्टेज चल रहा है, आप सर्कल के बाहर से सीधा सेंटर में जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हो, यस नया की मैच की बात कर ले या रोंडो की मैच की बात कर ले, बस ये बताइए डर नहीं लगता है आपको कि बहुत सारी टीम्स है यार, कोई भी शॉट्स लेंगे पूरी टीम का एलिमिनेशन हो सकता है?
तो रिस्की मूव रहता है, बट इतना खुद पे कॉन्फिडेंस है, इतना खेल चुके गेम को कि हाँ भाई ये चीज़ से हम निकल लेंगे। कैजुअलिटी होती है बट क्या करें, कुछ टाइम पे रिस्क मूव लेना पड़ता है, क्योंकि और कोई ऑप्शन रहते नहीं आप पे।
और ये डुओ का क्या कहानी है, मतलब रेवनिक्स पार्क के लिए मानो पेन काफ़ी अच्छे फॉर्म में हमें देखने को मिले, अगर आप डे 3 की बात कर लें इंडिविजुअल में कोई कमी रखी नहीं गई और उतना ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है, तो पंक उन्हें किस तरीके से हेल्प करते हैं, किस तरीके से मोटिवेट करते हैं कि आपको क्या करना है और कैसे करना है?
ये देखो वो अंडरडॉग ही है, तो हम तो उसको जितना हो सके मोटिवेट ही करते हैं हर एक मैच में, कि बाकी मतलब कितना भी खराब चले जाए, एक्चुअली हमारा कोच वो हेल्प करता है हम सबको मोटिवेट करने में कि कोई भी ओवर थिंक मत करना, जो खराब मैचेस चलेगा उसको दिमाग में लेके मत चलो नेक्स्ट मैच के लिए, एंड नेक्स्ट मैच के लिए प्रिपेयर्ड रहो।
और मुझे लगता है कि वही प्रिपरेशन धीरे धीरे रेवनिक्स पार्क को काफ़ी बेहतर कर रही है, बट कमी अभी भी थोड़ी सी रह चुकी है। आप देखिए टॉप 8 में फिलहाल के लिए आप हो नहीं, और जो आपके ऊपर वाली टीम है डिफरेंस हाँ उतना ज़्यादा नहीं है, तो आपके माइंड में क्या चलने वाला है? आप उन टीम्स को चैलेंज करोगे अर्ली स्टेज में अगर फिनिश स्पीड में नाम आता है तो?
देखो गेम का तो मैं कुछ बताना चाहूँगा नहीं, बाकी खुद का परफॉर्मेंस इतना अच्छा नहीं रहा है मैं खुद को तो बताऊँ तो, लेकिन आज का ऐसा है मुझे एवरेज मेंटेन करके टॉप 8 में एंड करना है। बाकी खुद से तो मैं इतना खुश नहीं हूँ यार, मेरे को इससे भी बेटर परफॉर्म कर सकता था। बाकी आज की मैच है और बेटर करूँगा।
चलिए देखते हैं कि क्या असली कहानी लिखी जाएगी रेवनेक स्पार्क के पंख और बाकी प्लेयर्स की तरफ से, बट आप मैचेस इसी तरीके से एंजॉय करते रहिए। देखिए शुरुआत कैसी भी हो अंत अच्छा होना चाहिए। ट्रॉय तमिलियन के खिलाड़ी मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं ऑक्सन, जिनका डे 1 उतना अच्छा गया नहीं था। क्या हुआ था? सेमीफाइनल का जो लैंड हो रहा था उसका प्रेशर था या फिर अपोनेंट ने आप लोगों को आउटप्ले किया था?
आउटप्ले वैसे कुछ नहीं था। डे 1 हमारा इस टीम का पहला लैन है, पहला लैन मतलब एज अ टीम। तो डिवाइस और जो भी एनवायरनमेंट रहता है लैन पे थोड़ा नया था प्लेयर्स के लिए, सो थोड़ा मिस्टेक्स हुए थे। 3 ही मैच थे तो मिस्टेक्स हुए, 4 ही पॉइंट मिला था हमको
डे 2 में डे 2 आपने जिस तरीके से इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट किया सब हैरान परेशान हो गए थे। कितना ज़्यादा अलग एटमॉस्फेयर आपके लिए था? क्योंकि डे 1 हाँ वो गलतियाँ हुई, बट डे 2 में आने से पहले क्या वो बातचीत हुई और उसके बाद इतना बड़ा कमबैक आपने किया, कैसे करके दिखाया?
डे 1 के एंड पे हम होटल गए एज अ टीम बैठे हम, और मिस्टेक्स हमने नोटिस किया और रेक्टिफाई किया हमने कि क्या कर रहे हैं हम, क्या करना चाहिए और कल क्या करना है। तो डे 2 में आए हम, 6 मैचेस थे तो कंटिन्यूस था मैचेस, तो मोमेंटम भी थी हमारे पास। उस दिन हमारा उतना फिनिशेस आ नहीं रहे थे तो हमारा मोरल पूरा बूस्ट होके हमने और एक भी मैच डिनर लिया था शायद सेकेंड राउंड में।
ओके, और उसी के कारण अभी आप बेहतर तो हुए लेकिन और बेहतर करने की जरूरत थी। अभी आप टॉप 8 में नहीं चल रहे हो, आखिरी दिन आज रहने वाला है। हाँ एलिमिनेशन नहीं है, बट आप उस तरफ ना सोच के अभी क्वालिफिकेशन की तरफ भी सोच रहे होंगे।
हाँ ज़रूर, टॉप 8 हम 100% क्वालिफाई होने के लिए ट्राई करेंगे 100%। आज 4 मैचेस है, 4 मैचेस में मिनिमम को 45 to 50 पॉइंट्स चाहिए रहेगा क्वालिफाई होने के लिए। तो हम ट्राई करेंगे, 100% देंगे, सब अच्छे माइंडसेट पे है, देखेंगे।
कुछ टीम्स को आप परेशान करोगे जो टॉप 8 या टॉप 7 में बने हुए, क्योंकि वो बाहर होंगे तभी आपको अंदर जाने का मौका मिलने वाला, या फिर आप अपने नॉर्मल गेम पे स्टिक करने वाले हो?
नहीं, हम हमारा नॉर्मल गेम पे स्टिक करेंगे, जो भी नेचुरल रहता है हमारा। ऑलमोस्ट टेबल टॉप में जो भी है ऑलमोस्ट 3 या 4 टीम्स ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाई हो चुके हैं।
यस।
तो रेस्ट 3 या 4 ही स्लॉट्स बची है ग्रैंड्स के लिए क्वालिफाई होने के लिए। तो देखेंगे, ट्राई करेंगे, 100% ट्राई करेंगे। डिस्टर्ब तो किसी को नहीं करने वाले हम।
चलिए वो तो वक्त ही बताएगा। अभी आप बोल रहे हैं पता नहीं वहाँ पे मैच कर शायद आपका माइंडसेट बदल जाए, बट देखिए जब 3 मैचेस आए उतना इम्पैक्ट नहीं क्रिएट कर पाए। 6 मैचेस में टीम बहुत कंफर्टेबल दिखी, और आज आप जिस तरीके से बता रहे हो 4 मैचेस आपके बचे हुए हैं, तो टीम ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल हो रही है ज़्यादा मैचेस खेलने में, या फिर वो कम मैचेस में भी आप काम चला लेते हो?
वो डिपेंड करता है डे पे। जैसे आज बुरा गया तो कुछ नहीं कर सकते, कल अच्छा गया तो अच्छा गया। तो 6 मैचेस बढ़िया रहता है कंटिन्यूस खेलने के लिए, एक मोमेंटम बिल्ड हो जाता है 6 मैचेस में। तो 6 मैचेस बेहतर रहता है
6 मैचेस, बट आपका योगदान बहुत ज़्यादा बेहतर चल रहा है ट्रॉय तमिलियन के ऊपर। ये एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी सी नहीं लग रही है कि अगर आप चल रहे तो ओवरऑल टीम बहुत अच्छा शाइन कर रही है, अगर आप थोड़ा सा भी लेफ्ट राइट हो रहे तो टीम स्ट्रगल करते हुए हमें देखने को मिले, तो बहुत बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। उसको किस तरीके से आप हैंडल किए हो अभी तक?
वैसे तो नहीं देखता हूँ मैं, जितना भी होता है मैं टीम के लिए इम्पैक्ट लेता हूँ। तो टीम को भी अच्छा लगता है, मोरल बूस्ट होता है उनको भी, और माइंडसेट भी चेंज होता है उनको भी कि हमारा टीममेट कर रहा है तो हम भी स्टेप अप करके कुछ करना पड़ेगा। तो उतना तो मेरे को प्रेशर नहीं लगता है पर्सनली, जो भी है मेरा काम वो कर रहा हूँ बस
100%, और वो करना भी चाहिए। थैंक यू सो मच ऑक्सन हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, और ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर योर मैचेस, और आप लोग भी मैचेस को एंजॉय करते रहिए।
हैदराबाद, I hope you guys are ready. इतिहास बनने को है तैयार। आज है BGIS 2026 सेमीफाइनल्स का आखिरी दिन। आज हमें मिलेंगी हमारी पहली BGIS 2026 की ग्रैंड फाइनलिस्ट 8 टीम्स जो जाएंगी यहां से सीधा चेन्नई खेलने के लिए ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। बट यू नो व्हाट, आज की बात करने से पहले थोड़ा सा रिकैप कर लेते हैं कि क्या हुआ पिछले 2 दिनों में। एंड आई हैव टू टेल यू गाइस, लास्ट 2 days वर इनक्रेडिबल। बॉय, इस एनर्जी की बात हम करते हैं। दिस इज व्हाट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट जब हम BGMI की बात करते हैं। बट यू नो व्हाट, कल क्या हुआ था? कल ओजी का डोमिनेशन देखा हमने। कल टीम सोल को बेहतर करते देखा हमने। जेनेसिस का जलवा भी देखा और रेकनिंग ने बहुत बेहतर खेला। बट कल के दिन में हमने एक ओजी राइवलरी को भी बनते देखा। सबसे पुरानी राइवलरी की बात कर रहा हूं मैं, टीम सोल वर्सेस गॉडलाइक। बट यू नो व्हाट, ये तो राइवलरी की अभी शुरुआत है, एक नया चैप्टर अभी बना बाकी है। आज है आखिरी दिन, आज आएगा सबसे ज्यादा मजा। तो आर यू गाइस रेडी? यार मुझे लगता है कि आप लोग तैयार हैं। आई फील कास्टर्स तैयार हैं, आई फील हमारे प्लेयर्स तैयार हैं। तो एक बार पिन प्लेयर्स के लिए, आर यू गाइस रेडी? दैट्स मोर लाइक इट। तो चलिए चलते हैं हमारे प्यारे कास्टर्स के पास, बिकॉज दे आर रेडी फॉर द स्टार्ट ऑफ द गेम।
Well, as the man on the stage said, another chapter is going to unfold tonight on this beautiful Sunday afternoon, and I hope all of you are prepared, because today we find out the first 8 names directly moving from the semi-finals to the grand finals of BGIS 2026. My name is Super Johnny. Joining me on the panel is none other than Necro and Salty. How are you guys doing? Are you guys ready for the action to unfold?
I am pumped up right now, and the crowd behind me is pumped up as well. Final day, there's so many things at stake. I can't wait for the action to begin.
So many comebacks maybe potentially can happen as well. Revenant X Park on the opposite side of the spectrum, buddy. What do you think? Can they make it?
Ooh, man, I'm not really sure. I don't want to jinx it right now. Let me hold on to my curse for a while. Can we?
I mean, all right, we're going to hold on to the thoughts about Revenant X Park. Do not want to put them in a troublesome situation than they already are. But talking about yesterday, it was a phenomenal day. As Pero pointed out, we saw a clash between 2 of the giants of Indian gaming, with games concluded by Soul and Godlike. That showdown was phenomenal. Reckoning Esports rising up to the challenge, managing to find their space and find a safety net inside of the top 8. But other than that, Meta Ninja, OG, Genesis, the 3 names that were reigning the leaderboard from the top are still there, and now they're making a difference.
That is exactly what I want to point out. I think with teams like Soul and Godlike performing, the audience are out of their minds for sure. But Genesis yesterday pulled up a performance which was not seen before, a kind of domination which was brilliant in multiple games. And then of course Orangutan, they've been at the top for a very long time, and they are consistent right now as well.
With that, also a few teams slipped away from the overall standings, including Vasista Esports. Performance was lacking big time, but Genesis Esports, what they showcased yesterday was an absolute masterclass. Hunter, the man was literally just whooping players left, right, center, collecting those elimination points, and the overall standings is going to be a testament.
Yeah, exactly. We see Genesis on the 3rd position. They managed to secure a spot on the podium. But the biggest run yesterday was from the side of Soul, making their way towards the 2nd position and closing the difference against Orangutan. There's been a dip of performance from the players of Learn From Past. The aggression that we saw on the first 2 days of competition has faded away. But considering day number 1 for Learn From Past was phenomenal, they still have the safety net to work with. But let's talk about Meta Ninja and Myth. Meta Ninja in particular. At one point we saw them on the podium. They've taken a drop. They're sitting 7th. But do you think they can sustain or manage to hold on to their position and a qualification spot for the grand finals?
Yes, 100%. Ask me why?
Why?
It is Shadow 7's birthday today.
All
And
right.
I think it is going to be a birthday gift to qualify for the grand finals.
We've also seen a lot of bad birthday gifts in the past, so let's not forget that.
What about you, Necro? What are your thoughts on this?
So I
these 2
definitely
names?
do believe that Meta Ninja, when it comes to the caliber, they can make it. But considering the fact that there are also so many deserving names on the latter half of the board who are pretty much on the verge of breaching in, anything can happen, man. Look at this. Revenant X Park, Krafton Esports, Non-X, Evox, all these names have been performing up to the occasion on the mark. Wildcard.
Yeah.
So at the same time, if all these 4 teams, they breach inside of the top 8, someone has to be kicked out, and maybe it can be Metanenza.
Well, if you're saying 4 names are going to breach in, then 4 names are going to get kicked out, and that is going to be very intense if that ends up happening on the last day. But we're looking at the last page of the leaderboard. These are names that have been struggling through and through in the semi-finals. Phoenix Esports, Vanguard, Wealth, K9, Mad King, Sinaway, Team Tamilas, and 4-Wolf DOD sitting on the last page. But there's still hope. Big games, 25 points every single match today. Maybe they can push through. It's going to need their players to step up, and we have the list of the tournament MVPs on our screens right now. Nekro, we were talking about Hunters, and his run yesterday was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, he was just whooping players left, right, center. Then he moved on towards Godin. Now, Godin's performance has been slowing down a little bit, which is not a great thing. In general, for Wild Fangs, their performance just hasn't been up to the mark. Then Joker comes through from the side of Soul. Once again, consistent performer, but legit as well right there from Soul now on towards the charts. And inside of the best IGL, once again, not a lot changing here.
Yeah, not a lot changing. Shadow still leading the chart, sitting on the first position. Manya as well, sitting on the second. Deetrox making his way to the third. As you mentioned, the birthday boy, Shadow 7, he's also there on the 4th position. And Honey, from the side of Learn From Past, also makes it to the list. I mean, we have seen all of these teams have incredible performances, but Ewoks, they've taken a tumble. They started off on a great note in the semi-finals, but now find themselves struggling on the second page, Salty.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate for Evox, but I'm so happy about Deetrox, to be honest. That lad is a 16-year-old IGL, still leading the team and doing so phenomenally well. He's a shy guy, but I've met him in person as well. He's a very shy kid, but when it comes to the game, he's on a different level altogether.
Yeah.
But, well, we do have the schedule, and it's interesting. Wait, where's Rondo, Johnny?
Yeah, we are not having rondos today. Everyone's done with their rondo now. It's just time for Erangels and Miramars. 3 Miramars, 3 Erangels today. We're going to be starting off with Group A and B, followed by B and C, and then the last match is Group A and C again.
Johnny, I'm going to throw a curveball your way. Since we're playing a lot of Erangels today, understand this. Phoenix Esports and Godlike, they have a drop clash. Phoenix Esports, they've got nothing to lose, but Godlike, for them, everything is on the line. And we already know there's a bit of that rivalry going on between Samraj and Jonathan. There may be a chance that Samraj might just take Godlike with him towards the survival stage.
I mean, let's see. I think Godlike, they've been dynamic on Erangel so far, so contesting that Pochinki drop, it's going to get tricky.
But I think he has a point, to be honest. I think the Phoenix Esports, they definitely have what it takes to actually push it forward.
I mean, I'm more excited about their Miramars coming together because that is also a close drop. El Pozo, La Cobriera towards the northern side. That actually can result in a mid-rotation fight between the two sides.
Yeah, absolutely. But then, of course, we do have the caster predictions as well. And Necro, it seems like you've gone ahead with Godlike. No risks taken, absolutely. Just sticking to your true nature.
So
Has safe picks.
So listen, here's the thing, right? A lot of people have been saying that I am cursing teams.
Yeah.
And this morning I was on Robin's channel doing his live stream. And some of the Godlike fans said that do not predict Godlike. So I went with Godlike.
Oh, so you're cursing Godlike now.
Not exactly. Let's see if it's actually real or not. If Godlike don't make it, then it's real.
All right, we're going to find that out very soon. Although, on the other side, you went for Revenant X-Pac, right?
Yeah.
So we were just talking about them. Now I think it's the perfect time.
I think Revenant X-Pac have what it takes to actually push it forward. Now, one very important thing is Revenant X-Pac, they are, in short, what I call Rondo merchants, all right? Let's just face it, they're Rondo merchants, man. 57 points inside of Rondo, and Erangels and Miramar combined, they've got 30 points. That is absolutely unacceptable.
But Salty, no Rondo today.
No Rondo today, that is exactly why. I feel like I'm trying a little bit of reverse psychology. If I pick Revenant X-Pac, they might actually be able to push through.
Well, let's see. The opinion of the community is that you are someone who needs to be avoided on game days so far, so we're going to see if that works out. But we have the teams playing in the first match of the day, Group A versus Group B. And of course, a few key names to focus on from this particular group. Nekro, you were talking about Phoenix Esports. We also have 4-Wolf, DOD, K9, Sinaway. Teams that are struggling on the last page of the leaderboard.
Indeed.
And in fact, for 4-Wolf, DOD, K9 and Phoenix, I personally feel that Hope has already stepped away. They are looking for the survival stages already. What are your thoughts?
So once again, the lobby's now divided into 2 equal halves. For the teams that just don't really care and just here to perform or maybe target. And for the teams, everything is on the line.
Yeah.
If they do make it inside of the top 8, a direct qualification towards Chennai, which is going to be the grand finals. But for the teams that have pretty much given up on the hopes and looking forward towards the survival stages, I'm just waiting for them to start targeting. And I just want to see what sort of storylines are we going to see brewing up right now.
What about the middle pack, though? What are they going to do today?
I mean,
Try hard.
Honestly speaking, to be very honest, there's one team that I still want to bang my hopes on, and that has to be K9 Esports.
Too far back, man.
Too far back, 57 points on the overall standings. They've got 4 games, and we have seen K9 Esports break the back of the lobby on the back of those 4 games itself. It's not impossible for them. I know their current form is not really in the best of shape. The players aren't really fragging out of their minds. But you know what? K9 Esports, anything can happen.
They're going to need 70 points to qualify. That's insane.
That's the thing, right? Because even I was like, okay, K9 Esports, a very good friend of ours, Omega and the boys. And we want them to push through from here on out. But we are being very honest about this. As Necro said, they need about 70 points. That's about, what, 23 points per game. It's very difficult for them to be able to pull it off.
Yeah.
And they need to put those 20 plus points, or 20 points. If they can put 20 points on the board consistently, that amounts at 80 points at the end of their 4th match. And even then, there could be a possibility that the middle pack, the teams on the 7th and the 8th position, also perform and increase the cutoff. So it is going to take everything, the stars aligning, a date with destiny, all the good luck that anyone and everyone can wish K9 Esports to come together for them to qualify. I think they might have better odds during the survival stages.
Yeah, that's my point as well. At this point, you might as well just give up, considering you need to secure so many points, and just start sharpening your skills and look forward towards the survival stages.
Potentially, but then also the win condition has been set. If you perform or get 20 points in the first game, I am going to consider there's going to be a chance. But the win condition states if you don't really bang on your first game itself, you are almost done and dusted.
See, if we are going to start to look at it this way, then we also have to look at Phoenix Esports and almost all the teams that are still sitting in the 50 to about 70 point bracket and track them in real time during matches. Because every single time these teams take out either Myth or either Meta Ninja, it makes their lives a whole lot easier. You take out direct competition and you get extra points. And along with that, you need to have big games. So today is of the utmost importance for these IGLs. Tracking that finish feed while the match is going on, it's going to be critical.
It's going to be very important, but also one more important thing. Why am I not considering Phoenix Esports is that you look at the whole tournament as a perspective, right? You look at their average finishes. K9 Esports have consistently delivered inside of the grind as well. We've seen they've gotten that average finish of 10 plus finishes every single game. And I feel like that statistics is very important. When they get back in form, K9 Esports will have a much higher chance as compared to Phoenix Esports in form as well, because their play style is a little different. I don't think they're going to get 70 points in 4 games.
So in the mix, we're also missing the fact that even Nebula Esports, the qualification is still on the line. They're currently sitting on the 16th spot. For Nebula Esports, it is compared to K9 Esports much easier. So they need 60 points in the span of 4 games. They can definitely do it. But once again, the conversation just boils down to the amount of points they've been getting in the past 3 days. And if you really look at the average, qualification is going to be impossible that way. Unless today they just pull a rabbit out of the hats and somehow start fragging out of their minds.
Exactly. If history repeats itself, or at least the history of the last 3 days for these teams, then qualification is not happening to the grand finale directly. You're going to be playing the survival stages. But if you are able to break that pattern, if you are able to break out of those early eliminations, then you might succeed in your task for the grand finals. But one thing about the semifinals, or one thing that at least alleviates some of the pressure, is the fact that no one is getting completely eliminated. 8 teams push through for the grand finals, and the remaining 16 head towards the survival stages.
I kind of miss those days back in the day, man, when semi-finals used to be cutthroat, and you know it. If you can't really qualify to the grand finals, you are done and dusted.
When semi-finals were divided into 2 weeks, basically.
Yeah, week 1, week 2. I mean, technically, it's pretty much the same thing. You know, it's just the survival stage now instead of week 2.
He's such a spoiled sport, man. I don't
I'm
like
not.
him.
I'm just being realistic, man. It is what it is. That's just the real thing.
The only difference is now survival stage is just 2 days, not 4.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. So it's much more cutthroat. You have less time. Although you do still play 12 matches.
Exactly. That's a really good thing, right? You still have a lot of matches to actually prove yourself. But I guess the concerning point is just going to be over the fact that what happens on the page number 2, because that is going to be the main dictation of how the entire day goes on. We've got so many big names, including Nebula Esports, including Revan and X-Park. Then you've also got a few more big names to still look forward and actually maybe make it towards the top 8.
Hey, man, hope is still there for the team sitting on the second page, basically summarizing what you're saying, and they need to control their destiny tonight. But this man called Harshal has been making waves in the last few days of competition. He has been breaking boundaries on that stage. So we decided to have a little chat of him about what's up. Let's have a listen.
पक्का ग्राइंड से, लेकिन कुछ ऐसी भी टीम रही जो कि इन गेम क्वालिफायर से हमें आते हुए देखने को मिले, और उनमें से एक रहने वाले हैं मिथ के हर्षिल जो हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके। सफ़र बताइए भाई कैसा रहा, जहाँ पे बहुतों ने रजिस्ट्रेशन किया था और उनमें से एक जो आ चुके हैं सेमीफाइनल में।
लाइक हमारा वही था कि क्वालिफाई हुए तो हुए, नहीं हुए तो सिंपल था, लेकिन हम करते गए सब ऑफलाइन राउंड में भी हम टॉप किए, लेकिन बस उसमें क्वार्टर में थोड़ा वो हुआ ऊपर नीचे, फिर वाइल्ड कार्ड में अपना बेस्ट दिए। थोड़ा गलती अभी भी हो रहा है, लाइक चिकन कन्वर्ट नहीं हो रहा है, आज वही है बेस्ट देंगे, कन्वर्ट करने का ट्राई करेंगे और ग्रैंड में क्वालिफाई करेंगे।
अरे आप बहुत ज़्यादा थोड़ा नर्वस दिख रहे हो, क्यों प्रेशर है थोड़ा आज के दिन में?
नहीं प्रेशर तो नहीं है, लाइक कैमरा में उतना वो नहीं है।
कोई नहीं, इसके लिए भी हम आपको तैयार कर देंगे आने वाले समय में। बट क्या सोच के आए हैं आखिरी दिन में, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है प्रेशर की जब बारी आएगी तो आप ज़रूर कुछ उसका विकल्प भी सोच के आए होंगे कि आज आपको क्या करना है और क्या नहीं करना है।
बस अपना नेचुरल जो गेम है वही खेलेंगे और कुछ नहीं, जो गलतियाँ हो रही है थोड़ी बहुत तो उस पर काम किया है, बात की है और वही है, आज अपना बेस्ट देंगे।
100% बेस्ट देने की यहाँ पे ज़रूरत पड़ने वाली है। बट एक्सपीरियंस बताइए, लैन में आए हैं आप, जहाँ पे क्राउड इतना ज़्यादा चिल्ला रहे हैं, अपनी अपनी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, तो इन सारे सिचुएशन में आपको स्टेज में खेलते हुए कैसा लग रहा है?
लाइक हम अपना जो है वो अपने में ही रहते हैं, हम ज़्यादा बाहर का ध्यान नहीं देते, अपना जो गेम है उस पर फोकस करते हैं बस, और कुछ नहीं।
और ये होना भी चाहिए, फोकस मुझे लगता है वो जीवन में बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, जो आप यहाँ से करके भी जा रहे हैं। बट देखिए कंपटीशन इस तरीके से है ना कि अभी आप टॉप 8 के आसपास हैं और बहुत सारी, जी हाँ टॉप 8 में ही हो आप, और टॉप 8 के आसपास आप देखें तो बहुत सारी टीम्स है जो आपको परेशान आज करने वाले हैं, या आप किन्हीं को परेशान करने के भावना के साथ आए, तो थोड़ा बताइए उसके बारे में, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है ये जो बॉर्डर में आप बैठे हुए हो ना, सबसे ज़्यादा चैलेंज आपके लिए ऊपर ही आने वाला है।
हम कुछ वैसा सोच के नहीं आए कि टारगेट कुछ नहीं, अपना नॉर्मली खेलेंगे बस,
किसी को नहीं, कुछ नहीं। अगर फिनिश स्पीड में देख लिया कि हाँ ये वो ना,
अगर वो है कि आसपास की जगह फाइट चल रहा होगा और थर्ड पार्टी का चांस मिले तो करेंगे, वरना अपना बेसिक ही खेलेंगे।
वही होना भी चाहिए। बट थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, और होपफुली आज के जो मैचेस आपके बहुत ज़्यादा बेहतर जाए, बट आप कंपटीशन को इसी तरीके से एंजॉय करिए और देखते हैं कौन जाने वाले आगे।
Well, that was a boy from Myth Esports, and they have definitely been doing quite well. We spoke about their players, Detrox, he's been impressive. Lucifer as well has been quite key in Myth sort of surviving inside of the top 8. I mean, the struggles are still there. They've taken a massive drop. They were in the top 5, but now just barely on that 7th, 8th position.
Are you guys ready for some lore?
All right.
Myth Official did not have this team ready 1 week before the event started.
Okay.
Lucifer was the one who joined in the lineup 1 week before the tournament. They had no devices, nothing. They came in from the in-game qualifiers. Once they got qualified, then Myth Official gave them the devices to actually play it from.
Wow.
And Detrox and Daddy, they've been just grinding for over a year now. It's been just 1 year that they've been grinding together. These are two real brothers, and now they are here at the semi-final stage, almost into the grand finals. No coaches, no analysts, no map knowledge, map studies or whatnot. Detrox is just a 16-year-old lad who feels himself and does whatever he feels like.
Just like the good old days,
Just
right?
like the good old days.
You bring a band of friends, you bring your friends together, grind it out, and then start competing.
Love that.
But Necro, even after all of the struggles, even after lacking a lot of things that the other pro teams like OG, Revenant X-Pac, Soul, Godlike have given to them, this team has been doing quite well.
They indeed have been, and it all just boils down to a little bit of luck as well. That is with the boys of Myth. Now, if you look at the overall path structure as well inside of the wild card, we witnessed this team, and the circles were constantly favoring Myth as well. But looking at what's happening right now in the semifinals, Myth is actually doing really good in general. Even the firepower is now replying back, which is a great thing. And I guess yesterday's games has to be a prime example of that fight against Godlike, where Myth was able to hold down pretty well, and they did not even have proper HPs to go against him.
And it's quite nice to see the fact that a group of players that do not have a lot of experience playing on a stage like this, being a part of the Tier 1 circuit, are going toe-to-toe with some of the best teams in the country right now. I like to listen to a lot of music. One of my favorite pieces of lyric is the fact that when everyone's watching through your eyes, there's only two options: to win or die. And this team has been choosing to win, or at least giving it their all to try and win in the semi-finals of BGIS 2026. Last day, all set to begin. We are prepared. The crowd in the arena is prepared. I hope you guys are prepared as well, because here we go with the action.
The plane is in the sky for the first game of the final day in the semifinals of the BGS 2026. This plane fly path, it might just be a dream maker or a dream breaker. But how is it going to be? The plane flat path tilted a little bit on the right side of the map, starting all the way from the southern side of Los Leones, heading towards Torre Muda. Now, since if the teams do want to move on around the left side of the map towards El Pozo, it's going to be a tough stretch.
It is going to be a tough stretch, Necro. And also, I'm looking at Picardo right now. It is going to be laden with players from Revenant, X-Park, Visista, Esports. Love to go towards that power grid region as well. And both Revenant, X-Park and Visista crucially need those points as well on board. Otherwise, they are getting absolutely squashed. Their dreams and hopes of the grand finals, I'm not really sure if that's going to be really getting some spot over there. But nonetheless, majority of our birds fly out. You've got Nebula Esports who go to their usual drop location of Partona. And Phoenix Esports, meanwhile, seems like El Pozo seems to be a little distant for them.
Nebula is just losing out on the momentum and also the confidence inside of the fights. Yes, they're taking those fights, but for some reason it feels like they're just like headless chickens heading inside of a fight. Something needs to be done. They need proper intel before actually committing towards the fight. And looking at the centric part of the map as well, you've got Sinaway heading towards Picado, Metaninja as well heading towards Power Grid. For Sinaway, they're going to be contested, and Moke's getting his hands on the vehicle. OG heading towards Chumacera, that's going to be a free go. For Godlike, though, the circle definitely popping around that spectrum. But yesterday we saw Godlike head towards La Cabrera. Are they going to replicate that same thing?
Might just be a reality, but have a look at this, though. Dutrox. So much responsibility on his lanky shoulders. Myth official just holding on to that 7th spot. They know they are going to be targeted. They know they are going to be under pressure, and all these big names. There's so much at stakes right now. You've got WizGod from Team Orangutan lying low, lying in wait for Myth official to actually commit an unforced error. As soon as Dutrox moves out of his covers, I'm pretty sure WizGod try out his luck to actually find that frag, but it's good that Dutrox has information about Orangutan.
Yeah, he does. He knew what exactly was happening around the spectrum. That fray definitely contested by the foes, and Dutrox, the man's aware. Phoenix Esports on the move. Still pretty far away. Heading towards Valle del Mar, trying to get their sweet little loot. It's going to take a while for Phoenix Esports to execute whatever the plan they're cooking up, which means buying a lot of time in the initial stages, being the late breachers inside of the circle, and I've never been a big fan of the late breachers. That comes in with a lot of consequences.
Yeah. On the other side, Phoenix Esports, though, I wonder how, or rather what is going to be the rotation path inside the circle. As the circle did drop, it is towards the far northeastern corner of the map, bringing in regions of Torre Amada, Campo Militar as well. Tire Bronca, Elazar is going to be the center of the circle. Never easy to actually breach past these ones, because around the boundary of San Martin Graveyard, there are going to be so many teams, so many big names who will try and stop your rotation dead on the tracks. To leapfrog those teams and to actually breach past their defenses as well, it's not going to be easy. Troy Million Esports on our screens, Necro, and this is going to be one of those potential teams who can actually break past the top 8. They are sitting at the 8th spot, 83 points, 12 matches being played. But the point is, there are going to be chasers in the form of Evox, in the form of Wildfangs, in the form of Nebula Esports as well.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of chasers. For Nebula, still though, it's going to be a Herculean task. For teams like K9 Esports, I just hope they go guns blazing. This is the only opportunity for K9 Esports to use these games as training grounds. Get your firepower sharpened up a little bit more before heading towards survival stage. Nothing taken away from K9 Esports and their performance inside of the BGS 2026. It's been filled up with a lot of ups and downs, but when it mattered the most, K9 Esports is crumbling. This is not the right timeline. This is not the right way. Nebula all the way towards Partona. Even they're taking their sweet time before heading inside of the circle. Stacking up on as much loot as they can, as many utilities as they can. Just getting prepared for what's to come.
To be honest, Nebula Esports, they've kind of lost hope. Yesterday was their last shot at glory. I had a brief conversation with the players as well. They said that they wanted about 50 points yesterday out of the 4 matches that they had played. And look at the crowd, always giving us the cheers and the energy every time this lad is on the screen, godlike. But this time, it's not just the fans. that we are appreciating about. It's been the performance as well from the entire team, in fact, Necro.
Yeah.
That has been spectacular.
It indeed has been. Specifically Admino and S-Power. These two guys, they have been nuts. Yesterday, even Jonathan did wake up, but it was just one game, a burst of performance, but consistency is something that needs to be rewarded. And S-Power and Admino, they have been consistently performing. Even Manez and IGL, he's been doing really good. Evox around La Benedita. For Evox, yesterday's day was too lackluster. Things are not great. Today's day has to be on point. It needs to be on the mark.
It's not going to be easy. I mean, to find these frags, Evil, to be honest, has been in form ever since the LAN finals came around. He is the one who's getting these frags, but Shadow, in my opinion, has been struggling to find the center of the circles every time. Evox and their strength always was to find those centers and capture it before anybody else could. But somehow in the LAN stage, it seems like their mobility is getting hampered. But elsewhere, have a look at this Wildfangs. They are playing on a massive split, by the way. Sensei is at the center of the circle amid, surrounded by so many teams, and Goten and the rest of the lads, they're still outside, by the way. 300 meters away. I don't understand this, Necro. This can cost him brutality.
It indeed can. And it's not the first time Wildfangs is executing something like this. We saw this yesterday as well, the exact same strategy. Sensei all by himself inside of the circle while the remaining players outside. He's sort of like an insurance. Sensei is there securing a good spot for his teammates, and then the rest of the teammates, they can take their time and make it inside of the circle. But what if Sensei gets picked off?
Yeah.
Then you will see Wildfangs being completely paralyzed and they just can't do anything.
It's all about how much space does Sensei have to control for himself. But enough about Sensei, we have to talk about this lad on our screens, Hunters. My oh my, yesterday this lad was in some form. 18 frags out of the 3 matches that he has played on an average of 6 per match. That is insanity, to be honest. Never really seen anybody perform as brilliant, but Genesis Esports will be looking to solidify that position inside of the grand finals. 111 points, Necro. Still about 20 shy, maybe, to secure that lineup inside of the grand finals and the top 8.
You know what? The conversation will continue, but as of now, look at this. K9 Esports and Reckoning Esports in the close proximity. And let's not forget, for Reckoning Esports, yes, the qualification is closed, but they haven't qualified yet. Fake shots taken from Slug just to lure in the players of Reckoning Esports. But Reckoning, they are pretty clever as well. Not just going to be lured in like that. Slug is just waiting for that one free pick from one of the players from the side of Reckoning Esports, but no one is overcommitting.
Yeah, to be honest, K9 Esports, they've got a massive split to be working with as well. Slug, of course, holding the rooftop. He has Sahil as well as Lavish on his radar. Ninja Boy constantly trying to lure them into this death trap. It has been set up, but Knight is on a different location altogether. Ninja Boy finally gets spotted. Lavish takes some shots. Nothing really to scoff about. Reckoning Esports, of course, are going to fall back, I guess. They're still looking for that opening, Necro.
Reckoning Esports now maybe trying to fade away from this location. Circle, the way it's shifting, it's heading towards the northern side constantly. Godlike and 4 Worlds DOD, they found themselves in a great spot, but even K9 Esports, they can definitely be the heavy hitters in this game. But K9 Esports needs too many elimination points to compensate for all the lost games yesterday and day before. While on the opposite side, you will also see Evox taking a fight against Learn from Past, and one of the players already whiffed out.
Yeah, we do have the first finish in the game. Learn from Past just lost a player. And that also was a run over coming in from Evox as well, so it's funny. But Godlike, what a circle that they found for themselves. This is Manya and his magic for sure. Team Evox on the run. They are coming in from the eastern edge of the circle. Will find no threats, but Learn from Past should be around the corner. Have a look at this. Orangutan finally taking shots. Lucifer is looking to run away, bobbing and weaving. The car slipping out. Tires not really in the best of positions, and Lucifer gets struck down. But from the backlines, look at that. Aru is also not quite safe. This is Harshil trying to fight back, Negro.
That's going to be a knockout blow handed from Outhinky. Trade's happening now. That's a great thing for Myth. Still things under control. Detrox taken down real low, and even Detrox gets knocked out. Herschel as well follows up that fray. Outhinky is wrapping him up single-handedly. 3 players knocked out by Outhinky. This man is really just firing on all cylinders, and you blink it. And the moment you blink, Myth has been eliminated from the game. That was such a quick and a clean wipe.
That was a big blow, to be honest, as well. Orangutan finding the first team wipe, but have a look at this. Meta Ninja and Godlike collide, and this is Jonathan looking to find a flank angle for himself, but it seems like shots are getting struck. But who are the shots coming from? It is going to be Reckoning Esports from the backline, third party. Jonathan gets struck down. Adminu is still there to try and revive him. Reckoning Esports are looking to be a handful for Godlike to handle.
Not a lot of ways they can survive right now, even getting spammed through the smoke. That's going to be Levi from the far fray. Reckoning, they're soon going to make the pounce up close and personal. Reckoning is going to be running thin on patience. They know they've got the man advantage inside of the fight. Those shots almost connected. Oh, the man from the side of Godlike is so lucky. Jonathan still knocked out. Admiro trying to back away towards the compound. Manya and S-Power knocked out as well around the compound. There's a man from Meta Ninja as well up close. Jonathan gets eliminated from the game. Meta Ninja, they probably do want to eliminate the remnants of Godlike. And that nade, it's going to find a quick 2Ps as White Tiger eliminates the remnants of Godlike. This is a massive elimination from the game.
Absolutely, Meta Ninja finding the opportunity and striking hard exactly when it mattered. But this time, they have to hold on to that celebration for a while. Quick exit from these compounds as Reckoning Esports are going to find absolutely nothing. That was brilliant, but that is also unfortunate for Godlike. They just found themselves in a sandwich situation in the middle of nowhere.
We all know Godlike is in a real fragile state in the overall standings.
Yeah.
Every single game counts. First game is already down the drain, just 1 point secured, which means now it also opens up the floodgates for the teams on the latter half of the board. The second page might just activate themselves and steal those slots away. Godlike can be kicked outside of the top 8 off the rip, and it's going to be a heartbreak for the fans. Witnessing them getting eliminated this early inside of the game, that's got to sting.
That certainly has to sting, but for now, Genesis Esports in action. They found themselves in not really the best of spots. They're still outside the circle, but right in between their way to the circle, they found Mad Kings Esports. Shots are getting taken, but from the backline, there's too much threats coming around Genesis. There's Troy Million Esports. There's also Team Orangutan rotating around. Not really sure if Fury and the rest of the lads, of course, will be able to survive and hold on to this chaos for a long time now. There's still Necro is still about 300 meters away from the circle. I don't really think they have time to actually do this.
Genesis Esports. Oh, Fury tossing out that nade. Oh my god, that was a real close one. If that nade would have connected, Genesis would have lost out on 3 players instantly. All the 4 players in one single vehicle. You already know Salty, not a big fan of this approach. And have a look at the replay of how exactly Godlike got dealt with. First, it was Jonathan to fall apart, then later on, White Tiger up close and personal with the utilities he was able to deliver. And that was a finishing blow. And the fans, of course, upset of what exactly happened to Godlike. Unfortunate, unlucky, call it whatever you want to call. But that is a massive blunder. It also opens up major floodgates in the top 8, which means Godlike can be kicked out.
It's kind of unfortunate because Godlike's has such a beautiful position inside of the circle. They were almost at the center, they were early to rotate, they were quick to find those compounds as well. It's just that they were sandwiched in between absolutely nowhere, of course. Have a look at this though, Troy Million Esports shots. And the nade connects, Lens finds Aru. Troy Million Esports though, they're still battling the circle. All of this commotion is still happening inside of the blue zone right now. Team Orangutan, they're trying to recover. WizGod in the close lines. Aiden is going to be looking to find the revive as well, but can Orangutan capitalize on this?
Sticking that revival. Getting the fallen comrade back upon his feet. Troy Million Esports also fighting the blue at the same time. That's a lot of damage ticked away. Aiden, he's done his job. Now backing away towards his teammates because he wants to reunite. While for Orangutan, they've already lost out on a major and a crucial man. AKOP, WizGod, and Athanki now need to continue the journey. Aru lost out. The IGL himself not in the game anymore. OG trying to play from the edges, stick to each other, and make sure they're also punishing the boys of Troy Million Esports doing so. And Orangutan has realized one fact. If they're going to try to chase down Troy Million Esports, this game will be a tough one for them. It's better to just focus on the placement.
Necro, but they don't even need to chase down Troy Million Esports. They are inside of the blue right now. If you still got the edges of the circle, you will find them one after the other. But the problem is Orangutan right now are too late for the rotation. Look at that position in El Hazar. It's absolutely crowded. There are so many teams out there. You've got Wildfangs, you've got Mad Kings, you've got Genesis, and you've got Learn from Past. K9 Esports on the other side as well, just edging around the corner. It is Reckoning Esports finally taking shots as Sinue are looking to get gunned down. They're still moving, they're still beeping and mobbing, and that is a problem. So anyway, in such a small circle inside of stage 4, you can't really be moving around a lot. They're taking a lot of big risks, to be honest, Necro.
Orangutan is already starting to hurt the boys of Krafton Esports. A man knocked out outside in the blue. Krafton Esports recovering from that blow is going to be impossible. Might as well just give up on the knocked player. Lentz is taking too much damage, is barely down to any sort of HP. There's the pressure from the side of OG constantly on top of that horizon. And Aiden needs to be on the move. Too many shots taken. Can't do anything about it. Orangutan now just feasting up on those elimination points because they know it's their time for revenge. And Krafton Esports, they're already taking too much damage from the blue. It's taken away chunks of HP.
6 eliminations on the board for Orangutan. They are doing so brilliant. 3 players still left alive. Outside the circle, gatekeeping measures being done. Krafton Esports have been troubled. This is one of those contestants for the top 8, by the way. And they've already been troubled so much, even though Hesperos will find a space inside of the circle. But as soon as I see that, he gets knocked out by Nebula.
Oh no. Nebula. Great stuff. Needed those points, but it was a quick trade on the board. Even Phoenix got knocked out. Revival's going to be there, so it's not a concern. Things are under control. For Nebula Esports, that one frag that they've achieved, it's not going to be too satisfying. While on the opposite side, OG, they mess up big time. In the fire of Genesis Esports, they will burn to ashes as they have been eliminated. And this is going to be a major blow to OG. There's still that one man standing from OG, a little bit in the far fray, but I highly doubt he can achieve a lot.
AKOB still the last man left alive, quite distant from the rest of his teammates. But have a look at this, though. Reckoning Esports under fire. Shots getting taken on Sahel from the backlines as they try and close down the distance between them and Phoenix Esports, who would rather disengage and fall back, to be honest. They are looking for deeper spaces inside of the circle, but will Phoenix Esports be able to do that? Look at that. In the far fray, Evox is also around the corner. This fight for the north of the circle is not going to be easy. Somraj is taking so many shots, and Roman is persistent to find the knock for himself. Reckoning Esports keep on piling up the pressure, and now finally, Phoenix Esports, they get shot down. Seem so low on SP Negro.
How is he even surviving that? He's just got a little bit of that cover, and somehow Simp is available.
Yeah.
He's not knocked out.
Yeah, he's still alive.
But for Phoenix Esports, even they've got all the 4 players alive. If they want, they can really brute force the fight against Reckoning. But once again, that's going to come at a cost, which also means that they're going to be shot at in the back by Evox. As of now, for Phoenix Esports, it's going to be a lose-lose situation no matter what you do. You're sandwiched between 2 teams. You need to find a way to try and fight back. But how do you do so? It's also Evox constantly hitting on top of you as Simp gets knocked out. Somraj is there up close and personal to deal with the boys of Evox, but Simp, he's going to be finished off soon, and that's what's happening.
This is too much pressure on Phoenix Esports right now. Finally, the nade comes through. Shadow, not a hint of HP being lost, but finally, have a look at their Smoker. Finds a frag for himself. That's brilliant. Now look at Phoenix Esports fight back. Smoker still around the corner, glowing in for the flank. Sahil has been constantly peppering in those nades, and Levi in the close corners. This is too much pressure on Phoenix Esports. Reckoning not really going in for the revive. I'm surprised, to be honest. But have a look at this. This is Levi falling down. Phoenix Esports fighting back, doing brilliantly. Spoka all by himself, turning this fight around, and finally Phoenix Esports have something to live with. But as soon as I say that, Evox from the backline shut them down, Necro.
Phoenix messed up big time, but now you've got Wildfangs taking the fight against Genesis. 2 teams with heavy firepower available. And Hunters, the man's taken down barely any sort of HP, Sensei in the backlines. Can he be the difference maker and shut down 3 players of Genesis Esports? That sounds too much. Sensei might just not be able to do a lot, and that's why he just backs away from the fight, instead giving up and probably focusing on the placement. K9 Esports, now they chime inside. They want a bit of those elimination points as well. They want a bit of that piece of the pie. But Genesis Esports, K9, are you really capable of taking them down right now?
This is going to be a big fight. K9 Esports that need those points desperately. And Ninja Boy, Omega, Knight, and Slug, you've got to put your best foot forward tonight. It's not easy. You've got Team Genesis right on your doorstep. Sensei, meanwhile, on the other side, backing off. He does find a finish on top of Reckoning, who have been finally eliminated. Wildfangs have at least something to talk about. 2 frags on the board, but Sensei needs a lot more. this is exactly his territory. Not really going in for those finishes, just playing in from the backlines, trying and survive. But have a look at this, Sensei under fire, shots being taken, the vehicle getting smoked up. Not really long before this blows up. This seems to be bad news for Wildfangs, to be honest. Elsewhere, have a look at this though. Hunters has been knocked out. Genesis Esports under fire as K9 looking to fight back, Necro.
And Genesis with these two players now trying to fight it back against K9 Esports, but even K9, they're dropping the ball. Oh, there's a chance K9 might just lose this fight. Knight eliminated from the game completely. Genesis Esports somehow flipping the odds and flipping the table against K9 Esports. Both the players that are alive, they're taken down to barely any sort of HP. 1 HP available on Omega. He cannot withstand a lot of damage. Even a bit of that chip damage from the nade's gonna seal the deal, and that's what happens. K9 Esports, they were not good enough to actually shut down Genesis Esports, and somehow Genesis with a 3-man squad, they flipped the odds in their favor.
Genesis just absolutely wiped the floor with K9 Esports, and that is how easily they pushed through as well. They found themselves a lovely spot inside of the circle. So far, it is, of course, on the western edge, not really having any threats around them, but we are talking about Evox right now. Right underneath them is going to be the lads from 4 Volts DOD as those nades do coming through. They are looking to find the opening that would give them the entirety of the northern front of the circle. Have a look at this. It takes a centric shift, and Sensei is going to be so happy about it, Necro.
Center's on up. Genesis on the bottom left. At least they're outside of the circle, which means now the problems are going to be mounting up even more. While for Sinaway on towards the left side, they're still inside of the circle with a decent bit of spot. They do have a little bit of that high ground to play with as well. There is Rex Boy individually just situated in that shack. Evox around the spectrum, maybe trying to pull off some shenanigans. Spy is way too exposed. He falls back instantly. There is that smoke that's going to protect Spy, at least as of now. But how does he back away towards the safety? That's the concern. Sinaway's man spotted. That's going to be Moch. That's the only shack he's got as a friend.
Well, talking about Evox right now, they're still outside the circle, and finishing off 4 Volts shouldn't really be that difficult for them because 4 Volts inside of the LAN event haven't really had an impact in terms of those fights, to be honest. Still 34 points reeling at the bottom of the overall standings. But have a look at this though, Genesis Esports, the ones who have been dominating this lobby, 7 finishes on the block. Viper finally takes some shots from the distance. It is Sinway who have been marking the entry points for Genesis Esports. Should be a tough fight for them to breach past their defenses, as we do find 4 Volts DOD trying to use their smokes, trying to keep their men alive, but it's not going to be easy. Nebula from across the circle, find those shots connected. 1 man from 4 Volts down. Genesis Esports finally send it forward. Sinaway Esports, can they stop this train? It is going to be absolute madness. Shotgun strike coming in from Rex Boy, but no knockout being found. Oh! Rex Boy, what are you doing? A 1v2 being secured, Necro.
Blows up that buggy in the first, and later on turns around and slaps the other player down. Insane stuff coming through from Rex Boy. And this is what I was speaking as well. Genesis Esports, the moment the circle shifted away, we all knew survival's going to be extremely tough for them. Gravity's out in the open, now it just gets even dire. He's in quite a dicey spot. Mad Kings probably do want to eliminate the player as soon as possible so that it's not really going to be a big threat later on. Mad Kings pushing up on top of the switch. Nade might just be tossed to perfection. This one is going to be on the point. Does do a decent bit of damage, but not enough to get the knock secured. Another nade tossed around that same proximity, but it's just a bit too short. Clutch God is not able to find that right mark. Tosses a Molotov. Gravity is taken down even lower. That Molotov is doing a lot of damage, and he's not going to be able to withstand the damage as he gets eliminated from the game too with that Genesis done and dusted.
Well, the biggest ones to actually claim the chicken dinner finally gets engulfed. Mad Kings Esports doing phenomenally, but Nebula, this can be a big game for them from the backline. Cyrex finds those shots connected. Vishu has been knocked down. Sinway Esports exposed from their backlines. Can't really do anything about it. So Mad Kings are going to be under fire as well. Nebula Esports taking their shots against Shadow OG. Will finally get back to safety as well. Nebula Esports, they do have that high ground advantage, Necro. All that they're going to do is to hold on to that position, potentially frag out every single opponent in the fray. Have a look at this. Sinway under so much pressure. It's just Rex Boy who is on his feet, and now it seems like it's going to be a short end to this journey on Miramar.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Rex Boy is not going to be going for this fight. His job is to play that survival game instead of taking a fight against Evox. Evox has too many players and also a lot of elimination points.
Yeah.
It's been an impressive run from them. 9 elimination points, which means Evox is almost on the verge of placing themselves inside of the top 8.
They have breached past the top 8. Myth has been pushed down. It is Evox who is going to be up front. Have a look at this though. Evox finally come on. Chime in, converge on Rex Boy. Shuts him down as well. So anyway, Esports eliminated. Evox go from strength to strength as they completely control the western edge of the circle itself.
But let's not forget, even Nebula, they're available in full force. All the 4 men standing on the block, and Nebula can definitely be the major table turners. And they definitely know how to hit like a truck. They're ready to secure as many points as they can, and now they are extending their arms, even against the boys of Mad Kings. Shadow G spotted in the sidelines, and they're just straight up taking their vehicles on top of Mad Kings. They don't even care what's going to be the outcome. They just want the elimination points. They want to create the vacuum of eliminations, and Nebula can definitely make it happen. Like a wave, they're moving up. Like a wave, they're mopping the floor. And with that, Mad Kings has been eliminated.
The villain arc finally begins, is it? Evox finally comes in front, face to face, Nebula Esports, but from their backlines, it is going to be Termi from Learn From Past. This is brilliant. Never really seen Evox survive a sandwich situation like this. Learn From Past. This was an extremely risky move coming in from Termi to close down the distance as he finally gets away to safety and regroups the rest of his teammate. Nebula Esports have the best spot in the circle. Evox on the other side is going to be the center of attraction. But the question is, Necro, who is going to walk away with the chicken? It is a 4v3v3 fight. And Nebula Esports seems to have the numbers advantage in their favor.
Nebula definitely has the numbers advantage. But Nebula can also be impatient in certain situations, and I hope this is not going to be one of those. Evox can be caught off guard. Nebula can actually extend all the way on the back lines of Evox and surprise them with a backstab. It can happen. There is a world where that strategy works out. Learn From Past, though. Once again, the consistency delivered. Yesterday's day wasn't great, but today, Learn From Past. They're definitely there with the placement points and even a few elimination points.
Yeah. It's still not going to make a big difference on the overall standings, though, as Honey. Finally, the IGL steps up, closing in the distance against Evox, looking to find those openings as well, but utilities are not going to be found.
Utilities are definitely going to be concerned. In general, it's the late game. You already know everyone's going to be running low on the meds and the utilities, but Evox now getting pounced on by Learn From Past. This means opportunities will also open up for Nebula to go ahead and take that third party. Evox might just be sandwiched because you see Nebula working in tandem against Evox slowly and steadily. A well-placed nade from Kalan's going to be able to find that frag onto Honey. The man gets knocked out. Spy as well gets traded off. Trades happening back and forth. The situation's down to a 2-on-2. But Nebula from the backlines now looking at third-party Evox. The backlines are completely opened up. Evox needs to be careful. Maybe fall back and go for the revival. But no, instead the man denies. Evil falls down as well. The trades happen. But now Nebula playing in tandem, making that bounce together. Kalan gets peppered down to death. It was a major sandwich, and Evox, they get melted.
And now just one player from Learn From Past who is still alive. Of course, he will try and get those revives available, but look at Nebula Esports pounce on them, absolutely shutting them down. Learn From Past. Seems like the present is not going to be in your favor as the villain arc begins for Nebula Esports, and Adi gets his chicken dinner.
Yeah, before the game we were talking about Nebula and them being able to initiate the comeback. This is a dream start for them. 9 eliminations on the board, 10 for placements, 19 points. Necro, this makes their lives moving forward a whole lot easier.
I know, right? The opportunities now opened up for Nebula to actually place themselves inside of the top 8. And yes, the fans, of course, happy. Nebula Esports making it happen in the first game itself. And this is the conversation I was having with the coach as well of Nebula backstage. I mentioned this. Listen, man, the first game is really important. If you want to get the ball rolling, the first game is something you need to conquer, and they found a way to do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is where you keep the hope alive, and after that, the matches that follow up, that is where you actually ignite the flames. But towards the end, we have to say, Evox as well is one of those names that have initiated that comeback. Before this game, they were sitting outside of the top 8 bracket. Not too far away though. And even in this match, 11 eliminations and a top 3 finish. 16 points secured by Evox.
I think both Nebula and Evox are going to have the momentum on their side. One thing is, which is brilliant, is also going to be the fact that Nebula Esports, the boys seems to be extremely focused.
Yeah.
They're not moving out, they're not going out of that zone as well, and they need to be there for the 4 matches that they're going to be playing. And of course, look at Nomi, man, 5 finishes on the board. He was on fire in that map.
That's just a brilliant performance coming through from Nebula, right? The first game itself, they've got the ball rolling. Now the upcoming moments, they can do a lot better. And yeah, we also need to talk a little bit more about Learn from Past. Yesterday's game was bad for them. But now this game itself, the first game itself, even Learn from Past is doing a lot better. But yeah, in the overall standings, they were already doing decent.
I was just about to say that. If on their worst day, again, we have talked about this, if on the worst possible day you're still inside of the top 4, well, I'm going to take that any day then. Where the other teams like Phoenix and K9 are, and well, K9 took a very early exit outside of placements, I believe.
The problem only was Learn from Past was dipping down very fast, to be honest. We saw the dip down from the hashtag 1 to hashtag 2 to hashtag 3. In just a matter of moments, I was feeling like I don't want something like a Higg boson to be repeated once again, and that is a good sign that Learn from Past finally get this map.
I mean, Higg boson was still at least a decent bit of distance away from the podium leaders. Learn from Past and I think OG were in close-knit competition at the top at the end of day 2. And again, I understand the drop was a little bit of concern, but this game kind of relieves the pressure, right?
Listen, man, Godlike dropped the bomb in this one itself, which means they're going to be dropping down positions even more.
We blame you for that.
The same can be said for Myth Official as well. Even they dropped their gun, and on the 8th spot, there is going to be an absolute vacancy.
Well, let's see, a lot of thoughts running through our heads, and of course, we're going to need time to analyze, so we're going to take a very short break.
One skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
Well, with that game 1 having shaken up the leaderboard to its core, we definitely needed new perspectives to try and figure out what is going to happen in the upcoming games. 5 matches more remaining in the semi-finals, and joining me for the next match, it is going to be Salty, and we have Icy Baby alongside with us. Icy, starting off with you. Game 1, we had a lot of expectations from a few big names. You had expectations from Revenant, X-Pac. Today, overall, what are your thoughts after the build-up that has been delivered by Game 1?
I think after Hero Extreme Godlike actually bowing out a little bit early and Evox having a spectacular game, it does shake up the leaderboard a little bit more as well, because if they are not consistent, we may see a potential comeback here, but in this case, Nebula getting the chicken dinner was phenomenal.
Yeah.
But if they get 3 more chicken dinners, well, that's going to be a unexpected comeback, I would say.
It just makes the overall standing so much more interesting, but Nomi is the guy right now. I feel like if Phoenix joins the fray as well, Nebula definitely can actually do it.
Yeah, pretty much, and he has been an incredible player from the league stages itself, performing consistently for the side of Nebula Esports, and today, on the last day of the semi-finals, again back in his true form. But as we move to the next page of the leaderboard, we have Nebula finishing the match with 19 points, Evox with 16. You have learned from past, not enough eliminations on the board, but 10 points still will help them stay at the top of the leaderboard. Followed by Genesis, who are again being extremely consistent. 7 finishes, 9 points in total. That's not a shabby performance at all, I see.
100%. It seems like the table toppers, they're doing brilliantly. And have a look at this Genesis Esports and learn from past, keep themselves alive. 120, 118.
Yeah, pretty much. But Evox, they find their break inside of the top 8 on the 8th position. 98 points. This is going to be down to the wire. But as we talk about the top of the leaderboard, Genesis now finally initiating that climb because Seoul wasn't performing in that match. Learn from past at 118. We are expecting the cutoff to be about 120, 130, aren't we?
Yeah, somewhere around there. If you're way past 125, you should be technically safe. OG is only the only team that is currently there. But let's talk about teams who made a little bit of a closer mark right here. Obviously, Myth Official taking a little bit of tumble here because of the fight between Evox. But Revenant X-Park, Troy Diamond, and Esports, they haven't exactly played their matches yet. But Nebula Esports' chicken dinner from this match actually shakes things up because they need 2 more big games and they do actually stand a shot to actually push it to the top 8.
Well, 83 points on the leaderboard right now for Nebula Esports, as they're not too far away from qualification. As you mentioned, another 20-pointer pretty much gives them the safety cushion to work with while being in the top 8. But at the bottom of the leaderboard, concerns are not yet over for teams like Phoenix, for teams like K9 Esports. Matches are still left, but it seems like the hope, the morale of the team has completely gone out the window, and now it's, well, just preparation for the survival stages.
Or maybe it is time for destruction. I think they've had enough. I think they can just go in for those finishes, get the ball rolling for survival stage and just prepare for tomorrow itself, I think.
I think we kind of expected this as well here. For teams who do not stand a chance to actually qualify, they are making preparations. We did see a little bit of adjustments coming from Mad Kings. We did see a little bit of adjustments coming from Sinway as well.
Yeah.
Which, again, all these small little things will impact the teams at the top that is trying to push through. And in this case, Nebula making a great comeback.
Yeah.
I don't think they would make it through, but again, nothing is impossible, right? They still have 3 more games. 3 more big games means that, well, someone's going to get out. And I think at the current rate right now, Hero Extreme Godlike is actually in jeopardy just because of that first team outing just now.
And staying on this topic of preparation for the survival stages, I'm glad you brought up Sinway, because for the side of Sinway, Rex Boy was a very, very crucial player in them getting this far inside of the tournament from the league stages. And it seems like he was missing for the first 3 days. Today, that fight against the side of Genesis Esports was, well, it was fun to look at, to say the least.
It certainly was. I mean, I did not expect him to actually pull out that 1v2, especially when 2 vehicles are jumping and pouncing on top of him.
Yeah.
But the way he handled the pressure, you could see there is going to be signs of glimpses of brilliance. But the problem is, Cinema Esports, they rely too much on Rex Boy. They rely too much on his firepower. And that is one of the reasons why they haven't really been able to set up inside of the land stage.
Yeah, but we have 30 seconds remaining as we head into the next map, Group A versus Group B again on Wrangle. Any last predictions? Who do you think is going to walk away with the win on this map?
4 volts DOD.
All right, I see you.
Maybe Wildfangs, just to stir things up.
Wildfangs also looked like in decent form in that previous game of Miramar. But Wrangle, it's going to be a different map, a different start, a new start for all of these teams. An opportunity still up in the air. Let's find out what the result is going to look like.
Big Bird goes back up the skies, ladies and gentlemen, once again as we fly over the map of Wrangle. This time, of course, Groups A and B are going to be duking it out. It's not going to be easy, especially on this map. Teams will have to try and score as much points as they possibly can. Miramar, I see on the other side, does allow you to choke the points of the oppositions. But when it comes to Wrangles, you can try and get those finishes on board. We do have the flight path in front of our screens, and it starts off from Milta Power, ends at shooting range. Majority of the teams will like to go towards that northwest and northeastern quadrant. But what about the south? What about Primorsk? What about Ferry Pier? What do these teams do?
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot here because we are seeing a little bit of mix-up here coming from OG. Instead of going for Rozak, they are opting to go for their secondary drop here. It's going to be Milta Power, and Milta itself Rozok pretty much uncontested. Wildfang's going to be somewhere in the city itself as well. So Wildfang's position is kind of in jeopardy right now, where OG may look to try and take a fight against Wildfangs, or maybe even Genesis, who's actually heading towards Lipovka, like you said. But I don't think we are going to be seeing Four Wolves to try and go and contest Lipovka anytime soon here. They are going to be heading towards Kamishki, so nothing super crazy, I hope. But I feel like Nebula, after getting the chicken dinner, feels like they are on form. You can see the game faces as well in terms of morale.
Yeah.
I think Adi is looking to pull a miracle right here, right now, and we've seen it time and time again every single time last year itself.
Who better to pull off miracles than Adi, isn't it? Nebula Esports, of course, are going to be feeling that momentum, feeling the heat as well, but majority of the teams right now will have to rush through to the circle, ladies and gentlemen, as it forms on top of military base. Nova up 9 contention, Ferry Pair in contention, Farm and Milta is already going to be occupied. Myth Official on the other side, they're going to be the first ones to take the bridge and try and move on to the other side. We've seen them block the bridge, guard the bridge for a while. Myth Official in the land stage final day. I said, do you think there are going to be chances of a bridge camp?
Well, it might happen here. Somebody's got to make a little bit of practice, but it seems like Four Wolves is going to be running a little bit of a detour here, as they did scout our members coming from Genesis, but decides not to engage against this fight. Genesis Esports still pretty much very close towards the qualification mark, about 5 points, maybe even another 10 points for them. They should be secured their spots in towards the top 8. But let's talk about the possibilities here as of yet. There's 5 more matches remaining. Realistically, 5 more teams from the bottom stands a chance to push up. But on screen now, Sinway finds a loose straggler, and that's going to be Rush Boy losing a player here from Learn From Past. And even for Learn From Past, they need those points as of yet. And with this player getting picked off here from Sinway, it is going to hurt their chances of trying to make it to his endgame, I would say.
Absolutely. The only problem is Cinema Esports right now, they are looking for gang wars, I see. They are on a run, they are out for the hunt as well. It's not going to be easy for the rest of the lobby. Nebula Esports on the other side, they are looking to try and take their shots against Reckoning Esports. Look at that, one of their players has been knocked down as well. Reckoning Esports needs to get back to safety. Nebula on the hunt as Nomi and Phoenix are chasing them. It's Sahil who is driving this vehicle as fast as he possibly can, moves out of the circle. Reckoning Esports, they're almost there at the cusp. 113 points. We were discussing about cutoffs, but have a look at this. The Prince of Godlike, the Prince of the Yellow Army, this time takes the fall as it's Sinway Esports once again who are knocking on the doorsteps of Godlike.
Oh, this is going to be a tricky spot here, at least for Hiroshima Godlike. They're pretty much caught out in the open, and Sinway looking to engage this. This may actually hurt Hiroshima Godlike's chances of making the semifinals. But let's see Sinway now pushing up close and personal, looking to try and engage this. A nade comes in, gets the re-knock on S-Power, still making it towards a 4v3 situation. Jonathan on the low grounds with the DP, gets a nice knock here, gets the trade-off, scares off Sinway, and you can see they are going to back out from this fight.
There you go, Godlike Esports, they are prepared for this fight. Sinway in the middle of nowhere, of course, not really the man advantage in this fight. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're looking to flank them and wrap them from all sides. Espawa is back on his feet as well. Little bit of breathing room, little bit of space between these two lineups. But Manya is not one to actually fall back.
You know, they're taking too much time out in the open as well. Hiroshima Godlike, they have to bail out of this fight. They're able to save S-Power, which is a good thing. But committing this fight under-looted and getting exposed is not a good sign here. Great call here coming from Manya to actually get themselves out to try and proceed to his endgame. And Sinway, they will not take fadeaway shots, as they are going to back out as well, knowing for a fact that they want to play the northern region before they cross towards the military island.
This is brilliant stuff coming in from Godlike, to be honest. Sensible decision coming in from Manya to try and get back and get their lads to safety. They were able to bring back S-Power. They were able to bring back Jonathan as well, who was trying to fight out in the clotheslines. Sinway has got absolutely nothing to lose, but Godlike, they can lose everything. The position in the top 8 and their dreams of the grand finals as well. Elsewhere, 4-volt COD, they get caught off guard, Orangutan, they find their frag for themselves.
Well,
they go off the mark.
Well, it seems like OG, they are going to be on a hunting spree as of yet here to try and prepare themselves for the grand finals. They are pretty much secured for the grand finals as of yet. And as you can see, they are going to try and tend their herd on the northern region here before crossing the road. It is going to be a very risky approach, but again, when it comes to this current format of BGMI here, you do need those finishes instead of placement points. So OG continue their pursuit here on 4 Wolves, forcing 4 Wolves to actually disengage into the city here to try and lose the track. But I don't think OG is going to let them off the hook as of yet.
Oh, you're going to get hunted down forwards, DOD. Look at what Orangutan is doing. Shots coming through from Wizgod.
Wow.
Connects on the head. Almost about 100% of his HP being chewed up. This is Wizgod at its absolute best inside of the LAN finals. Once again, this man is breathing fire. But can Orangutan stop 4 Wolves? They also need to make their mark inside of the circle as well. Sinway on the other side, they get pounced upon, learn from past, quick to execute this fight, quick to get their frag as well. They find their points, but Sinway Esports, they are getting destroyed right now. Just 2 players left alive, I see.
Nice little revenge here coming from Learn from Past to actually get back a point off Sinway. They were the main instigators that actually shut them all down, so that just gives them a little bit more opportunities. But seems like 4 Wolves, the last player, Pixie, has been taken out as OG completely guns them out of Milta City itself. OG finds himself a pretty comfortable spot here. No teams around him. Gets 3 finishes, and they should be able to make it to the island itself uncontested, which is a good sign for them. Meanwhile, the rest of the pack here, who already made their way into the city, they are going to be a big problem for OG, because if you think about it here, the goal for OG is to clean out as many teams as possible for the north side, and they only clean out 1 team. So technically, there is still a lot of people that may actually make a pounce on towards them as well. So they are in a little bit of trouble here as soon as the mid stage actually begins here, when there's not enough teams getting eliminated before the circle shifts down south.
There was space for Learn from Past to actually try and hold on to their spots. Not really diving into the fight against Sinway Esports, but I'd request the production to actually show us the map once, because you guys have to watch this. Godlike Esports currently at Primosk right now. I believe they are going in for the rotation, or they might just be bringing in their hovercrafts as well. It's not going to be easy. Sinway will be in those shorelines to try and shoot them down. Myth official inside of military base as well, holding the edge lines of military base. They know exactly that is where the entry point of teams from Primosk comes through as well. Military base, I see there are going to be so many teams out there. Orangutan yet to make the rotation. K9 Esports also joining alongside that fray. This can be problematic for both these 2 teams. And Genesis, meanwhile, they're not even doing anything at the circuit shit. Evox, you are going to have a little bit of a favor of that luck.
Exactly, but at the same time here, they're still debating whether or not they want to take the radio tower up north of the mountain here, or those checkpoints, intersections right at the entrance of the bridge itself. And this is going to be a tricky spot here for Evox, but it seems like they are going to go for a 2-2 split to try and greed for space. Very risky, but hopefully it does pay off if nobody comes crashing in. Nebula making a little bit of a switch here to try and get center control, but it seems like in the zone, I think Meta Ninja is still outside the zone with Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense, to be honest. They're still inside of the blue zone right now. 99 points on the overall standings. Meta Ninja, they're still trying to preserve those numbers, still trying to breach past that 120 mark, but the problem is too late to actually rotate as shots coming from Knife finally. I think he gets struck down elsewhere. Have a look at this. Max being picked off as well. Phoenix Esports in that bridge camp. Love this. Military base bridge completely under their control. Meanwhile, Somraj and I believe Smoker, he is already inside of the circle. So this is a split strategy. Apologies, it is Somraj and Simp who is actually inside of the circle right now. Viper and Smoker holding the bridge line. This is brilliant. Learn from past. We'll have to think of some other plans, because otherwise Phoenix Esports will just chew them up at this bridge itself.
Yeah, but Learn from past. A surprise entry into this top 8, but as of yet, down towards the last 2 members. They may hurt their chances overall in general, but I'm curious to see what Nebula has cooked up in this situation here, because after their chicken dinner, I think the chances of them qualifying is very viable. After trying to go for center control, it seems like they could not find a lot of space here. They've heard shots coming from Evox, they've heard shots coming from Reckoning as well. Ooh. And now what a knock here from Shadow 10 to force Reckoning Esports to actually disembark into Harry Potter here. They need to pick a safe here on Sahil. They may attract attention from Nebula to try and crash Reckoning here, just for the third party's sake.
It's just making your neighbors feel that you are there, you're present around the corner. Evox not really showing signs of pushing up from up top. Of course, Garland is going to take those shots. M416. It's literally on fire, quite literally, to be honest. But We are still going to go back to Fairy Pay, ladies and gentlemen. Termi is going to be the man who stays alive. Sinway Esports, of course, hunting him down. It's not the best of sights for Learn from Past. They're still at 119 points, but what a nade coming through. Termi finding the knock. This can be brilliant. Ninja, of course, from the back lines. The nade could have been brilliant. The gas can also exploded. Sinway Esports yet to find the connection. Termi just popping and waving. It's just a 1v1 right now. Termi, can he finish off this frag? Can he find yet another point across that 120 mark? Yes, he can. And the Terminator lives to fight another day, I see.
Wow, they've done it here. Learn from Pass. Making the semi-finals here with this performance. That's great. However, let's talk about teams who are still going to be outside the gatekeepers here. OG now taking a fight with K9 Esports. Stops their rotations through. And K9, they're pretty much pinned because of OG's gatecap. But look at the minimap as well. Genesis is also trying to find a way for safe passage across, and they can't seem to go through just because there is still two teams on the right side. Meta Ninja with this late rotation may have been a genius plan because there's nobody on the west side. Hiroshima Godlike also going to be pushing through from the ocean lines, and they will have free entry. But the bigger question here is, will they be able to make it in time in zone and find space? Because you can see Nebula is pretty much still circling around looking for information in the zone. Troy Diamond Esports low-key playing under the radar, hoping to try and get easy frags walking down south.
I kind of agree with you on Meta Ninja, to be honest. This late rotation can actually pay them dividends. They've been looting for a while as well on that Yesnaya region. Should be stocked up in terms of those first aid kits, those bandages and healing utilities. But have a look at this though. K9 Esports finally knock on the doors of Orangutan. Slug in the edge lines right across the ridge. Has information of Team Orangutan's presence. Does he take shots? He's spotting Atanki, trying to create the flank angle. Knight has been sent to try and nullify that. K9 Esports closing in the distance, but this is bad news. Atanki gets shot from the back. Seems like Knight is going to get knocked out. Omega falls as well. K9 Esports, they are suffering. They are bleeding as WizGod is the only man who has suffered a knock from Team Orangutan. The nades to come through as well. Can Slug and Ninja Boy hold down to the fort? This is going to be the big question. Slug falls. Orangutan, they are chewing them up. Ninja Boy, the last one left alive. Nate comes out. K9 Esports not really in the best of shape, I see.
Yeah, seems like they were looking in the wrong direction as well, as OG was able to punish them. Mistakes were made. And seems like all this commotion has given the audio cue here for Genesis to swim across the road, the ocean itself, to get to his main island. But OG, they didn't want to stick around. They are going to reposition from this fight to try and find safe passages across the bridge itself. K9 Esports now down towards only Ninja Boy and Knight. And then now they are going to make a forced entry here. Vehicles pretty much smoking as well. OG firing squad being set up as well. Atenki on the other side. It seems like this is going to be a free one as well. K9, they're still debating. They're still slowing down in case this happens. And yes, they do get the spot, but a shot from AKOP takes down Knight. K9, they lose another member. And Ninja Boy, last player, getting force push here. Defense and holds on. Was able to slow down the aggression, but he's all by himself.
This was a genius mastermind move coming in from Orangutan to try and bait out the movement coming in from K9 Esports to shut them down. Orangutan, they live to fight yet another day, but WizGod has been shut down, which is completely fine, by the way. I think it's a positive trade. They find themselves with 6 frags and now are a 3-man unit. Crossing on that Novorupnoi bridge, still needs to check out if there are going to be those liars, those outliers, trying to mark in from the bridge lines as well. On the other side, ladies and gentlemen, can we welcome Meta Ninja inside of the circle? What a rotation coming in from Shadow 7.
And this is paid off for them tenfold as well, but they still haven't exactly found space and information to work with. So they are taking a little bit of a temporary pit stop here to try and figure things out. Atenki almost being saved here, but will bleed out to the zone. Took a little bit too long, but OG has no choice but to sacrifice him. Loot's a little bit scarce here, at least for OG, but they're not exactly in the clear yet. They need to make a run, and eventually they will get gate-capped by Evox, who's already setting up shop. The 2-2 split between the radio tower and those pit stops compounds, it's just phenomenal because everyone thought it's just 2 teams, but it's actually one single unit here known as Evox. But as of yet, because of those plays being set up of Evox on the right side, you can see a lot of teams are still struggling to find space on the west side. But on the finish fake, seems like Evox, they've lost Spy, and OG was able to find an opener.
It's a tactical masterclass coming in from all of these teams out there. Showdown Esports still at the edge of the circle. They know that Nebula Esports have been lying in wait for these lads to pop up. But I think Nebula Esports might actually trap an even bigger fish. I see in the form of Godlike Esports. They are, of course, closing in. Still yet to move inside of the circle, not really further away from the blue. Stage 4 is right around the corner. Godlike will not want to try and get any sort of damage inflicted by the blue zone itself. It's Meta Ninja also approaching them. Shots might be coming through from Godlike Esports as they also have to push inside the circle. It's not going to be easy. Meta Ninja, they just escape right under their noses. And what am I watching? S-Power is not really taking any shots. Godlike Esports, they're still holding back, and this is something extraordinary.
Yeah, this is smart, good stuff here coming from your stream Godlike here. Not taking those shots is good because the moment they force a fight, Nebula is going to go for the third party, and Meta Ninja was able to scout out 2 teams, and this is exactly why Meta Ninja did not engage as well. Nicely done from Meta Ninja and also Hero Extreme Godlike, knowing for a fact that the biggest threat is not each other, it is going to be Nebula. As Meta Ninja looks to try and pry it away, but seems like Hero Extreme Godlike, they try to make a mad dash, and now Meta Ninja, they are going to be firing shots. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're all in one vehicle, and they're in a little bit of trouble. Now they're going to be hunted down out in the open. Shots fired, but Meta Ninja, they lose a player. Jonathan down, and Nebula chimes in, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they are going to be pinned between 2 teams.
This is going to be a big fight. Godlike Esports have been eliminated, it seems like. Nebula Esports, what just happened? Godlike getting sandwiched between Phoenix and Meta Ninja. Looking to fight against Nebula. This was a comedy of errors, but we are going to move forward. Adi is still holding on to his position. Shots fired. Needs to find the revive against Phoenix. And Phoenix Esports were the ones who were circling around them. It's not going to be easy with Meta Ninja closing in the distance. Polos and Shadow 7. I'm pretty sure those nades are going to fly in. If you lose track of Meta Ninja and Apollo in the clotheslines, I might as well lose track of your lives, I see.
But at the same time, what a beautiful fake out coming from Meta Ninja as well. They thought they retreated. Godlike thought they actually ran away, but it was actually a fake out to force Hero Extreme Godlike to push out in the open. And guess what? Pinned between 3 teams just like that. Godlike goes down. What a setup from Shadow 7's IGL. But it's not truly over yet here. They've hurt more than 2 teams. Not just Godlike, it was Nebula and also Phoenix, so they are a little bit unsure that whether or not it's only 1 team or is Phoenix still around there that may look to try and hurt them. So Meta Ninja, they're taking their approach very slow, and they need to hunt down Nebula. Adi has shown himself his presence with those buggy, trying to bait a couple shots, but they're trying to set up for Nomi to try and potentially go for an off-angle pounce onto them. So that is going to be a tricky battle here of mind games. But let's see what happens on the east side here. Genesis now finally keeps Evox here.
Yeah, they do so. The shots are getting fired, of course, but Genesis, they themselves don't really have majority control of the circle. They're yet to find themselves inside. They're still looking to clear out the backlines. They've got Phoenix Esports on their right and flank, Evox on their left. Evox might just be in a little world of trouble for them because Reckoning and Genesis in tandem are looking to keep themselves out of the Bay region. Meta Ninja on the other side, they're still on the move. Nebula, shots have been taken, this vehicle has been smoked up. All that they're going to do is to try and find Nomi, but Nomi, I think, has been spotted. This is time, and the numbers advantage goes out against him. Can Nomi shoot them down? He's still lying low, and this is not expected. Meta Ninja! What were you doing?
Oh my goodness.
How did you turn it around? What am I watching, ladies and gentlemen? As a Shadow 7 finds a frag for himself, Nebula Esports is still trying to fight. Have lost 2 players, but they haven't lost their spirit, I see.
They missed up as well. Shadow 7 finds a little bit of attack here, but Kratos is still alive here, but he's down low. Meta Ninja, can they salvage a fight? Kratos looking to try and pick himself up with the first aid kit. The counter nade from Fierce is there, but it's now connections coming in. But White Tiger will seal the deal, but at the expense of Shadow 7. What a mishap coming from Meta Ninja. Apollo's down pretty low, needs to be picked up, but now Phoenix chimes in.
Yeah, Somraj, look at that. Wanted the vehicle, wanted to find some information, but Phoenix Esports have been shut down in the process. Meta Ninja looking absolutely solid. They've lost down on their IGL with the 3 players. They're still left alive, and they can pack a punch. Phoenix Esports on the other side, they've got to finish off Meta Ninja. That way they will find proper control of that western flank of the circle. and they're yet to deal with the threat. White Tiger lies in wait, finds for the revive on the other side. Reckoning Esports are down. Genesis finally finding the connection. Fury is going to find out Silent. Fury has been in top form today.
Well, seems like Troy Diamond and Esports also looking to try and make it pounce into the top 8 here. They did well in the first 2 days, and this is going to be a very crucial game for them. If this knock onto his Wild Fangs, they should be able to pick up some serious points. But for Wild Fangs, they need to pick up Goten. Spray got a lot of fadeaway shots, but no knocks so far, as they are both right at the edge of the zone. They need to make a move. You can see Troy Diamond and Esports, they're going for a 2-2 split here, sending Oxen and Hesperos inside to scout things out. But for Meta Ninja, that fight early on hurt them so bad, and only Fierce remains now as a solo straggler to try and get some placement points. They are currently in the top 6, but the more the better, I would say, at least for Meta Ninja, who is very close to elimination if they do not start racking some serious points.
Wild Fangs bring in their 5th, huh? Leading the 5th, calling in their savior. Sam 999 is going to be in the lineup, but will they find some positive trades along with the change? We'll find out, of course. Still hugging the blue zone right now. Shots coming in from Spraygott, this time against Hunters. Battle between the MVPs, which doesn't really give us a result, but elsewhere, Fierce has been knocked down. The fight between Troy Million and Meta Ninja, it seems like brewing up, and Meta Ninja have been finished off. Troy Million, they're inching closer to that 100-point mark, and that can be their saving grace. But have a look at this, Genesis. They're gliding across the circle. This time are going to come face to face to Phoenix Esports and Small Mirage and Smoker. I'm not really sure if these two are going to be enough. The first man has been knocked out. Bradley in the backlines as well. Fury is still reeling. Hunters finds a frag, but finally he's burning off as well. Can he keep his life alive is going to be the question, as Phoenix Esports, they're looking to finish off this fight.
Oh, it's going to be close. Smoker lines it up perfectly. Does it curve Hunters? No, it does not. It comes down towards a 1 versus 1. Smoker versus Hunter sees the pixel, and Smoker goes in for the push. What a shutdown. Phoenix with a 6-pointer coming in from Smoker. What a complete wipeout here. Genesis may have dropped the ball.
2v4 executed against Genesis. The lads of Hunters, the likes of Vipers, were shut down in a flash. This is what Phoenix Esports can do inside of the lobby when they are pumped up. Smoker is in form. But brother, have a look at this. Wild Fang, they're also approaching the circle, and right on their path is going to be Troy Million Esports. His lens has been knocked down. Spraygott, one of their main man, is going down. Wild Fangs have been shot. This is insanity. And then they were left 3. It is Phoenix versus Orangutan versus Troy Million Esports, I see.
Oh my goodness, Troy Diamond and Esports looking for a potential comeback. This chicken dinner is going to be extremely huge here. If they want to make a push, it might be a do-or-die situation for them. OG has spoiled the game here for a lot of people. They are made it to the top 3 with 7 points in the back here. Or in this case, 7 finishes. But the biggest threat right now is going to be Troy Diamond and Esports with 4 players. Phoenix pretty much on the hunt here. Somraj trying to fake things out for Troy Diamond and Esports, but even then, Troy, they're not taking unnecessary risks. They've got a big game. And taking all these 4 finishes and the chicken dinner is going to be a huge step up in towards the top spot.
7 finishes each for Troy Million Esports, for Orangutan, and for Phoenix Esports as well. Whoever walks out with the chicken dinner gets a big game in their favor, and Phoenix Esports, they are desperate for it. Troy Million Esports, they have been yearning for it for a while now. They need that big game to actually push them past that 100-point mark. And meanwhile, Orangutan, look at them, just surviving in a little shack with Aru and AKOP. Just trying to keep their numbers up high, playing in for those position points. It's not going to be easy. They want to not really move a muscle. As soon as you get spotted, the nade is going to come flying in. Orangutan, they're going to get wiped off the floor of the earth. Troy Million Esports on the other side. Nade gets cooked up, tossed towards Smoker. Connection not yet found. Somraj in the backlines as well. Can he provide cover fire? Can he provide support? Because Smoker, I'm not really sure if he's going to be enough for Aiden and the rest of the lads from Troy Million.
Well, it seems to be a tricky spot here, at least for Phoenix. But for OG, well, they're just playing, well, I would say just for a little bit of practice here to try and ruin the games for people. But for Phoenix Esports, what a time to be actually coming back online here. Yeah. It took them almost 3 days, but hopefully things are going to be for the better when Survival Stage happens. But if Phoenix gets a chicken dinner right here, right now, well, can they actually qualify?
I don't really think so. Way far behind. The same can be said for Nebula as well. Both these two teams, of course, struggling in the mid-pack in the last page of the overall standings, finally showing some signs of life. This is good signs, to be honest, for the survival stage. As soon as these teams, they start getting back in form, I'm pretty sure the grand finals, it's going to be intense, to say the very least. But now, Troy Tamilian Esports, what is going to be your game plan? They've spread themselves out, they've spread their wings as well, but they're yet to converge upon Phoenix Esports in spite of not having the numbers advantage, which is very surprising, I see.
This is going to be a true test here for Troy Diamond and Esports here, because they, again, right now, they are the favorites to win the winner chicken dinner, but OG is not making it easy for them as well. They are hunkering down in that small little shack, but Oxen was able to spot them out, but unfortunately, they're not overcommitting, knowing that they may get flanked from the left side. Don't really want to take an unnecessary risk. But a well-placed nades from Troy Diamond and Esports should be able to shut them all down. But the question here is, can they get in position to line up the nades? Aiden going to be cooking up the nades here to try and walk up forward. OG, they have no clue that this is happening as well. Aiden, a very far-fetched attempt. I don't think it's going to curve in, so it's not going to be able to connect. But OG knows their positions is compromised here as the circle is going to force them out in the open. It seems like Troy Diamond and Esports is going to try and gobble them up. Spokes has been set up from OG to try and make a pounce first. But meanwhile, look at Phoenix on the minimap. They're already in position to also capitalize on this.
You know, I love these smokes that have been deployed by Orangutan. They kind of cloud the entry points of those shacks so that the nades can't really come in. But Orangutan, they're going to be forced out of that shack. They're going to be forced out of their hard covers as well. And as soon as they move out, Troy Diamond and Esports, those shots are going to come through. Phoenix Esports on the other side, they are making moves. They're the only ones who've got control of the circle as well. They can try and push past, potentially set up angles around the lobby as well. Try and shut down Orangutan from multiple sides. This is going to be a far-fetched final circle. Troy Tamilian Esports don't really want to take any risk. Finally, shots get taken. Orangutan have been spotted. They are moving up. They're being forced inside. Troy Tamilian, this is their shot. That's the opportunity. Phoenix Esports from the sidelines as well. They are going to be taking in shots. Aru and AK in the vehicle. Troy Tamilian finally find the connection. AK, you're still left alive. Oxen in the front lines. Hesperos in the back lines as well. Orangutan, somehow, some way, they keep themselves alive and they keep this fight going. But finally, as soon as I say that, AKOP falls and gets shut down.
Perfect timing from Somraj as well to capitalize on this. OG, they are pinned, and Troy Diamond and Esports, they are going to lose points because of this play. And now Phoenix continues to pummel the way through. Somraj wants to clean them all up. He won the top 2 position. Aru repositions, but he may walk in towards the trap of Troy Diamond and Esports here. Problems after problems. Troy Diamond and Esports, they're losing points. They need to gobble this up. They're spraying their way through, but finally secures it. Now it comes down towards a 2v4, but a knock here from Aru may have opened the doors for Phoenix for a potential comeback.
This can be a comeback for sure, but smoke has been spotted as well. The nade from Lens was coming in. Somraj is closing in the distance. It is going to be a 1v3. Shots coming in from Smoke as well from the back lines. Somraj, shotguns in hand as 12K launches itself and finds a knock. Troy Tamilian Esports are getting broken down into pieces. And Phoenix, this is a partnership. 8 nades in the back for Somraj as the blue zone closes in. Not really a lot of HP for Oxen as well as the shots keep on coming through, but Phoenix Esports have been shut down. And a chicken dinner for Troy Tamilian Esports.
From being last on the leaderboard at one point to climbing inside of the top 8 and now dominating some of the biggest names inside of BGMI, Troy Tamilian Esports have definitely showed up in a beautiful form in the semi-finals. But Phoenix, man oh man, this is the Phoenix Esports that we have been wanting to see and we have been dying to see from the day 1 of the semi-finals.
This is a good win for Troy Diamond and Esports here, but this is also a big sign of concern because it took almost everything for Troy Diamond and Esports to actually get that winner chicken dinner. OG and Phoenix definitely making them work for their money in this scenario. But before that, let's talk about the things that has been happening here. OG having a fantastic time of just ruining the games for a lot of people, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, definitely ruining a lot of things for people. But talking about other big things inside of this match, impressive run coming through from OG, impressive run coming through from Troy Tamilian and Phoenix Esports. But there are other teams that are struggling. Sinway, what is going on with Sinway? You start a fight and then all of a sudden you decide that, nah, we are just going to back off and then you get destroyed by the side of Godlike.
Yeah, it kind of is unfortunate for Sinway, to be honest. They are on the hunt looking for as many finish points as they possibly can. But that is not a game plan to win, that is a game plan to spoil others. But look at the expression, Somraj almost had completed that 1v3.
Also, by the way, from the side of Phoenix, Smoker, man oh man, what a performance coming through from him.
Yeah, that was an insane flank coming in from him as well here. But let's talk about what happened between Troy and Esports as well. You can see the reactions is a little bit mixed here despite winning as well. Hesperos was not too happy that he wasn't able to do too much because technically it was a 4v2 situation. It could have been so clean, but they took almost everything to actually clean out OG. And even then, it was OG that actually gave them the finish here. Like, they could have just gotten 4 additional points. And this 1 point that may have cost them might actually hurt their chances to actually push to the top 8.
Could be. Potentially, but also we've got to give it to the lads of Phoenix Esports for being able to 4v2 Genesis Esports out there as well. Troy Esports was the first one that they were fighting against numbers. They fought Genesis Esports, they fought Team Troy and they fought Orangutan as well. I feel like Phoenix is finally showing signs of character, signs of brilliances, and signs of bravery that Somraj is actually known for.
But yeah, it's a little too late.
It's
That's
a little
the
too
only
late.
problem for Phoenix Esports.
Building up for the survival stage, maybe.
Could be.
100%.
I mean, the traits of a Phoenix are first you turn to ash and then you rise again,
Yeah.
right? So they had to completely burn down everything that they had done before this. And now, maybe in the survival stage, we're going to see Phoenix play exactly the way they did in this previous Erangel. But signs of concern still are out there for teams that might have been pushed by Troy Tamilian outside of the top 8 bracket after this game was done and dusted. And it is going to be interesting to see if they can fight back in the upcoming Miramar, because there will be a change of groups, by the way.
Yeah, it's going to be Group B going up against Group C. Group B will continue their journey in 2 matches here, but again, the team I'm talking about, Godlike, I'm very concerned.
I mean, there is a lot of concern, and of course, Necro waiting on the sideline also wants to find out what happens to Godlike, but all of that is going to happen after this break.
One skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of BGIS 2026 semi-finals last day. And of course, it is heating up. Finally, on the panel, we've got Super Johnny and Necro. Gentlemen, it has been exhilarating start to this day as well. Godlike slipping down on the overall standings, Orangutan maintaining that position. learn from past as well, could keep themselves alive. I want to know your thoughts. What do you think is happening on the top 8 right now?
Look,
Starting with Necro.
Listen, right now things are just way too mixed up. Anyone can make a bounce back. We thought maybe Nebula has initiated that comeback, but then Nebula just dropped the ball.
Yeah.
But the problem is Godlike consistently losing games, not getting enough points, and that's going to be a major problem in the future.
Absolutely, but the MVP of that last game coming in from Genesis Esports, it's Fury. 6 finishes on the board, almost 900 points of damage. It's a brilliant run coming in from Genesis Esports as well, Johnny. But my eyes are going to be on Aiden, the IGL from Troy Thamilin Esports, getting 5 elimination points. And Troy Thamilin, 2 consistent games coming in from them. They're keeping themselves alive for the top 8 race, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, and it's an incredible journey that they've had inside of the semi-finals as well. 20 points from this game. Give them a little bit of safety cushion to work with, but this buffer, it's not going to be enough to keep them safe if they drop the ball moving forward. Then we have Phoenix Esports, 14 points, but we've been talking about it. Phoenix is way too far off in the race. But when we started the day, sitting on that 7th spot was the squad of Meta Ninja. In this game, Meta Ninja was able to secure 10 finishes. Not 10 finishes, my apologies, 10 points in total. They had 8 eliminations, 2 placement points.
Not bad.
But the question is it enough to keep them safe in the overall leaderboard?
Not safe, maybe still in contention, that can be the right way. But Meta Ninja at the end of the day is one of those teams that can pull off a major rabbit out of their hats and somehow just get that big game rolling in. As of now, Meta Ninja is inside the top 6, which is a great thing. But as we mentioned, the safety ballpark is still going to be around 125 points. And if Meta Ninja is not able to get themselves around 125, it's going to be a concern.
Absolutely, but have a look at this. On the 8th spot, Godlike slipping down, Johnny. 14 matches played, last 2 remaining. They need to find a big game to actually cross on that cut-off margin. Otherwise, they're slipping out. Meta Ninja having that upward arrow for themselves in Team Soul, the only one with 2 more games left.
Yeah, we blame Necro for this. We blame Necro for Godlike being on the 8th position.
Absolutely.
The fans are on their way to Sandhya Convention Center to have a word with you right now, Necro.
I think they're
Johnny,
not going to let you leave the arena, Necro.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys should thank me for the maximum entertainment that's going to be witnessed in the survival stage.
What if they get eliminated in the survival stage?
Not my problem.
This man is possibly the most honest person on the desk. But nonetheless, moving on to the second page, of course, you've got Nebula Esports, who did show signs of life. Revenant X Park is going to come back in the picture as well. They've got 2 more games left. Needs to cross on that 100-point mark. But Phoenix Esports, that attempt, it did not really do anything much. 73 points on the overall standings. They can only try and play, possibly to try and spoil anyone else's game.
Yeah, but the question is, who is it going to be? Who does Somraj not like on that stage? What do you think, Necro?
I mean, Somraj definitely does not like Godlike, let's be honest. It's been going on for a long time. That's the rivalry brewing up. And in that previous game, we clearly saw Godlike avoiding Somraj because they knew right now there's a lot of threat on top of their heads. So let's be realistic. Godlike needs 30 points in the upcoming 2 games. That's going to be an average of 15 points per game. It's too much to ask for. Godlike can still make it, though.
I mean, that's the thing, right? The players that they have in their roster have potential to drop 20 bombs and make it look like it's not a big deal. It's just another day in the office. But now, as Necro said, just 2 more matches left. The pressure is definitely going to be on top of their heads. But if there was a moment for these players, for players like Admin and S-Power to play their best, this is it. You do not want to avoid a direct spot in the grand finals while you still have a safety cushion to work with. Once you're in the survival stages, there is no safety net. Everybody is out for blood over there, and it's very unpredictable who will be able to push through from the survival stages.
I think this is a code that has been going on in the world of sporting since forever. Come at the big games, come the big men, and now it's time for S-Power, Admino, and Jonathan to actually prove their worth once again. But I'm not really sure if they will be able to do that, because ever since Godlike had pressure on their back, somehow Mania's game style, Johnny, seems to be a little in disarray, not really finding those fights, kind of trying to play in a little safe, playing a little passive. But one good thing is at least their boys are smiling.
Yeah, at least their boys are smiling, and I'm just happy seeing the Reckoning fans enjoying the matches. Of course, when your team is doing well, you're not going to be worried about what happened to them inside of the game.
They're going to watch the house burn down while they pose for the camera, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much. That's going to be Reckoning Esports at the end of it all.
Reckoning doing good. Nebula started things off on a great note, but then in the previous game just dropped the ball. But there are a few more teams now initiating that comeback, including Troy Thamilin Esports. We cannot ignore that fact. Troy Thamilin Esports, that previous game was fantastic, which means they're going to push themselves around a safety ballpark as well. But it's not going to be enough to at least keep them safe as of now.
Talking about safe, to be honest, absolutely nobody in the top 8, or rather, I would say from the 5th to the 8th position, you are not safe at all. There's going to be Krafton in Esports, there's going to be Meta Ninja, there's going to be a big bounty on top of their heads as well. But ladies and gentlemen, a switch up of groups, which means Group C is going to come into the playing 16. Revenant X-Pac, Team Tamilas, Vanguard, Non-X, Vasista and Team Soul is of course going to be joining in. Victor Summers and Welt, I don't really think chances for them are going to be slim. But I feel like for Revenant X-Pac, there's going to be a lot of fans watching Necro. Can that comeback will be possible though?
That's a whole different conversation. Right now, the main focus is going to be on Group B because it's going to be the final 2 games.
Yeah.
And for Group B, we already know there are a lot of teams potentially looking forward to make a comeback. But luckily enough for a team like Meta Ninja, they are there around the safety cushion. Now, Meta Ninja just needs, 20 points in this game, and they can instantly push themselves around the safety mark. They will be pretty much solidified towards the grand finals. While the other teams inside of Group B, either they have already secured a spot, or either they're just given up.
Yeah.
So, Johnny, I think from Group B itself, there are going to be 3 teams competing for the top 8. Learn from past Meta Ninja and Genesis. If you're somebody amongst these teams, what do you do right now? OG is
Also there. Group B is very interesting because as Necro just pointed out, either there are 4 names learned from past Meta Ninja, Genesis, OG in the top 8, and then the other 4 are in the bottom 8. So there's no one on the second page of the leaderboard. So I think the top teams are going to reign supreme. The bottom teams, they're going to play their last few matches, just hoping to get an idea of what is going wrong for them before they head towards a survival. But it is very important for Group C. Teams like Victoria Somas that haven't been doing so well. Still opportunities there. 4 matches remaining. If you can hit 20 bomb after 20 bomb, you can push through.
So let's just say for Meta Ninja and Learn from Past, the head's going to be on the swivel. They need to perform. This is going to be their time to shine.
Absolutely. Non-X, Revenant X-Pac, Vasista Esports looking to chase down the top 8. Looking to actually set foot inside of the grand finals in Chennai. It is not going to be easy, ladies and gentlemen. 2 games done and dusted. The third one beginning on the map of Myanmar.
The plane is in the skies for this game in Myanmar. And as I mentioned, it's also going to be the second last game for the Group B. A decent bit of teams that still want to make a mark and prove themselves. Teams like Learn from Past, Meta Ninja, the head's going to be on the swivel, while the few rest have already secured a decent spot in the overall standings, which means they have almost confirmed that slot towards the grand finals.
Yeah, pretty much making their whole lives from here on out until the grand finals come a whole lot easier. But let's see how this flight path, the circle, and this game is going to change the fate for everyone else that is still a part of the fight. We have a flight path starting from Torre Amuda, ending towards the south of Los Leones, leaning heavily towards the eastern half of the map. Means the western half completely off limits. Are we going to see another Picardo drop clash in this one, Necro? Do we have the teams for it?
I would love to see it.
Revenant X-Pac is there.
Who else is going to be contesting them?
Let's see.
Should be Sinaway technically, and yes, Sinaway is heading towards Picardo. But the question is this, Revenant X-Pac can go for it? Since Sinaway, they're one of those teams that has already given up. And for Revenant X-Pac, there's so much on the line, and Revenant X-Pac is not going to head towards Picardo. Sinaway's playground is going to be it's going to be Picardo.
Yeah, and Revenant X-Pac heading towards Porto Palacio. Let's see how that turns out for them. If it is a circle towards the northwest, then it's going to be a tricky situation for them to deal with. They're praying for an eastern circle, but the zone, it is going to be a northwestern play zone in this game, centered around Crater Fields. And of course, a few moments ago, we did notice a change in the playing 4-4-4 Wolf DOD as well, I believe. They've brought in Pixie. 4 Wolf DOD, a team in a very interesting position. Well, they are sitting last on the overall leaderboard right now, so not a lot to be lost in these last few games for them.
Indeed. I mean, once again, for 4 Wolves, they've already accepted the fate. They know they're going to head on towards the survival stages no matter what. So you might as well just give a bit of that play time to the person on the bench.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Get the hams warmed up as well, just in case. But Medanid's a team that is in a concerning spot in the overall standings. There's a lot on the line. And Medanid's a bare minimum needs 10 points in this game and then 10 points in the upcoming game, which is possible. It's Medanid's we're speaking of. But still the question's going to be, what is going to be the cutoff in general for the top 8? It can actually go up around 130 as well.
Let's see. Right now, I'm a little bit concerned about Phoenix as well. The momentum build-up that has been initiated from that previous game fades away if they get taken out early by Soul or Wealth. Phoenix, we know intentions are going to be clear, moving towards El Pozo. But Wealth a little bit quicker on the move, will get access to that big city before the players of Phoenix even arrive. You know what I'm really hoping for, Necro?
What?
I mean, we saw on the map, Vasista also has been going towards the southwestern islands for the last few days on Miramar and Revenant and Puerto Paracio. If Revenant end up taking that rotation from the southern highways, there might be a fight between Revenant X-Park and Vasista Esports mid-rotation. That's what I would want to see. It's been a while since these two teams collided.
It's still a big might, though. I don't think it's going to be happening. Let's see. No one can really say what's going to be happening in the future. Nonyx is on the screen on the second page of the overall standings. Nonyx needs a chicken dinner with bare minimum 20 points, and then the comeback will be initiated. And luckily enough for Nonyx, it's going to be the first game of the day. So the day is just starting out for them. Momentum is going to mean a lot for Nonyx. In the first game itself, if Nonyx does get that ball rolling, that's going to look real good for them. Phoenix Esports on the screen. The previous game was decent. Got real close towards a chicken dinner. Probably the best performance from Phoenix Esports in the semifinals so far, but they woke up too late.
Yeah. As you mentioned, waking up too late. It's going to cost them that direct spot, but a few other names still present in the fight. Names like Nonyx, names like Victor Sumas, still trying to fight for survival. And Nonyx, they've taken a decent position towards Montenuevo right now. Team Soul still on our screens. They have a brilliant opportunity to be smack center of that play zone, but I think instead of moving towards Crater Fields, they still want to get complete loot. La Cobriera is open. No one has taken that early rotation towards the big city, and opportunity will be there for Soul to take control, and then maybe in about 7 minutes, move towards the Crater Fields hills. That is going to be a priority spot, at least in the early game. Gives you a lot of info around the surroundings, and high ground advantage is always going to be important and quite critical on Miramar.
Picado contested by Sinway. Revenant X-Park just completely avoiding the tracks of Sinway. And after these two games, Revenant X-Park is probably going to go back towards this spot once again. And looking at what's happening on the screen, learn from past, hunting down the boys of Vanguard. But knowing Vanguard, I highly doubt they're going to be contesting this fight no matter what. Learn from past, yes, maybe fighting for a decent spot, but Vanguard, they would just want to back away.
Yeah, Honey instantly pushes his team in the opposite direction and goes up to see if Vanguard is going to try and stop and take the fight. Both the teams have absolutely no idea right now who they are up against, but after that first finish, things are going to be much clearer. Learn from past. Again, priority is given to positioning, priority is given to survival. And the disengagement is going to be quicker from the side of Vanguard, though. They do end up taking control of the southeastern edge of the circle. Just beyond them are going to be the players of K9 Esports, and behind them is going to be Victor Sumas. You see that on the map. A potential sandwich for Vanguard to deal with, but too much distance between them and K9, so I think they are just going to be focused on the fight against Victor Sumas if it happens.
Soul around La Cabrera and Crater Fields. Metaninja right underneath Soul. Metaninja just trying to play from the centric part. Soul with this 2-2 split that's going on. It definitely does sound pretty risky. Imagine if Joker gets knocked out or legit gets knocked out. That's going to be so problematic. They need to play it safe. Metaninja starting to stack up close. K9 Esports as well in the close proximity. 4 Wolves 2 now moving inside of the circle. Phoenix Esports around Trailer Park. And this high ground, it's definitely going to give them a lot of advantage, but where are the remaining players?
Well, let's see, massive cluster already in the center. Everyone is moving towards the hills. I thought Sinway would be in trouble with Nonyx being around them, but trouble has been avoided. But Soul still controlling the hills of La Cobriera. Now the cluster has started to form around these hills. You have Meta Ninja moving in from the east, Team Tamilas towards the southeast, along with Learn From Past. And it seems like this is a fight that Learn From Past might have to take. They've spotted out the complete roster of Team Tamilas, but do want to get into a better position to engage.
0 finishes on the board so far. Being a slow and a steady run. 4 Wolves getting caught off guard. That's going to be a Vinish on the receiving side. One of the players from the side of 4 Wolves DOD is already knocked out and taken away to his death. Avnish is the person trying to provide some sort of cover fire, but he just can't do anything about it. The player from the bench isn't really able to contribute to a lot. And right now, he's also being revived. Putting that player back inside of the vehicle. Too many shots taken. That's going to be Gravity from the top. Just mowing down the lawns, and with that 4 Wolves, they messed up. The knocked out player wasn't able to survive, not able to make a lot happen. And look at Gravity. What is this? Such risky moves made. And he was still able to find positive traits and positive value. Eventually, Avnish as well gets knocked out. 4 Wolves DOD. Man, that person who was knocked out was pretty much a bait set up by Genesis.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think an awkward conflict between both the teams. The formation from the side of 4 Wolf also throwing Genesis a little bit in a confused state, especially Avnish, that middle hill spot, that flat area that he found for himself. I think Gravity IGL also did not expect him to be there, but look at that finish read. Phoenix Esports set ablaze yet again at the hands of NON. I think now this has to be a guaranteed shutdown for the players of Phoenix. Can't really do a lot from here, but Sinway, they move for the center. Team Tamilas, they have their crosshairs position for them, and Phoenix Smoker, this time shut down by Welt. Viper, the last man alive, on the run for his life.
Down and out. Welt Esports, it's the first game booting up. No possible way Welt can actually mount a comeback unless they get 30 bombers back-to-back. That's going to be 60 points in just 2 games. Might just be too much to ask for. Phoenix Esports, you've got Viper on the screen. Looking to take that fight against this person, Noob Bad. Is he going to do it, though? Oh. Samraj. Just playing for the intel. He knows there's someone around him. He is surrounded by teams. But how do you deal with them?
It's going to be tough for sure. Considering this is a kind of an open circle compared to what we usually see in Miramar, I think it's still been quite peaceful. Not a single squad completely wiped out. 4 Wolf down to the last player. Phoenix down 2 men, but those are pretty much it in terms of casualties in the early game so far. So they haven't had to move all this time. 2-on-1 split coming in play. They're still making it work somehow. Goblin present towards the north. Joker sitting center of this Crater Field Mountain. Legit is all the way down south, just gathering info. The surroundings, just making sure that there's no one taking this high ground away. It's going to be beneficial in the late game stages, but of course, as far as the early game is considered, it takes away a lot of the fighting potential away from the team.
Circle on the bottom right. Learn from past. They've got a real good spot. It's also high ground. Team Tamilas spreading themselves out in 2-2 splits. Team Tamilas at this point, I don't even know what to expect.
Yeah.
Performance has been too lackluster. It's been terrible. I just hope they work on to it towards the survival stages. And right now, just sharpen up their skills. Soul on the screen, that split that they had initially, even that was great. Worked out pretty phenomenally well. From the other side, we've got so many teams now wanting to brute force their way inside of the circle. Victor Sumas being a part of it, Genesis being a part of it, Welt as well, around that proximity.
And I think Welt and Genesis, they might end up fighting each other out, but Victor Sumas now spotted out by the players of Meta Ninja. Phoenix on the flank as well. Somraj Viper still alive somehow. Not going to be an easy position to be in though. But something interesting going on towards the north. Welt and Genesis, I think threat analysis done by both the sides, and both of them choosing to disengage rather than face each other head on. Nonix, though, as they try to move in, find their way inside of the play zone, end up losing one man from their side. Shots being taken by the players of Sinaway and Seoul in tandem. Nonix can't really do a lot over here. Oh no, this is going to be tough for Nonix.
Oh my god, what am I even watching? Oh, shots taken from that mini 14, but Nonix now just knows that Sinaway's pinned here. And the position that Sinaway has, it's not even good. Arthur is catching too many bullets upon himself, but luckily enough, those shots still whiffing. And Arthur's going to be barely surviving. Soul taking a fight against the boys of Welton. Already they found a positive trade. Knuckle getting pushed on. That nade's being cooked. It does a lot of damage. S12 get close and personal. Knuckle should be able to win the duel, and that's what happens. Knuckle shutting down another man up close. And Soul, the job is already done. They've almost conquered the Welt.
Yeah, it was a 2 versus 4, and now it's down to a 2 versus 2. Another nade goes out from Knuckle, but it needs to be saved. Goblin also in the back lines looking to chime in. They haven't secured the finish on Justy yet, but it's not going to be too difficult. Half his HP bar gone, but they haven't given up on this fight. And while Knuckle and Goblin are dealing with the players of Wealth, 4-Wolf DOD, look at them closing in on the back lines. Knuckle barely stays alive, a pixel of HP to work with.
Knuckle is playing with so much risk, it's insane. Goblin from the backlines can definitely be a disruptor, and that's what he's trying to do. Peeking over that ridge over and over again. He's around the horizon. Walt Esports, they're trying their best to play a survival game, but he's just being denied over and over again. Goblin finding that player. Getting the confirmation as well, but from the back, it was the man from the side of 4-Wolves making it work. Flanking up slowly and steadily, trying to be a sneaky assassin. Sneaks up from the back. Getting the confirmation as well on the boys of Soul. That's gonna sting, that's gonna hurt. Soul is not doing too good in this fight. Getting ripped away from all the different angles. Somehow this person, Noob, from 4-Wolves, he's able to find some value. But he's the only person standing for 4-Wolves XDOD. So I highly doubt he's going to be able to continue that spree.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh! Could have been bad, and Wealth, it's still going to be bad. He survives for a second, but ends up falling to Wealth. First team eliminated on this map is going to be 4-Wolf DOD. Soul still alive, though. Again, all of these frags do help alleviate some pressure of qualification. Phoenix poured out. Proton takes down one. Viper still left, but the spray, he whips it out of ammo, and Viper finally strikes. Wealth eliminated. First point on the board for Phoenix, but hey, one isn't going to cut it anymore.
The man runs out of ammunition. That just blows. That's going to hurt him so bad. So unfortunate. Orangutan, once again, just trying to deliver with consistency, and I think they've already made it. I don't think the cutoff is going to go around 140 points.
Yeah, pretty
much.
much.
So realistically, OG's already qualified towards the grand finals. We've got the first grand finalists on the screen. Now the conversation is left over around those 7 teams that are still yet to qualify.
Oh, but look at that. Phoenix also getting shut down now by the players of Seoul. Gatekeeping done to perfection towards the northwestern edge of the play zone. Versus Esports on the other side, trying to make a breach inside of the play zone now. Could be in trouble. Shots being fired in their direction. Some damage tanked by the players, but they do manage to stay alive. Nonix are going to be the ones blocking their way, and they're not going to make the lives of Assista Esports easy, but they found some cover to work with, and this should guarantee some breathing room for Assista Esports.
Oh no, K9 under a lot of hurt. Ninja Boy falls down, even Slug follows up that same fray. K9 has taken too much damage. 50% of K9 is wounded, and only the 50% remain. But the moment I say so, make that 75. Another man drop dead. Genesis Esports, even from the far away, just putting in a lot of work inside of the fight. Gravity now getting pounced on by the entirety of Vanguard. How is this man still standing? How is he still alive? But eventually gets knocked. From the back, it's going to be a completely different team working up against Genesis. Vanguard wanted this spot. They do get their hands onto it, but it's not a good spot.
Brilliant move coming from the players of Revenant X-Pac, by the way, chiming in the third party onto Gravity, but in order to reap the benefit of that amazing spray, they do need to secure the finish as well, but Vanguard a little too far away from the qualification mark. This is the time to cause damage, and they are going to pick apart the players of Genesis. Fury falls out, gets knocked out as well. Viper still in the back line, stays alive, but Not for long. The shots from the flag. Meta-Ninja find that frag, and Genesis, well, before the beginning, they are shown the exit.
They've done enough, I think. 139 points. I think Genesis as well is pretty much just around the finish line. They've done it too.
They have one more match. They need 1 point.
Yeah. So let's just say 140 is going to be like the extremely safe line.
Yeah.
There's no freaking way you will be eliminated if you get 140 points. So as of now, we've already got 2 of the teams qualifying towards the grand finals. Now just 6 slots opened up.
Yeah, learn from past. They have to be cautious, and they need to make sure that in this game they are also pushing for 140, especially with OG in a very troublesome position. Genesis getting taken out. And Learn from Past also have a decent spot to work with. You see them on the map, concrete cover available. All they have to do is not go down to Revenant X-Spark on that flank. But Meta-Ninja, they were doing so well on day 1. Day 2, a little bit of a slip up. Day 3, a massive tumble. 110 points on the overall leaderboard. 2 matches remaining. And they just have 1 point in this game so far.
Sean, imagine if Seoul actually takes that zipline towards the center.
I mean, it's going to be, let's see, I mean, if they...
That would be a throw, I know, but, you know, just an imagination that came in my head.
If they have a man like Joker in the backlines who is very, very good at long-distance sprays, then maybe they can just, like, get a few extra finishes. And Seoul is at 119, so... And it's their first game. They still have 3 more matches after this.
Yeah, I mean...
Can have some fun, basically.
Ample time. Enough matches.
Yeah.
But I guess it's better to just solidify that slot first and then maybe pull off those shenanigans.
Pretty much. 1 more Miramar left for them after this, so maybe do that in the other Miramar.
Or maybe they can just get the chicken dinner and do it right now, you know? It's a possibility. A 3-man squad can definitely do it. Revenant X-Spark on the screen. It's been a bit of a slow start from them. Meta-Ninja at the front lines, and Meta-Ninja shift out in the open. That's going to be a knock. Wings clipped. Revenant X-Spark stopping Meta-Ninja in the tracks. That's a big knock. Apollo out in the open. He does not even have a proper playing area. Meta-Ninja, 3 players next to each other. Vanguard up close and personal. That nade. It's going to find a knock towards Shadow. Shadow will be confirmed as well. White Tiger just moving out in the open in tandem with his teammates, but even he gets shut down. Revenant X-Spark from the back lines claiming those elimination points and a nade. It's going to be the nail in the coffin from Revenant X-Spark towards Meta-Ninja.
What a move coming through Meta-Ninja. The hope of qualification now in a very dire position, but Revenant X-Spark, they are looking to see if they can have a big game. This could still help them topple over at least one team in the overall leaderboard, and then spotted out Vanguard in front. And I don't think this man has any idea where Punk is hiding. Shots fired, but still no knock secured at Punk. It needs to be the saving grace for the side of Revenant X-Spark, but even he gets taken out. This is going to be the end of the journey for Revenant X-Spark. Not enough matches remain for them.
Problems after problems now start to stack up. Maybe Trace can get the job done. He finds a knock, gets the confirmation. Vanguard needs to be stopped in tracks in order for Revenant X-Spark to make a move and even move forward. Another elimination point lies in the front, and Trace, you already know, he's one of those great players when it comes to Revenant X-Spark. He could definitely make it happen. He packs a lot of punch, has a lot of firepower as well. He could definitely carry the team on his back, but then you've got a team like Learn From Past as well in the back lines. And Learn From Past is going for a massive move. It's going to be a 2-2 split. They're trying to play for map control.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think this is going to be the first time we're going to see Learn From Past take things a little bit slow. But as we have a look at the overall ranking and their position over there, very important for them to secure a chicken dinner. As we were talking about Seoul a few moments ago, secure a chicken dinner on this map, and then you can pretty much have fun on the other 3 maps that you have to play after this one. Same story for Learn From Past as well. But OG, it seems like even after the fact that they've made it, pretty much already made it into the grand finals, they still want to try their level best to convert these games into chicken dinner performances. We still see them waiting it out towards the southeastern edge of the map, and 2 players from the side of Learn From Past could be in trouble. 2 players close to OG, the other 2 trying to pick apart Revenant X-Spark on the northeast.
While the rest of the lobby is worried about qualification, OG is already practicing for the grand finals.
Yeah.
And you love to see it. That's the mentality, boys. Revenant X-Spark just still with the 2-man squad. They can definitely shake things up. What a nade! Oh my God, Knuckles, someone stop this guy. He's on fire, but he just extends a bit too much. And Team Tamalas, they're gonna make sure that Knuckles not gonna be able to survive for too long. Moved out in the open a bit too much. He was too exposed, and once again, the same mistake followed up. Even Joker gets knocked out. It's Victoria Sumus from the top, raining down hellfire on Seoul, and they just can't do anything to stop it. And even Revenant X-Park gets eliminated from the game.
Learn from past, they're going to be happy with the 2 points they've just picked up, but the job is not yet over. And Crypto! Oh no, they do not see him. He could definitely ruin the day for Learn from past in this match as they're trying to move in. But let's see how things turn out for them. And Revenant X-Park, it seems like a little bit of a kerfuffle happening on stage between the lads. Learn from past in the meanwhile are just going to go ahead and clean up the northeastern edge of the circle. But Victoria Sumus, this is going to be tough, man. They were in the center of the circle, a high ground position to work with, but now this push from OG completely shuts them down.
They're not in the clear yet. VS, they've got too much to worry about, and that too by the name of OG. For OG, they're already in the clear. They've already qualified, but AKOP gets lapped down. Venom is the only person, but he will not survive the wrath of Viscod. OG conquers yet another demon, just completely mowing them down, and also securing those elimination points.
Well, it wasn't even, it was just Victoria Sumus, who are kind of struggling on the overall leaderboard, just 75 points. And with the form OG is in, I guess, for them it was an easy demon to slay. On the other side of things, Learn from past. This is a team that's just fighting their own self, I guess, now. Because there's potential for them to try and push Nonix. Team Tamilas, another team that's been struggling. Learn from past can potentially take a fight against them, and they will have the high ground advantage to work with. But you see the caution in their positioning itself. Yeah, there was no surviving it. Mox could not. Where are you going to go? They see you already, and it's out into the open.
It was just bobbing and weaving at that point. It was just dancing around the bullets.
Yeah, but going back to, as I was talking about Learn from past, you can see the caution in their play style. Even though they have the advantage, even though they have numbers, high ground, everything to work with, they just want to play for the placement points.
Yeah, but I'm concerned for Learn from past. Since Seoul, there's a chance they can actually do some damage, and at the same time, even OG can wrap up behind them and just backstab them. So Learn from past is not in the clear yet. They do not even have solid ground, solid cover to play with. Problems are going to be stacked all across the board. Issues are going to be there for sure. But how do you convert things? How do you make things a little bit better for yourself? How do you make sure that it's not going to bite you in the back in the future?
Oh, we'll have to see. We'll have to figure it out. But I think this, as you mentioned, is going to be a game where Learn from past need to figure out a way to try and walk away with the chicken dinner with the threat looming over their head. Not a lot of distance remains to be covered. Nonix on the other side. The Nonix is also, I feel bad for Nonix, Necro. Nonix started off on a great note. The return, the comeback on day 2 was very impressive. But then there was a shutdown yesterday which has forced them outside of the top 8 bracket. 86 points on the board for Nonix, and even though this is the first game they are playing today, I think it is going to be very difficult for them to cover up that 40 to 50 point difference that they have to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Nonix in their own natural habitat, right? Some things just never change. Nonix is always a tipsy-turvy curve. And you already know, if Nonix is not able to make it in the first couple of games, if they're not able to get a lot done in the first 2 days, then there's a chance that they might just crumble, and that's what's happening.
It could be the case as well, but Learn from past, 5 finishes secured on the board. They've made it to the top 5 of this game as well, so should not be too difficult for them to just find these few extra points, especially towards the very end. And now, I think it's just going to be the end game that they have to conquer, but OG first ones on the move towards the center.
OG. As of now, with how things are for them. Learn from past. Oh my god, the amount of shots that are being taken against Learn from past. It's going to create a lot of issues. A 3-man squad around the spectrum. Learn from past actually losing that man advantage. And now this 3-man squad, they need to duke it out against the world. Rush Boy, Honey playing in tandem. Atanki, he's right there as well. Issues all across. Orangutan, 4 finishes secured. And now OG, they shift their focus on top of Learn from past. conquering them is going to be the most important thing. But for Learn From Past, they just want to survive till the final few, get a good game in their hands. They're so close towards that qualification mark. 129 points. They're not too far away. They can actually make it happen. They're just right there.
Oh, but look at this. OG have them scored out. Shots coming in. Shots whiffed. But the punish onto the players of OG. It's going to be there from the side of Seoul. First man knocked out, the second man in the back line, position also compromised, and Aru still wants to make the bounce and he retaliates. Rush Boy taken out of the picture, Learn From Past, they're dropping the ball on this play. Dermy also knocked out and this could be the end. Learn From Past, 3 players lost super early. Seoul looking to secure another chicken dinner, and with the chicken dinner, a spot for the grand finals. Necro, 12 eliminations on the board, and it seems like they have enough bodies for the chicken as well.
Unfortunate, real unfortunate, but Rush Boy can be brought back up. These nades, they're going to be important. Utility tossed out. Wisgot still pushed in the back. OG could have actually done a lot of damage to the boys and Learn From Past, but luckily enough, they were able to withstand that damage and Learn From Past. They get away with 2 players standing. Another man down. Problem still there right around the spectrum. OG's not done with the fight just yet, but Wisgot eventually gets laid. Eliminated from the game. Learn From Past with 6 frags on the board. It's not a nuclear performance, but it is still a great game. And Learn From Past were just a few points away from actually solidifying that slot. Look at Seoul. They're just the Demon Slayers, constantly conquering the demons, eliminating team that stood against them. 13 frags on the board. They're on the verge of booting up a nuclear performance.
And at this point, neither of these teams wants or needs to win the game anymore. Seoul with the number of eliminations, even a top 3 finish gives them 18 points. A top 2, 19 points to work with. And that is all they need to cross that finish line, to cross over from the semis directly to the grand finale. Same goes for Learn From Past. 12 points on the board. They were sitting in the 120s before this game, 130s, with a few more matches left. 3 more games remaining, by the way, for both of these teams after this game. On the other side, Nonix, I think they were sitting somewhere around 86 points as this match began, or I think during this game. If they walk away with the chicken, they move into the 90s, but I don't think that's going to happen. Anonymous, he gets taken out, and that's 14 points on the board for Team Seoul.
Now Nonix just needs to be quiet. Just stay put. What a knock that is. Arthur moving up. Now he needs to deal with another man from Learn From Past, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Seoul knows Learn From Past is hurt. Now it's going to be the right moment. Now it's going to be the right time to make that count and make it hurt even more. The Blues on the move. Learn From Past getting pressured by the Blue. Not a lot of playing area left over. And since the backs are against the wall, there's just too much pressure for Learn From Past to deal with. But even Seoul, they're not just directly making that pounce yet. Instead, starting to make it count. Instead, taking their time.
Yeah, pretty much, and they know exactly where Termi is. That's why they were waiting, and now it's down to a 2 versus 1 situation. This is going to be an easy cleanup. They knew the circle was theirs, and from the moment they knew this game was going to be theirs as well. Another win on the map of Myanmar for the side of Team Seoul, and they are on their way directly to the grand finale with this match.
This is just something insane coming from Seoul. The fact that they lost out on the man early off, but still with a 3-man squad continued the journey and actually ended up securing the game with a lot of elimination points. That's going to be a 25-pointer right there. And with that game, they've already secured a slot towards the grand finals.
Team Seoul and their love for Miramar, it just keeps on and on and on. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, have a look at the final blow. Look at these monsters go once again. Joker, ever consistent since the start of BGIS till the very end. He has carried Team Seoul on the back, and now finally, it seems like responsibility from his shoulder is getting slightly lightened, because even Legit was on a mammoth form tonight.
Yeah, I'm a little bit let down from Learn From Past, though. I was really hoping to see them walk away with the chicken dinner, especially when they were moving in from the northeastern edge of the circle when they picked up the fight against Nornex, Revenant X-Park over there. That was a brilliant position to be in. As you pointed out, the only threat was Seoul and OG, because it was a trifecta sort of situation, all 3 teams controlling the high ground. So Learn from Past has numbers to work with, but they really dropped the ball on that play.
I mean, they could have gone the chicken dinner, but looking at the brighter side of the spectrum, even they're extremely close towards that qualification,
Yeah,
right?
pretty much.
And since we've also got the stats of Seoul, I mean, look, it was just a nuclear performance. At this point, they've already made it towards the grand finals. It's a great thing.
It's a great thing for sure. Choker with those 6 eliminations, legit, and Knuckle with 4 each. Team Seoul, they have just put up numbers on board that we haven't really seen inside of the semi-finals. This is a dominating performance. And look at the crowd right behind me. They are electric. They're feeling it right now. And Goblet, of course, on stage. The showmanship is right there. Team Seoul, they are bolstering the competition right now.
Also, by the way, did you steal a jacket from someone?
Oh, yeah. I just figured that this is going to suit me better. Is it not?
Yeah, where did you get it, though?
It's a special friend. One of my crushes is out there in the audience. She gave me the jacket.
Can we reveal who the jacket is from?
I'm a little bit concerned now, but I guess we gotta start talking about the game itself because that's the most important thing. And look, learn from past, Seoul making it, OG as well making it. You can pretty much say 3 slots are already gone. And now just left over are going to be 5.
Yeah, there are going to be 5 slots left over. And so many suitors, at least 10 teams are actually vying for those 5 slots that remain for the grand finals. Of course, there are going to be tips, there are going to be turns. So many teams. Meta Ninja is fighting for a shot. Godlike is lying in wait whether or not they are going to be inside the top 8 or no. But of course, all these questions get answered when matches resume. That happens after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
One skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
Welcome back after that short break, and once again on the panel, it's going to be iSuper Johnny and IC Baby with me. And man, you guys are quite high up. What's going on here? Did you guys just suddenly grow your height?
Yeah, I am Team Seoul. This man is OG.
Okay, so
We're
I guess you
cosplaying.
both have qualified, and maybe you can't say I'm godlike right now since I'm all the way down?
Pretty much.
Okay, makes sense. But you know what? I really hope that they're going to be mounting a comeback in the upcoming games. But speaking of what exactly happened in that previous game, we've had enough talks about the teams. Now let's have a talk about the individual that was able to frag out of his mind. And the MVP of that game, without a doubt, it's going to be Joker. Is that even a question?
Great debut coming from him as well. He has been on form as well, and he is the decorated player for a reason here. And I'm looking forward to see more stuff coming from them because they are on the right track to making it towards the grand finals directly. And I think with this chicken dinner coming from Seoul, they pretty much secured a slot as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think even Seoul and Learn from Past, both these two teams, they were fighting for the chicken, fighting for qualification. And I think with this match, both of them have pretty much moved towards the qualification bracket. But we have Joko followed up by Legit and Knuckle makes the list of the top performing players of that previous game, which is quite incredible. I did not expect Knuckle to be fragging so much in that match.
Yeah, I mean, one of the players were lost out early on in that game for Seoul, but they still continued the momentum and kept the ball rolling, and that's going to be a 25-pointer just booted up. Looking at Learn from Pats getting 13 out of that game, you've also got Nonix getting 9, OG as well getting 9. Consistency is delivered even by Genesis Esports. In the finish and damage report, things are a little bit more clear. For Seoul, it was, of course, a massive game, but Johnny, I guess the concerns definitely do start to lie on the latter half of the board. We had a lot of expectations from Revenant X Park. They needed a big game, but they messed up.
Yeah, they really messed up, and I think with this match slipping out of their hands, the opportunity to directly move to the grand finale also is slipping out. But I think to make things clearer, we have to look at the overall ranking, where it is pretty much clear. 138 points, that is safe. Learn from past 134 also is going to be safe, because as we move down in the leaderboard, we're reckoning Esports 116, Melanins 112, Roy Million Esports 104, and Godlike is barely there on the 8th spot with 102 points.
Yeah, realistically here, because there's 3 more matches remaining here, so I'd say 3 more teams for the bottom will have a shot to actually come up here. So the ones that are going to be defending here has to be reckoning Meta Ninja and Revenant X Park, and also one more team.
So let's just say that just the 4 slots are opened up, right? The top 4 are pretty much confirmed. 4 more slots opened up. We've still got teams like Myth on the opposite side of the spectrum, and even Myth can make a bounce back with one chicken dinner. Evox as well still has a chance. Revenant X Park, of course, they've got a lot of games, so even they've got a chance. Nebula played their first game. They got a chicken dinner, but after that, even Nebula was hit with that inconsistency.
Yeah, but Nebula with 2 games remaining, and I think right now the team on the 8th position being there with about, 110 points, 110 points. I think Nebula, if they can drop 220 bombers, they can push through, but again, it's a big ask. On the other side of things, I think teams up until Nonix have a much easier time, because they are sitting there in their 90s, and from the 90s getting towards 120, 125, it's not going to be too difficult.
Yeah, well, for you it's going to be not difficult, but I think as of yet for the teams itself, it feels like it is going to be a little bit of a struggle. Why? Because number one, the cutoff based on the current standings, it's somewhere around 118 to 120 here. So 125 points from 90 points, that means 30 points in 3 games, 10 points per match, I would say. It seems hard, everybody's struggling, even Godlike is struggling.
Well, that's their problem, as Necro said earlier, not my problem.
Look, a lot of people are blaming me just because I picked Godlike, and now they're saying that I'm the reason why Godlike is not able to perform.
You're a pretty big target to aim for, so yeah.
All right, buddy, whatever. But technically, that should be easy for the other team.
What's the title called again? Panoti, was it called?
Yeah.
You know what, guys? We should focus on what's going to be out there in the future. And it's going to be a major opportunity for all the underdogs that are currently watching this stream. Of course, the registrations are already live for the India Rising Series 2026. So head on towards the website, register your team right now, and it's going to be an open-for-all tournament. So once again, if you feel like the opportunity was missed out in the BGIS 2026, you've got another chance, and you've got to make it count this time.
Pretty much, and I think someone mentioned this yesterday, that for the upcoming players, not just teams, but for upcoming individuals as well, this could be the opportunity where you grab the attention of maybe one of these squads that are playing on the stage right now. I mean, and it's going to be incredible, an opportunity given to the individuals, given to the teams to showcase what they are made of. But before that, we have to see what these teams are made of, man.
Of course, they are, of course, made out of blood, sweat, and tear. Everyone has been putting in a lot of efforts to get to this point, but now only remains is going to be the survival stage or the grand finals. And the teams moving towards the survival stage, it's going to be a tough competition, but the teams who want to make it to the grand finals, it's going to be even greater. What's going to happen? That's up to the future. Before now, it's time for us to move on towards the upcoming game and get the ball rolling.
Another day, another slay, but seems like the matches are slowly whittling down. We are heading in towards the map of Varango here. This is going to be match 4 for today, match 22 in total for the semi-finals day 4 itself of the BGIS 2026. It seems like the flight path is going to be a little bit skewed here towards the west side, and it is going to be coming in from the outskirts of Primorsk, passing through Boyard, and then ending towards the outskirts of 70. So I would say a pretty forgiving one for now.
Kind of forgiving. I mean, unless you want to head towards Repnoy or Milta Power, that is where OG has been playing from, by the way, for the last few days. So it's going to be interesting to see, are they going to go for their old drop in Rozok, or are they still going to choose to drop towards maybe the pancake area or towards the lighthouse and then rotate towards the eastern half of the map? it is going to be interesting. But hey, Icy, look at this. Sinaway, Meta Ninja taking an early exit from that plane could result in an awkward conflict towards the military island, but seems like Meta Ninja want to move towards the south of the military base, pick up vehicles there, and continue to move towards the eastern side. I'm hoping that's the game plan. And learn from past. Quite close to the players of 4Wolf DOD, who are surrounded from every single direction by Phoenix, Revenant X-Park as well.
In this particular game, I think the one that has the highest stakes here on not qualifying to semifinals, in my opinion, has to be Meta Ninja right now.
Oh,
because right now, they have a pretty decent game, but this one final game, they will be pretty much at the borderline of the cutoff itself. So they need a big game if they want to pull the lead here to stand a chance to actually qualify for semifinals or risk getting kicked off by any other teams down below. In this case, Revenant X-Part is going to be one of those teams that is going to be looking to try and kick them down as well, as they do have more matches than Meta Ninja as of yet.
Well, let's see how this game turns out, though, because right after the flight path, even the circle right now, as you said, IC, is going to be kind of forgiving. It's a split circle, a hybrid one between the north and the military island, present towards the western side, centered somewhere around the Gatka region, but this could turn out to be a big game for Nonex. We've been waiting to see a big performance from them to try and guarantee that qualification spot. Fame, he has taken control of the center, but early pressure could be felt as Learn From Past are already on the move to take control of those open fields.
Well, speaking of which here, let's take a look at what Learn From Past has learned so far, because today's games has been very consistent coming from them, pretty much solidifying their slots into the grand finals, which is a good thing. But for Genesis, they are the most consistent team thus far in terms of all 4 days performance here. High fragging games, very aggressive, edge camping as well has been really, really spot on. And so far, the only team that has been very successful when it comes to edge rotations like this. And I want to see how Genesis Esports is going to be performing here, because we've seen Hunters fragging out really, really heavy as well, looking to try and secure the tournament MVP. But today, a little bit lackluster coming from Hunters. Fury has been stealing the show here from Genesis.
Let's see. I mean, Genesis, they have been quite incredible all this time. And even now, continue to maintain the top-tier performance that we have seen from them all the way in the grind in January. In fact, so consistency over 3 months, incredible stuff from Genesis, but quite close to them are going to be the players of Vasista Esports, whose story has been quite opposite of how we're going to talk about Genesis Esports. Vasista right now present towards the northern Georgia Pool City, but I want to, like, you and I will be able to see this, the audience will see this a little bit later on. K9 Esports, they have figured out that from Severny, they can take a fight against Vanguard and Vasista. They're moving along the northern highways. I wonder if that fight is going to happen early on.
Well, it seems to be the case as well, because the chances of K9 qualifying is pretty much done for. They are going to be going for a little bit of practice run here to prepare themselves for survival stage, which is going to be happening tomorrow. But for now, Meta Ninja seems like they are going to be going on a little bit of drive-by. They are under-looted. They are going to hit the convoy in the middle of nowhere. And fortunately for them, there is no teams around. So this is going to be a small little restock that they much desperately need. As you can see, Shadow 7 pretty much struggling with the Vector as of yet to try and take him down.
Hey man, even I don't like that weapon, but for different reasons. Runs out of ammo when I try to spray someone down, because I end up whiffing a lot of my shots. I'm not as silent as that Shadow, but K9, it seems like stubbornness is something that is built into their DNA. I thought they were going to fight Vanguard, but again, back in Severny. And I had a conversation about this with Omega a few days ago as to why are they so adamant on always going to Severny no matter where the flight path is. And his explanation was that that's the one place where they feel they have enough breathing room to work with to actually have a discussion amongst themselves and plan out the rest of the match. Because after that mid-game, once you try to move in towards the circle, you are just on the fly adapting to whatever is happening. And it's just the early stage where you kind of have some sort of a blueprint to try and tackle the first stage. Stage 2 onwards, it's just reactive gameplay. And that is where Severny sort of works out for them. And I guess that is why Vanguard has also switched over to Zaki, but Vanguard made that switch very late into their journey.
Well, having a plan A is great, you know, but not all plans go the way you expect them to be as well. Having plan B, plan C, plan D on the fly is going to be extremely crucial. But for K9, seems to be that it has been the biggest problem for them as well in their journey here in towards the semifinals. And hopefully in the survival stage, they will make a bounce back again, just as they did during the wildcard stages. Same can be said for Vanguard as well. But for Wolves, a surprise entry into the semifinals, now pretty much slipping away from the entirety of the chance to grand final. So their chances are going to be coming in from the survivor stage. Same can be said for Team Tamilas, who had a very, very disappointing run here in the semifinals.
Yeah.
But this time they are going to be taking a little bit of a clash here, as they are looking for spots to play in. Honey was able to spot them out and immediately backs off. Learn for Pass is looking to try and gatekeep the western bridge, potentially outside of Ferry Pier. A little bit of a home ground for them. Circle still a little bit uncertain here. It may shift towards Godka. We've seen a lot of quarry circles in BGIS itself, so I think Phoenix has a rough idea of hoping to try and play a little bit of gatekeep here. But so far, this strategy for Phoenix of the 2-2 split has worked out during the wildcard stages, but hasn't been working out for them here at all.
I think that also goes to show the difference in the level of competition between the wildcard stages in here, because in the wildcard as well, we kicked out a big chunk of names, and now the refinement is there. As you said, even I'm worried about the 2-2 split formation coming from the players of Phoenix, but it seems like I see majority of the IGLs are of the same mind that the circle is going to move towards a centric shift in stage 2. Although, every single time you and I have been on Wrangle, we have gotten extremely chaotic circles. The most chaos in this game is going to be caused if the circle right now just shifts towards Sinway. That's going to be fun.
I don't want to jinx it, but it may happen, considering that it took the semifinals to actually show up with one of the most craziest circles so far in day 1, 2, 3, and now here in day 4. We haven't seen a wild one yet for today, at least here, out of all the 3 days we had so far, the past 3 days in semifinals. But seems like Seoul, they are having a little bit of substitution here. They brought in Thunder to have a little bit of playing time, and Nako has been subbed out. So it looks like, I think Thunder is going to be taking the IGLing this time.
Have you had a conversation about Seoul with who IGLs when Knuckles sits?
Well, I've heard a lot of rumors here. My bet is actually legit, but the fans seem to think it is actually Thunder that is actually taking charge here.
See, when I look back at the older days, and I go all the way back to 2023 or even before that, Joker back in the days also used to be an IGL. So that could potentially also be another option for the players, but I think, yeah, high probability it's either Legit or Thunder. Although, I mean, with how this team is playing, do they need an IGL? They can just like charge towards the opponents, get some finishes, and, well, be happy about it.
Well, the stakes are pretty low now, at least for Seoul.
Yeah.
Qualification is pretty much guaranteed for Seoul. And considering how Day 1 actually performed as well, when Knuckle was feeling a little bit ill, Thunder was able to give a very, very insane head start here for Day 1 for Seoul. And now they're pretty much close the distance. Grand Finals is going to be the preparations that they need. But let's talk about teams that do need this is right now, because the circle is going to be shifting towards Gatka. New unorthodox circle down to the southeast corner, so Sinway has to make their way through. But in the middle here, it's going to be having a little bit of a scuffle. But Ever seems like there is a little bit more company than usual, as Vasista Esports goes to the head-to-head with Genesis. Sawmail whiffing his shots, gets shut down by Hunters, and Hunters with 3 finishes in the bag. Genesis single-handedly slams into his Vasista, takes him down, but then here comes the third party as well from Vanguard.
Yeah, they can't reset Genesis. Vanguard is up in their faces, and the knocks are going to be there. Insidious does get traded out, but it's still going to be an easy fight for the players of Vanguard to secure. Crypto ends up securing the finish for his team, and Hunters is going to be forced in the backline. But I see this fight, and Vanguard as well, are about to have a little bit more company. K9 are moving in from the northwestern edge of the circle. The cleanup. This could have been bad for the players of Vanguard, but somehow they do manage to stay alive. Luckily for them, Genesis was down to the last man.
Yep, interesting approach here coming from Genesis to actually take a fight up top, but seems like you said as well, K9 is going to be coming in, and it seems like K9, they're dodging the fight. They're not pushing up against Vanguard.
Well, they're so far back in the leaderboard, I would say just go for it. There's no point in backing away.
No, there's a saying, as Gen Z usually likes to say it, you only live once. YOLO.
Yeah. Wasn't that a phrase from our generation, actually, though?
I don't know, man. Sometimes, as time goes by, you don't really know what's happening in the past.
That's what happens when you get old. Like, it's happening to us. We get confused.
Shh. Move on from that.
Anyways, talk about a little bit of confusion. I think that's going to happen in the open fields of Gatka, because everyone is all over the place. You have Welt, and from their POV as well, you see the players of Seoul who are taking shots on a different team. That's going to be Sinway.
Okay.
And the Sema do manage to find a knock and convert it into a finish as well. Sinway have no answer for this.
Okay, what a shot from Legit as well. A little bit of an off angle through the shacks as well, while standing as well. The recoil control has to be precise.
Yeah.
Nicely done coming from Legit. But seems like Seoul, they don't really want to kind of skirmish their way out in the open as well. Goblin's going to try and reposition and try and close the distance here to find an off angle to try and punish Sinway. But let's see how the circle kind of shifts as well, because as of yet, Meta Ninja, they're back towards their old roots here, as they are going to be waiting for circle treat before pushing in, and they finally make their entry here. Hopefully things are going to be for the better here for Meta Ninja.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for, because as you look towards the southern edge, and I think the intention for Meta Ninja is towards the military bridge, but that crossing, it's just been made more tough. The shift of the circle right on the heads of Non-X, it gives a little bit of advantage to Vanguard as well, considering the northern half of the zone is completely empty, but towards the center, towards the southern half, it is time for a bloodbath to begin. The open fields of Gatka. I see this is going to be, this will be a pretty swift elimination spree on this map now.
Yeah, but at the same time, Sinway, they look to try and re-engage against Seoul once more. They were forced out, but have no choice but to push through. They drive past Goblin, no connections going through, but Sinway still wants to find a nice little compound here. Mox is ahead, but they're still split up. Seems like the only compound available for Sinway is pretty much the one right beside them. But before that, let's take a look at the replay here and how things actually happened between Genesis and Vasista. Coincidentally, these two teams actually trying to push up, but for some reason was forced to disengage and take this fight, and because of that, it came down towards an all-out brawl with Hunters clutching it big time for the team, unfortunately losing a few members in the process. And even then, the third party came through for Vanguard. Hearing all this commotion was just a couple of free points for Vanguard to take them all out.
I'm surprised they actually went for that fight. I thought they were going to do something like K9 Esports, like avoid the conflict and wait for the teams to move down from Everest. That would have been much easier for them. But, well, now it's going to get intense for Vanguard, for K9, for Victorious Summers. All the late breaches from the northern side of the play zone. Meta Ninja, we were just talking about them. From Nova Repnoi, all the way towards, well, just north of that military bridge. They have found some space to work with inside of that play zone, but that buggy up ahead is going to make them a little bit cautious. It's going to make them a little bit paranoid about potential threat waiting for them on the other side.
They have to scout things out as well. And considering the fact that they do have a hovercraft in Blade, they need to set this hovercraft in the perfect position if they want to stand a chance for the end game here, or even take advantage of the situation to try and third party, which has happened very frequently. And so far, the team that has the most success with that play has been Revenant X-Spark. And as of yet, seems like Meta Ninja, they pretty much caught out in open. Shadow 7 getting sprayed down. Legit goes for the knock, and Meta Ninja caught out in open. No saves whatsoever. The next one here is going to be White Tiger as Legit finds another off angle. Meta Ninja now forced to disembark out in the open, and they are pretty much trapped.
Yeah, I don't think there's any escape from this. White Tiger, as you mentioned, pinned, also knocked out. Apollo also falling. And this could be the end of the line. Meta Ninja can't really afford to mess up any more matches from here on out. Not a lot of games remaining for them as well.
They're done. It is over for Meta Ninja. The cutoff for the current top 8 here, it's going to be Meta Ninja with 112 points potentially. But it seems like Seoul, they are also getting shot from the far fray, as well as Learn from Past chimes in. Legit being the last player left from the side of Seoul to try and hold on for more points. Joker has been taken out. Learn from Past, they try to stock up. Legit is not too happy. Goes for a couple of fadeaway shots, and well, was able to try and chime in to add in towards more chaos in this fight.
Pretty much, but I see, as you said, now the cutoff is going to be where the players of Meta Ninja are on the overall leaderboard. And I think that is the go cue that the players of Non-X actually needed for them. And also, same goes for the side of Revenant X-Spark. Both the teams sitting in the 90s need big performances. And even the circle, at least so far up until stage 4 in this game, favors Non-X for the chicken. That is what they need to cross 112. And they will have a few matches after this to get themselves a safety net once the teams from Group A are back in play. But Revenant X-Spark, another team fighting for survival, spotted out the players of Team Tamilas, and they want to pick this fight. Look at that hovercraft circling round and round. Team Tamilas looking to disengage from this position.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting spot here coming from Team Tamilas and Revenant X-Spark. Both scouting things out, both having hovercraft, realizing that it's just not worth the risk to try and take a fight right now. But Legit is going to make it a little bit tougher here, I would say, for Revenant X-Spark. The moment he gets a couple of knocks in, things are going to get a little bit chaotic here for Revenant X-Park, who in this case has their backs exposed to legit, and Team Tamilas is looking to try and interact with this. Revenant X-Park is still thinking if they want to fight this. Seems like they are going to go for a drive-by. Payne gets a couple shots in, but no connections. They sacrifice their vehicle, and they are going to back out. No knocks yet so far, but Team Tamilas still hesitant on taking this fight yet. They're still going to go in for the push. The hovercraft is there. Punk is looking to try and stop him, but no, back's exposed. Aim God gets knocked on Trace God now.
Yeah, Trace in an off position, and the angle was found by Aim God. The opening is there, but Soul, they're looking to steal the finishes, but at the last second, the run over from Fox OP secures the point for Team Tamilas. This is a team that's way, way far off from the qualification marker, but it doesn't matter. They might have just taken that opportunity away from the lads of Revenant X-Park. 94 points on the board for RNTX. They just have 2 finishes, and they need big matches to survive the top 8.
Nicely done here, coming from Team Tamilas to chip away at Revenant X-Park, and while that's happening, Revenant X-Park also gets eliminated in this game. Getting chipped away by the rest of the pack. Sinway on the southeast corner with this widespread here just sees everything, but in the far horizon, legit trying to make a mad dash for survival. Almost getting taken down, and hopefully he lives to tell another day here. But as of yet, the circle continues here out in the Chopsticks region. Seems like the tunnels are occupied by the Wolves. And Victor Summer's going to be taking the compounds right beside them. But on the east side here, OG now having a little bit run in Vanguard.
Yeah, this is going to be the worst possible fight for Vanguard to pick up. They have nothing to lose, and neither does OG. This is just all for pure entertainment. And trades have been found for either side. So OG is down players. Aru, he wants to make this bounce down. It's just waiting for him on the other side. Constant pre-fires around the tree, switches to the shotgun, but Aru still falls, and not a little bit upset for the Ape Army. They know they are through already. Vanguard on the other side, I think they're just testing their firepower, or maybe prepping for the survival stages. Anyways, fight is down to a 1v1. And more than this, I think K9 against Phoenix as well. Another fight that does not really give us the result. But I see teams at the top, teams at the bottom fighting each other. The middle pack is not being able to secure any points.
Yeah, this is quite tough as well. It is an all-out brawl. And seems like there is still one team on the race here. That is going to be Non-X here with 93 points as of yet. But the game continues here for teams at the bottom. It's going to be the last stand for some of these teams. And Phoenix now, Somrush getting picked up from K9 from out of downtown, out of nowhere. K9 finally joins the fray, fighting as a team, makes it towards the end game here. Last 19 nades are coming in. K9 looking for another knock. They've got Somrush, Sim getting dropped down pretty low. Viper as well, but the nades do not connect anymore. Phoenix might be able to get the reset. The nade parade still continues, but K9 needs an opener.
Omega has been getting finished off so many times early from the side of his team that he has just decided to stay back from this fight, letting the 3 assaulters push up. And I think maybe also, in the meanwhile, trying to keep track of the Gutka trenches, but so legit spotted out, and in fact, runs into the entirety of 4-volt DOD. Soul eliminated from the game. So, all of the teams that were at the top of the overall leaderboard are out. Non-X still left alive. And as we were talking about them, 94 points on the overall leaderboard. After this game, they will have 2 more matches remaining. And there is a very high possibility that Non-X in this match, if they secure the chicken, will have a safety net to work with. But it also sort of depends how many eliminations they are able to secure on the overall leaderboard. There is potential for a lot, by the way, because Vanguard is like down, is just sitting on the eastern edge. Victoria Sermus are going to move in towards his position. And Non-X, they have the only compound cluster in this entire open field right now. So it has to be hunting time for Non-X soon.
Well, realistically right now, only Non-X, Victoria Summers, and Phoenix stands a shot base of this game, but they need this chicken dinner if they want to compete here in this final 2 matches. It's going to be very, very interesting here. Yeah, no, actually, Phoenix is pretty much done for.
Yeah.
I think Victoria Summers and Non-X is the only 2 teams left if they get this chicken dinner this game. And Vanguard, Dionysus, now going to be having a little bit of a 1-versus-1 here with Victoria Summers. And, well, not even more. It's not going to be an even fight here. It is going to be a 3v1. Not even fair. Victoria Summers gobbles them up, but they need this chicken as of yet.
Yeah, they really need this chicken dinner. And even this one is not going to cut it. After this, the next 2 matches, Victoria Service needs to put up big numbers on the board. Roughly about 15 to 17 points per game, every single game. In this match, they've only secured 2, need 13 more. Spotting out the players of Team Tamilas. clip after clip being fired, but it's going to be the side of Nonix securing those knocks. And that is going to be upsetting news for Victor Summers, because that means points are being denied to them.
Oh boy, Nonix having a great control inside those zones. Those compounds just tapping away, but the problem arises right now. Nonix, they finally made life miserable for every single team inside this lobby, but now life is extremely miserable with them because ammunition is an all-time low. Those 5.56 are pretty much done for. AK still available. There's a lot of 7.62s, but not great for spraying with 3x on it.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Difficult to control the recoil and difficult to line up those shots, but look at Nonix. Oh, man. I see. It's destiny, man.
Oh
it is a day with destiny now. Nonix, they can't rob the ball, but they do. Victor Summers, they found an opening, and it is the danger man Rapido that has been taken out.
Fame now going for a little bit of spray here. UMP hopes to get a couple lucky shots, but the fadeaway doesn't connect. Victor Summers is able to close the gap. Anonymous is going to try and pick Rapido up, but here comes the rush. Then going for the knock at 2 down.
Ouch!
And just like that, Nonix get flushed. Victor Summers, they push through to the zone.
Hope fades away in the blink of an eye. Nonix on the verge of elimination, but not yet, says Arthur. Pulls out the sword. In fact, the nade and tries to find it out, but Victor Summers, a cleanup coming through. 6 points on the board already. I see they are inching closer and closer to hope again being ignited. But this is not going to be enough for Victor Summers. They need a massive, massive win in this game, and the follow-ups need to be the same.
Exactly here, 7 finishes in the back. Every single team looking to try and chime in. And there's so much defense coming in. Venom with the nades. They've got Fox pinned on the corner all by himself, but they do not have a way to push through. Fox is going to be a big threat, but neither or is going to be able to shoot each other because K9's got Fox also pinned at the entrance. K9 Esports, what a day to be alive. What a day to actually spoil the games for a lot of people. Counter nades are coming from Victor Summers, but it seems like Victor Summers, they are getting a little bit greedy. It seems like they know they need all these points to actually stand a chance.
Exactly, they need these finishes. They need every single point in this game. And of course, even the follow-ups need to be the same as we spoke about as well.
We got it!
Yeah, the splash damage, the last tick of splash damage, I believe, helped him secure that finish for his team. That's 8 eliminations for Victor Summers, and they've made it into the top 4. The double is on the board, but 20 bombers. 20 bombers are what we are looking for. 20 bombers are what Victor Summers also want. And I think it's going to be difficult for them to fight it out if the circle is not on top of their heads, because K9 and 4 will DOD from their position. They will have clear angles to pin down Victor Summers once they step out of these houses.
Exactly, top 4 remains. A big game for Victor Summers, but they need to clean out Sinway. I would say that's pretty much the best option they can ask for, unless the circle favors them, which in this case is going to show up in about a minute or so. Victor Summers still looking to try and clean out Sinway to try and take more space away. K9 having high ground advantages, marking them, is not making it easy for them to try and cross over. And as you can see, Victor Summers, they cannot even afford to lose anybody at this stage here if they want to stand the maximum best chance. But it seems like Venom is going to be looking for a little bit of a one-way pick here to try and get information. And it seems like he was able to find the trajectory, lines up the nade, but nope, could not find the pocket to push through. It seems like Sinway is not exactly inside the house, he's on the shack right out of it.
They're playing some cheeky position around that house, and Victor Summers, they know the general position of Sinway, but not the exact one. But I see, I want to say it, I think Nonix should have never lost that clash against the players of Victor Summers. That was a fight Nonix should have won, but yeah, they completely dropped the ball on it.
Yeah, I can't really blame them as well because they were fighting on all cylinders. They were running out of ammunition. Fame was forced to use a 4x UMP to try and stray away, and unfortunately no connection was able. But always, what a cheeky angle! He sneaks out in the open, sees Sinway, gets a free nade, a 2-for-1 special, and just like that, 10 finishes in the back, and Victor Summers, they are going to try and lick their way, and the circle actually favors them as well.
See, you want to be cheeky, you be cheeky, but you can't make these off plays against one of the best and most experienced IGLs in the scene. If Victor Summers is not able to find contact with the nades, Oasis knows exactly where the players of Sinway are. Goes to an off angle, lobs a nade, 10 finishes on the board. Now Victor Summers' worst possible exit is going to be 15 points. They need 5 more, and 4 will DOD. They are stepping out of the trenches. Victor Summers, Scary God, kick things off with the opening knock, but Noob He's managed to close a lot of distance. He's not lost of HP, but he can still find an opening against the side of VS.
Oh my goodness, they need a little bit of backup as well. Always calling in the cavalry to go in for the push. Noob walks up, but no, Scary John was able to save the day, and this is going to be the reset coming from Victoria Summers. But as of yet, Scary John is not rushing in there as well because Venom is there to pick him back up. So 4 Wolves stops the aggression, but K9 is looking to try and push in and take advantage of this situation.
Yeah.
Scary John cannot afford to lose his spot as of yet. He's keeping K9 in bay. 4 Wolves also needs to push in, and K9 is very aware that their backs have a little bit of a pack coming in as well from those trenches. Slug has been intentionally left behind. Spots out one. That's going to be the knock, but almost gets taken down.
Yeah, that was a nasty shot on his face. Almost getting taken out, but Ninja Boy is also there. Knight securing the finish for his team. So I think it's pretty obvious that for Wolf DOD, this could be the end of the line for them. And it's quite surprising, I see, that towards the end of the semi-finals is where we are finally seeing signs of life from 4 Wolf DOD. This entire time they have been quite quiet. And, well, I think this is going to be the end of Niche spotted out as well. VS are going to be the ones walking away with that finish point. 12 eliminations secured by Victoria Somas. But now 4 versus 3 for the Chicken Dinner. They can either have 26 points in this game or they are going to have to settle for 18.
This is the comeback that Victoria Summers is. This Chicken Dinner is going to be so very important here for Victoria Summers if they want to stand a chance to qualify as well. But it does shakes up the leaderboard here. Meta Ninja now waiting for the official results. Whether or not will they be playing tomorrow or will they be playing in the grand finals. Such a tough spot here for Meta Ninja, but for Victoria Summers, they are definitely making things hard. Nades are coming in from K9, 4v3. They know Scary John is up top, always with a flank. Venom as well.
Yeah.
But K9, they're not making it easy as well.
You know what the worst part for Meta Ninja right now? That this game is not it. They have to wait for 2 more matches to find the result. And it's not going to be easy at all. That wait, it's so taxing to their mentalities. But let's see. Victoria Summers. Right now, Meta Ninja is the team that is waiting for an upset, waiting for Victoria Summers to lose this fight, and they're praying for the success of K9 Esports. But K9 have the upper hand. Omega, few shots taken. The nade from Oasis almost finds the opener, but no. Omega is still left standing now. Another one in the same spot. No advantage made from this play, though.
Oh boy, they need an opener. Circle seems to be in between Oasis and Slug. Slug has perfect vision on them, but utilities are pretty much down low. K9 cannot play a long drawn-out battle here with Victoria Summers here just because Mets are down low. Whereas Victoria Summers, they just need to chip away the defense. Hoping to get a little bit lucky, but here comes the nade. Victoria Summers goes for the push. Ninja Boy's down pretty low. He gets a couple shots. He doesn't connect, and he's going to get taken down. Now it's going to be a 3v3.
Yeah, now Victoria Summers, the numbers are equalized, and Slug! Oh no, the cleanup! He ends up finishing Ninja Jod. I mean, the point still is going to be secured by Victoria Summers, but man, oh man, was that a tricky play? Were they trying to use Ninja Jod as a bait so that they could nade the players of Victoria Summers? If that was an idea, well, 200 IQ play, but the execution was about 100 IQ. K9 Esports, 3 versus 3. And I think Slug knows where Oasis is, but he does not have any utility to actually flush him out.
Yeah, he doesn't even have the angles as well, because as soon as he's picked up, Oasis is going to be able to shut him down. But he does have level 3 vest and helmet, which is great to challenge them. But Oasis does have a Molotov to flush him out, forces him out of position. Now he's going to be exposed, and Scary John fights the opener, takes him out. Now it comes down to 2v3. What a decision, what a call from Oasis.
Yeah, Victoria Summers looking victorious as they should. 2 versus 3 numbers in their control, 14 eliminations on the board. It seems like with all that has happened in the last few days, now finally they have woken up and finally they are choosing to fight. The door to the grand finale being forced open by these players. One last man remaining between them and the Chicken Dinner. It is going to be Omega, a 1 versus 3, a very difficult position to be in, and there's the shutdown. Victoria Summers are going to be victorious. The Chicken Dinner and 27 points, 26 points on the overall leaderboard, pushing them closer to a 100-point total tally.
What a nuclear performance it is from Victoria Summers. None of us saw this coming, but VS, what a game. When it mattered the most, when your heads were on the swivel, when the pressure was all-time high, VS somehow performs with a magnificent performance. Humongous one. And always said the boys are definitely going to be happy after this one because they know they're a step closer towards the grand finals.
Well, it's a little bit too early to celebrate here. They still have two more games to go.
I said a step closer.
But at the same time as well, this is going to be a very, very interesting chase because today itself in day 4, we have two teams in particular that shake things up. That's going to be Nebula and now Victorious Summers looking to try and snatch the top 8 position. But before that, let's talk about the final blow here as well. Victorious Summers taking the spot away from Non-X and having Scary John one of the best possible positions here to catch off every player from 4 Wolves and also K9, which made things so difficult for K9 to actually push his house.
This was the most important play Victorious Summers made in the end game, taking that compound away from Ninja Jord. Pretty much secured them the position, as you mentioned, where Scary Jord was playing from, and he took out Slug. And also, why did Slug have no utility to work with? What is that about?
So basically what happened was K9, everyone from K9 needed to nade off Scary John on top of the roof, but they used almost every single utility, which resulted in them just not being able to contest in long drawn out fight. And even Mets as well, they were just down low.
But we can't really blame K9 for all of this. They've been struggling this entire time. At least I'm just happy seeing them in the top 2 in this match, man, to be honest. Yeah, this was the best performance we've seen from K9 throughout the entirety of the semi-finals.
Scary John looking real scary with that performance. 7 finishes on the board, Venom with 4, and always the IGL himself stepping up big time. Victorious Summers desperately needed this one. It's been a while since we've seen a magnificent performance from them. Yes, they wake up, but is it too late? That's going to be the question. One thing is for sure, they are going to be a step closer, so that's a good thing.
But you know who's going to be under pressure now? Meta Ninja. Meta Ninja was at 112. This was their last match. They were eliminated super early, and I think their total tally was 112 after the exit in this game. And Victorious Summers, I think these 26 points, they put them right behind where Meta Ninja is. And Victorious Summers, they have matches remaining as well, so their lives are the easiest right now. If they can secure, I think, about 15, 16 points in the upcoming game, I think that is a spot in the grand finals for Oasis and the boys.
Yeah, I think now coming towards the chase here, especially now with the groups coming in, a little bit of a change here, which is going to be Group A and C. B is pretty much done for. Nebula and Victorious Summers is going to be played in the same lobby. These two teams are the only two teams from the bottom that is looking to try to make one of the biggest comebacks today itself to sneak in towards the top 8.
Non-X is also playing the matches, right?
Yes, Non-X as well. But they kind of dropped the ball in that round as well. So I would say initially Non-X was above Victorious Summers, but I wouldn't count Non-X out yet, but they need 2 back-to-back big games.
True. Without a doubt. I mean, still the task is quite Herculean. Speaking of teams like Non-X and Nebula Esports, with the span of 2 games, they need massive performances. Specifically speaking of Nebula, they need around 40 points in those 2 games. That's going to be an average of 20 points per game.
Pretty much.
If you ask me, realistically, that's not possible for a team that's not been doing too hot. Because yes, they started things off with a chicken dinner, but right after that, we also saw them drop the ball big time. But hey, the conversations will continue. Right now, it's time for Satos to a short break.
कि सेमीफाइनल की जब कहानी लिखी जाएगी ना, तो इस खिलाड़ी की चर्चा वहाँ पे ज़रूर होनी चाहिए। मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं टीम सोल के गॉब्लिन। देखिए, मैं उन चीज़ों में आऊँगा, बट थोड़े डे 1 से बात को हम आगे बढ़ाते हैं। नकुल नहीं थे, उसके बाद भी जो परफॉर्मेंस आया था टीम सोल की तरफ से लाजवाब था। तो सारे प्लेयर्स ट्रेंड हो चुके हैं कि क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है। नकुल के बिना भी डे 1 बहुत प्यारा गया था आपका।
तो लाइक हमारे 5 प्लेयर्स मतलब पोटेंशियल रखते हैं। तो इवन इफ मतलब नकुल बीमार था, टू बी ऑनेस्ट, बहुत ही ज़्यादा बीमार था, तो वो ऑफ ले लिया था। एंड हमें पता था कि हम लोग बाकी 4 भी खेलेंगे तो भी हम अच्छा खेलेंगे, क्योंकि हम लोग मतलब एज अ टीम 5 लोग बहुत अच्छी सिनर्जी है। तो हम लोग ने डिसेंट खेला, 32 पॉइंट्स थे। तो उसके बाद कैरी फॉरवर्ड मोमेंटम भी कर लिया सेकंड डे पे।
काफ़ी अच्छा मोमेंटम आपका जा रहा है। पहले हम प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट को ज़्यादा देख रहे थे, लेकिन पहले फिनिशेस को आप ज़्यादा देख रहे थे, लेकिन अब बैलेंस बनाने की भी शुरुआत हो चुकी है, क्योंकि आपको पता है कि फाइनल की तरफ भी जाना है।
राइट, हम लोग का एक रूल है कि हम लोग जब क्वालिफाई करेंगे तो मोस्टली फिनिशेस से करेंगे। बट हम लोग ने लाइक 3rd डे पे थोड़ा मतलब चिकन डिनर के लिए भी खेला एंड निकाले भी। और टॉप 3 भी शायद 2-3 मैचेस आए थे, तो हम लोग ने बैलेंस गेम प्ले खेला जो फाइनल्स में काम आएगा।
देखिए, चिकन डिनर की बात कर रहे हैं ना, तो कल का मैच मुझे याद आ रहा है। वो क्या हुआ था उस मोड पे, जॉनथन की तरफ से भी काफ़ी सारे शॉट्स मिस हुए थे, गॉब्लिन से भी कुछ इनिशियल शॉट्स मिस हुए थे, लेकिन आप वहाँ पे बेहतर बन के गए। तो उस गेम के बारे में थोड़ा विस्तार से बताइए।
तो लाइक मतलब देखो, जैसे आप लोगों ने देखा, मैं बग्गी लेके सीधा पुश कर दिया। तो सीन ऐसा हुआ कि मैं देख रहा हूँ कि लेफ्ट पे एक बंदा है। तो लाइक 1v1 लेने गया मैं, जो मैं हमेशा करता हूँ, और मैं देख रहा हूँ हम दोनों पूरा गॉब कर रहे हैं। तो लाइक बहुत फनी था। मतलब मैं मैच के बीच उतना मेरे को रियलाइज़ नहीं हुआ। मैंने बाद में जब रील्स देखे तो मैंने देखा बहुत क्रेजी सिचुएशन थी, बट टू बी ऑनेस्ट मेरे पे सिर्फ 4 गोलियाँ थे। गन में, तो आई डोंट थिंक मतलब उतना ज़्यादा चोक था मेरे साइड से, क्योंकि मेरा हुआ क्या ना, बेसिकली मैं 0 गोली हुई और मैं सोच रहा हूँ फायर क्यों नहीं हो रहा, मैं टैप दबाए जा रहा था, तो मतलब बट फन था, बहुत बहुत क्रेजी वन था।
मतलब मुझे लगता है कि गॉब्लिन भी उस सिचुएशन में थोड़ा प्रेशर जरूर फील कर रहे हो, क्योंकि ऑडियंस हैदराबाद की खास करके अगर आप बात करें बहुत ज़्यादा एनर्जी में देखने को मिले, तो उसके अराउंड आप क्या कहना चाहोगे?
तो लाइक हैदराबाद के जो भी लोग आए थे यार, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर सपोर्टिंग अस, एंड बहुत मज़ा आया, क्योंकि लाइक हम लोग की जब भी फाइट हो रही थी गॉडल सोल की, तो हम लोग को जो हेडफोन्स हैं, हम लोग ने साउंड कैंसिलेशन पहन रखे थे, स्टिल हम लोग को इतनी ज़्यादा आवाज़ आ रही थी ना, तो भाई बहुत क्रेजी लगता है, ऐसा तो वो होता है, हो जाता है, समझ रहे हो ना आप।
और आखिर के दोनों मैचेस में वही कहानी रही। चलिए पहले उस मिरामार की जब कहानी रखी तो वहाँ पे आप चिकन निकाल के गए, उसके अगले मैच के बारे में भी थोड़ा बताइए। वहाँ भी टीम सोल और गॉड लाइक का सामना एक दूसरे के सामने आ चुके थे, तो अच्छा लगता है क्या कि एक दूसरे के अगेंस्ट आखिर में फाइट करेंगे, क्योंकि अर्ली फाइट नहीं हो रही है आप दोनों के बीच में?
हाँ, अर्ली फाइट्स नहीं हो रही, मैंने देखा, मैंने लाइक आयुष भाई ने मेरे को बताया कि मैप स्ट्रीम में जो 5th मतलब पिछला मिरामार ना, हाँ, हम लोग दोनों लाइक ऑपोजिट साइड से और लास्ट में फाइट हो गई, और उसके नेक्स्ट मैच भी ऐसा हुआ कि मैं नहीं था, लाइक लेजिट बचा था, शायद सोलो बचा था, और उस टाइम में मतलब रिवेंज हो गया थोड़ा बहुत।
जी हाँ, थोड़ा रिवेंज एक्शन भी हमें देखने को मिला, बट आज के मैचेस आप देखिए, आखिर के भी कुछ मैचेस आपके आज के दिन पे होने वाले हैं, तो उसे आप एडवांटेज देख रहे हो या थोड़ा उन टीम्स के लिए जो टॉप 8 की लड़ाई में अभी भी रहने वाले, क्या आप उन्हें रोकने जाओगे या फिर आप आखिर के मैच में सिर्फ अपना गेम प्ले और गेम स्टाइल एंजॉय करने वाले हो?
नहीं, हम लोग तो अपना लाइक नेचुरल गेम प्ले खेलेंगे, और हम लोग को अभी भी आई थिंक 10-15 पॉइंट्स चाहिए, तो अपना नेचुरल खेलेंगे, मतलब बाकियों से इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता, सच बता तो अपने टीम पे फोकस करो, अपना बेस्ट दो, दैट्स इट।
100%, और वही हम चाहेंगे कि गॉब्लिन इस तरीके से करके जाए। थैंक यू सो मच
हमारे
साथ जोड़ने के लिए, और ऑल द बेस्ट आपके आने वाले मैचेस के लिए। बट ये थे गॉब्लिन जिनका मानना है कि ये अपने मैचेस में फोकस करेंगे और काफ़ी इसी तरीके से एंजॉय करने वाले, बट आप मैचेस को इसी तरीके से एंजॉय करते रहिए।
Welcome back after that short break, and a bit of a change on the panel. Salty's once again back on the board. And Salty, speaking of the previous game, man, when the pressures were all-time high, VS they performed, and Scary John, once again, the man's looking like a demon. He's scary.
I mean, Scary Jord is supposed to be the land demon, right? He just brings in the big performances, especially when a team needs it. But my concern is it too late for VS to actually climb back? I think it is.
Well, it's not over yet. There's 2 more matches to go. So with this performance coming from VS, I think they are very close, but they need one more massive game to at least kick Meta Ninja out.
So one more performance like this and VS can actually stand a chance. One more performance like this, even Nebula can stand a chance. Still a few teams in contention, but as you mentioned, right, they need 2 massive of games, and then only there's a chance that they can actually cross on. The question is, if a team is struggling to get even one massive game, how can you expect 2 back-to-back?
No. You never really know, I see. I feel like there's just a glimpse of brilliance coming in, and I have a hunch that something miraculous is going to happen in the last
Shall I
few
bring
games.
in a little bit more chaos into the mix?
Yeah, please do so.
Revenant X-Spark.
All right.
Heroic Godlike. What? That's 4 teams fighting to qualify now.
For 2 slots.
For 2 slots.
Yes, potentially 2 slots left available in the top 8 right now.
It's getting way too sweaty, right? And Meta Ninja, let's not forget, they tried their best. They played that previous last game, and Meta Ninja's just hanging on the edge with 112 points. They're probably praying to their gods, hoping that no one's going to get close.
I mean,
they know they messed up today, 100%.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. And I don't want Meta Ninja to actually struggle in their final games, to be honest, because this is Shadow 7's birthday day today.
Ooh.
I want him to get the best birthday gift to actually qualify for the grand finals, but I don't really know what's going on, man.
I mean, look, Shadow 7, I really hope that this time it is going to be a positive birthday gift. But realistically, guys, we know the cutoff is going to exceed 112 points. And this is what at the start of the day you mentioned. It's Shadow 7's birthday, they're going to make it. But we've also seen a lot of negative gifts, and this is one of those.
Yeah, potentially. You were the ones who actually mentioned it as well. For Meta Ninja, I feel like they are trying a lot. Their games haven't really gone absolutely bombed. It's just they are at the cusp of qualification, but a little too far as well. But well, we do have the demon in front of us. It seems like MVP of the match, Scary Jord.
Yeah, 7 finishes on the block, and of course this man was looking like a demon. But let's not forget, even the IGL himself stepping by a mile, getting 5 finishes. Venom too, doing really good for himself. Soul as usual, real consistent. K9 Esports late to wake up, but that's a good thing for the survival stage.
Yeah, this is a big game here, at least for Victoria Summers here, considering that they were able to navigate all these kind of tricky terrains. That this has been its signature when it comes to Victoria Summers. Like, they do not take on head-on fights, but when it comes to finding space into the zone and understanding timings perfectly, always is one of the top-tier IGLs in BGIS in 2026, in my opinion here as well. But now with this performance, let's talk about other teams that has taken a bit tumble here. K9, 10 finishes out of nowhere. Took them a while. But again, chances of going to the semi-finals from here is pretty much done for. They are going to be preparing themselves for survival stages. But now, here in the bottom here, Genesis, Seoul, they're pretty much... they're already qualified. We don't really need to worry about them. But non-X with only 3 points, this is going to be a point of concern for them. Revenant X with 2 points, a point of concern for these two teams, I would say.
I mean, overall, if you look at the point standing, still so many teams, as I mentioned, just barely hanging on by a thread. And I guess Vasista Esports as well can be counted inside of that same overall practical. Maybe Vasista Esports as well could have stood a chance if this game was great. But since Vasista Esports messed up, I highly doubt a lot of the opportunities now will be with them. What do you think?
I'm not even thinking about Hector right now because Vasista Esports, there's just too much difference between them. But I do have a question. Where is non-X Esports on the overall standings right now? Because I feel like they were at the edge, they were chasing them, and there were certain decent number of games.
So they're still around 90 over points.
Yeah.
They just got overtaken by Victorious Summers. So technically, between these 4 teams, Revenant X, Godlike, non-X, and also Victorious Summers.
Yeah.
All these 4 teams, only 2 can make it, and each of them need to have very consistent games in the last 2 matches. And this 2 team needs to get a chicken dinner in order to even stand a chance to kick Netherlands out.
And you know what? Once again, production just keeping that suspense, not showing the
Yeah.
overall standings. You know, I'm just so eager. I'm not really a person that has a lot of patience. Please, production, show us the overall standings. But you know what? They're not going to do it.
Yeah, they're good at gatekeeping, man. They've learned from non-X, they've learned from Myth Official how to bridge camp and gatekeep others. And it seems like production is just gatekeeping us from the overall standings right now.
Yeah, what information.
What a... Yeah, I'm not going to say.
Okay.
Anyways,
whatever.
moving on here. But at the same time here, we're going to be, they're calling for you here. We're going to show the overall standings, all right?
Okay, here we go.
We are going to give you guys the overall standings, all right?
Finally, the production has listened to us. We're seeing the overall standings on the screen. The top 8 still unshakable. Metadense is on the 6th slot. Still, that spot is opened up. Reckoning Esports, they need to perform a little bit better to push themselves around that 140 points marker. But for Metadense, I highly doubt they're going to be able to qualify. Moving the conversation on towards Triton Esports. Godlike now once again back inside of the mix. I genuinely do think Triton Esports and Godlike has a major chance. But since the second page is also in contention, nothing can be said. Look at BS.
Oh! What a jump coming into play, but seems like non-X now with the... Well, we've got a lot of teams actually making a pounce for here as well. We've got Revenant X, we've got non-X, we've got Nebula Esports, we've got Evox as well. Everyone is trying to make their way in through as well. So 2 massive games is what they need to actually kick Metadense out.
All right, boys, I feel like anybody who has more than 100 points or is around that 100-point mark will be able to get it back. But look at the crowd. I can't hear myself right now. What on earth are they doing?
The fans are excited since Godlike is going to be playing the upcoming game. That group is back once again on the board. The hype is real. But is Godlike going to qualify with a team like Victorious Summers on the tail? That's the question.
Yeah, right now Godlike is pretty much on the edge on the top 8 and they have to defend. Their debut today in day 5 as well has nothing been great so far. They have just been taken out and over again. They were having the lead, but now they are risk getting kicked down to a survivor stage here. So this last 2 games needs to be a great performance coming from them, or not, they are going to get hunted down by the teams at the bottom.
You know, even Troy Tamilian Esports right now, I don't really think that they are going to be safe. Revenant X Park is going to chase them. Victorious Summers is going to chase them down. Non-X is also going to try and chase them down as well. This is coming down to the wire, Necro. Final 2 game, what's going to happen? I have no clue, but I'm so excited.
There's just so much hype around this game as Soul and Godlike once again, they reunite in the battlefields. This game, it's going to be either a dream maker or a dream crusher. Godlike with a chance to qualify. Nebula with a chance to qualify. Victorious Summers with a massive ray of hope and a chance to qualify. Then you've got a few more names like non-X inside of the mix as well, who really do want to push their boundaries and break them. But without wasting any more time, let's head on towards the upcoming game, the second last game.
This is the army and the boys in yellow getting at it for one last shot to the grand finals. Last 2 game begins, ladies and gentlemen. This is the map of Miramar and the flight path is in front of us already. Where does it start from? Where does it end? The arena is absolutely buzzing with energy. But of course, we're going to start our game from truck stop towards El Pozo, towards Trailer Park as well. Now, this is a flight path which takes away the southern side of the map itself. I see no Partona, no Minas del Sur, no Valadelma. How are these teams going to survive?
Well, as of yet, this is going to be a fight for survival for a majority of teams here, but there is also a fight for the #1 seed as of yet here. Seoul currently the closest to overtake OG in the #1 spot. And they are sitting at 140 points here. They may look to try and ruin a couple of games here. We've seen a little bit of an El Clasico yesterday itself, but today, are we going to see that matchup? Well, we don't know yet here because as of now, it seems like we are not going to see a little bit of a drop clash coming in from Seoul as they are going to be targeting, I think, Myth down south. Interesting.
We'll find out if that does happen. Myth official. They've lost their edge in the last few moments. They were there inside of the top 8 yesterday, but when they wake up today in the morning and they come and play their games, they find themselves to be fighting life and death, and that is bad news for them. But the circle does fall in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and it has centered on up at Chumasera and Lostlin is under the space in between. Have a look at that, Team Seoul back on the bounce. Myth official, shots connected right at the get-go. Ditrox under a lot of pressure. Shot from Thunder, shot from Legit. Can Ditrox survive?
Well, it seems like Seoul, they are going to try and make things hard here for Myth as they are looking to try and qualify. And if Seoul wins this fight, Myth's chances is pretty much done for. Or if they lose this, it's going to be different. But Thunder finds a trade. They picked off Goblin. Myth official, they lose a player. Now they're surrounded. They're still duking it out. Daddy provides a little bit of a support fire, but up top is where Legit is going to be the big boy with the advantage here. Myth official pretty much losing all grounds of fights. But Helmet's not available means that it is going to be a little bit tricky here.
Ooh.
Legit trying to fake out a little bit of a nade here, and Myth, they are a little bit afraid, and the fake out was good. Daddy runs across, gets tapped in the head, and Legit gets the knock.
Team Seoul just riling up the crowd right here. Legit try to go in for the dagger. He finds one more. You are an absolute animal out there. Legit is systematically destroying Myth official at this point, and there's just a few lonesome survivors in the form of Lucifer. Pre-fire coming in from the sidelines, but have a look at that. Reckoning has also been looking to try. And third party, there's Joker, the nade. It destroys it, takes 2 players down, but Team Seoul still stand tall. They've taken down Myth, but they survived this. But the third party, Reckoning Esports, Team Seoul, they're in danger.
Oh, this costly mistake from Joker might cost them as well. Reckoning Esports is looking to try and chime in, but seems like they're not going to continue this fight here. They are going to wrap around to assess the situation. So manages to go in for the reset, but they haven't exactly looted up yet. They do not have enough meds, and just maybe Reckoning Esports might let them live, but so they're in a lot of pain right now. They're pretty much struggling to try and survive and get out of safety. No loots, no nothing. Enemies surrounding them. Too afraid to push out. You can see Seoul just hesitating to make the next pounds. They're waiting for Goblin and Joker to heal themselves up, but I don't think they can. They just don't have enough loot.
This was an opportunity for Reckoning Esports to try and get that lead up on Team Seoul, to try and break their back and their confidence as well, but they backed off from that fight. But Myth official, I feel sad for them because that was an opportunity. Lucifer, as soon as he heard that nade from Joker, he knew that that was a misfire. He knew that was a shot, but could not really convert it in the very end. Legit, all by himself. The amount of praise that you can give to this lad is still going to fall short because he's just so good, to be honest.
Well, you were impressed with the nade coming from Joker. You know who was impressed? Him baiting out the animation with the knife. And the guy down bottom actually thought it was a nade, ran out of position, got faked out, and blasted and hit in one tap here with SKS. That was just phenomenal reactions or micro plays here coming from Legit.
Technicalities, I see. These lads, they are so good at it. Team Seoul just looking to take away that #1 spot from Orangutan. They want to assert themselves as the best team in the country for sure. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a long stretch on the other side for Nebula Esports as well as they exit from the compounds of El Pozo. They are going to take that Western Highway, but where do they inject themselves from? Nonex currently marking the Western Highway for them. I feel like there is a fight which can brew up any moment, I see.
Oh boy, Nebula Esports now going to try and stir things up in the pot. They need 2 back-to-back massive games if they want to stand a chance, and knowing RD at the start of the day, you can see the form he is in. Looking to try and pull the impossible situation to try and sneak in. And as of yet, the teams that is currently defending the #8 position here is going to be Hero Stream Godlike with 102 points. And Victoria Summers is just 1 point away. As you can see, the crowd cheers on for Hero Extreme Godlike. They are the furthest away from the zone. Le Corporea all the way up north. And that's going to be a tricky spot to push in as well. 5 minutes of looting phase. Circle 2 hasn't exactly reviewed themselves. And considering that this circle may tend to shift between Chuma, Sarah, and also Los Leonas, it is going to be tough for Hero Extreme Godlike to find space later on if they do not start rotating now and gathering information.
My bets are going to be on a Lost Linus urban finish. That is where I'm going to put my money on. Team Tamilas, they already have that set up for themselves. Wild Fangs at the edge of the city. Team Evox as well, lining them up. This can be brilliant. Troy Thamilian Esports on the other side. Fine Visista Esports. Shots to getting taken. Aiden does not find the connection, but still completely fine. They invite those gunshots coming through, and now it's time of distress for Team Troy Thamilian Esports as Cheyenne takes those shots in. Aiden is, of course, going to get back to safety, but that was a very risky move coming in from TTE, honestly.
You can see the pressure is on, even on Troy Thamilian as well. They know they cannot afford to be picked off. They need the numbers. They need this game to defend their spot in towards the grand finals itself. And everyone is just playing very passively, especially when it comes down to these 2 final games. But Sister Esports may look to try and ruin a couple of games here, and I'm surprised they haven't third-party Revenant and Xbox yet. But let's take a look at the replay on how things happen as well. Thunder was able to find an opener. Goblin also getting knocked and was picked up on the top side. But this bait here from Legit, oh no, we didn't see the knife bait, but he was able to get a very quick fit and taking out 2 players through the cracks as well.
Yeah. But this nade, I mean, I almost thought that you see the reaction.
Oh my goodness.
They're having fun. At least they're having fun.
Goblin and Joker.
Goblin
Same exact reaction.
They realized they messed up big time.
And the crowd as well.
They realized they messed up big time, but Legit was laser focused. He knew that, all right, fine, boys, I knew you've messed up, and now it's time for me to actually save the ship. It's completely fine, Team Soul. You've survived that instance, and I hope that it's not going to come back anytime soon.
This has to be the most united body language in the arena so far.
And to be honest, I am giving a lot of credit for Team Soul to actually gain that much love and support from the fans as well. It's brilliant. But Victoria Summers, the ones who've been chasing the top 8 for a while now, they're the ones making their exit from outside the circle. They find themselves inside of La Benedita. Shots from Reckoning Esports can come through, but Reckoning Esports, they're still backing away. They're still not really rushing inside of the zone just yet. But will Victoria Summers go in for those high grounds for Picado? Will they go in for the high grounds of Los Leones is what my question is, because that is where majority of the fruits are going to get reaped.
Now, speaking of a little bit of patience here, with 1 team down means there is a little bit more space towards the end game. But like you said, Los Leonas circle may happen here, or may shift to Chumacera, but no, it shifts back up north. Los Leonas still in play, Picado as well. Vanguard having center control, and same can be said for Revenant and Export. But look at Revenant and Export's position. They are so split off from the pack. A 2-2 split coming from play, and it seems like they are calling Pain and Trace to regroup with Punk to try and get center control. But it seems like something doesn't feel right in the zone. It may shift down southeast, it may shift up north, but right in the middle, there's just not really a lot of good spots to work with. So every single team is trying to access the situation yet. Same can be said for Team Tamilas, looking for center control, but they do not realize that it's not really a good spot up north.
It's not. It's absolutely not. Vanguard on the other side, they do have a little bit of the center part of the circle for themselves, but the problem is that you've got Godlike coming in from the north, you've got Victoria Summers also chasing in towards them, so 2 teams converging on top of them. This means bad news. Reckoning Esports on the other side making that entry inside of Los Leones. So the urban battle I see is starting to brew up for sure, but look at the south side, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, I do recommend you opening up the map stream for yourself as well. If you do have a secondary screen, it's huge. It gives you so much information on where your favorite teams are. And currently from the map feed itself, Mad Kings are the ones who are going to be making an entry. Nebula finds shots against Wildfang. Sam has been taken down. This is Phoenix Esports on the... Not Phoenix Esports, pardon me for that. Phoenix from Nebula on the hunt to Wildfangs. What is going to be their response? Are they going to stop and take a fight, or are they going to run away from it?
Yeah, Nebula and Esports, they need to start hunting. They need to get all these juicy points. Wildfang's pretty much trapped down below, but Nebula Esports doesn't want to try and take this risk, knowing that from afar they can get shot from Team Tamilas, or maybe even teams coming from Los Leonas in general. And currently, nobody knows if there's anybody inside the city itself. And from our perspective, we know there's not a single team inside.
Yeah.
But you may risk potential snipers from afar, which will happen. Sensei losing his compadre there is not too happy. Also split off from the pack to try and get a little bit of a double control across here. It seems like Sensei is predicting the circle to shift down south, but seems like Mad Kings was able to hear a couple of commotions, tries to sneak up. Sees Adi out in the open here. Couple of fadeaways, but no knocks yet coming from Mad Kings.
Yeah.
To try and take this fight.
Mad Kings is still trying to breach past this. Nebula Esports and their stronghold on these ridges have been brilliant so far. Look at the way they spread up as well. Adi and Phoenix joining him on the right-hand flank. Meanwhile, Kratos still in the front fray. Have a look at Shadow OG though, just constantly peeking out from this ridge itself. Just keeps Nebula Esports at bay, but from the back lines, Wild Fangs, Spray God cooking up that nade, waiting for that right connection. This could mean bad news for Nebula.
Yeah, you can see Mad Kings, they're in this position where they're trying to force Nebula to make a reaction. They take a couple jab in, but Nebula is not being very responsive as well. They don't really want to take a nosedive against Wild Fangs and get caught in crossfire. They're barely on the edge, and they have a small little pocket to work with, but smokes has been set. But finally, Nebula Esports says, you know what? Let's take the push. Goten gets the knock. Phoenix has been taken out. Kratos going for a little bit of flush to try to take the blue players, and yet it is. Wild Fangs loses 2 players, and Nebula is able to take space, but they lose Phoenix.
They lose Phoenix for sure, but Wild Fangs with just 1 man left alive. They've lost down control of the compounds, and now it's Sensei who is still standing tall for Wild Fangs. Not the best of outings for sure, not the amount of points that they wanted on the standings, but Nebula, what a pounce it was, what a push.
Yeah, I think they spotted out the far horizon that Vasista Esports was coming in. Seems like they want to take a little bit of safety net. Vasista Esports having the same idea as well to take exactly where Nebula Esports has just portrayed here. Realizing there is a team down in compound, but what they don't realize now is that Mad Kings has already abandoned ship. So for Nebula, they do still have a little bit of impression that Mad Kings is still around, hoping that maybe Vasista Esports messes up. But even then, Mad Kings are pretty much crossing the road, pushing up north here. Nebula still stuck on the south side with Vasista Esports. Team Tamila still gatekeeping the teams on the south side.
But concerns for Godlike, I see, because Nonix from the back lines, he can cause them problems. And of course, you've got Vanguard having the high ground control on the north of Los Leones. You know Godlike Esports, they hate being sandwiched, to be honest. They love to take those 4v4 fights. If Nonix does converge in the distance, I'm pretty sure Godlike will abominate them with the firepower that they have. But what if Vanguard takes shots from the backlines? What if Crypto and Insidious on the flank can take shots from against Godlike? They will get wrapped from all directions.
Yeah, I agree. I think the biggest threat right now for Godlike and Nonix has to be Vanguard on those high grounds. But let's take a look at the replay on what happened as well. Phoenix going for a little bit of drive-by, finds Sam pretty much stranded, and decides to go for a little bit of jab here. Goten with a nice spray outside, takes down Phoenix. But Team Taminas, they were applying a lot of suppressed fires, which resulted in Wild Fangs getting taken out, but they still lost Phoenix, which is, again, one of the major reasons why Nebula is pretty much stuck in those compounds, unaware that there is pretty much a death sentence for them, because they're pretty much trapped. There's no way out for them. Not a great position here, at least for Nebula, if they want to go for a high-ranking game to try and make a little bit of jump in towards the top 8. Currently, still sitting at the 8th position. Overall standings is still being held by Hero Extreme Godlike with 102 points. And there's still a lot of hyenas down below looking to try to make a pounce at the Kings.
You know, teams are going to be looking at Troy Tamilian right now, where exactly they are. Teams are going to be looking out for Revenant X Spark as well, whether or not they are going to make their way in. It's not easy for sure. Have a look at this. Circle about to shift. Where is it gonna go? It goes up north to Vanguard. Godlike, they're gonna be happy, and so will Victorious Summers as well. Victorious Summers have so much space to actually move about. They can try and capture those compounds underneath the hills. But will they take shots from Vanguard will be the big question. I guess they are chasing in those hills. They want to have the high ground for themselves. That is where problem is. Meanwhile, on the other side, Troy Tamilian Esports, look at that. They are converging upon Godlike. This can be a push coming in. Lens, what are you doing?
Oh no,
what are you doing? Jonathan with the nade itself. Godlike, they are trying to find it out. The nade connects. Troy Tamilian Esports have been broken down. Godlike, they are destroying their opposition.
They hold on, they defend, and all this has been a complete mishap for Troy Tamilian Esports, but at the same time, it gives an opener for Nonix to reposition. Godlike is focused on this individual fight, and Nonix is able to rotate away. And Hero Stream Godlike still a little bit afraid to push out. knowing that they are trapped. Oxen, last man standing, wants to pick up his sparrows, but he's pretty much been stranded. Sees the rotation from non-X, but he's all by himself. He's got a Vico. S-Power sees it. They want to try and make it pounce on him as well. Oxen still checking the surveys. Pre-fires coming in. Giving them a little bit of a check here, but Oxen, he's going to make a nosedive. Reverses. Gets out of line of sight of a Hero Stream Godlike. And he should be able to get out, but his car is smoking. And Mino goes for a fire, but he is going to be able to make it out alive.
You know, Oxen has to run away from this fight as far as you potentially can. Godlike Esports and this compound, they've turned into an absolute fortress. Took Troy to million down even before they take the first step in that fight, and that is absolutely brilliant. Revenant X-Spark actually had a massive split for a while. Punk was trying to take that shot against Godlike Esports, but then later on kind of disengaged in that direction as well. Visista Esports also on the move.
Yeah, but at the same time, look at this. Kratos is left all by himself. They were pretty much caught in the crosshairs of everybody, and only Kratos remains to try and survive and get some sort of points, but his car is pretty much smoking. No way out. Going for a mad dash. Might need to find a little bit of safety net, but there's not a lot of space left, and it seems like he thinks Sensei's spot is going to be the safest spot to be in, as he tries to find a little bit of a hunker spot here to try and rat things out for positions, and seems like he is going to be able to do so. But can he repair his vehicle? No, he doesn't have a repair kit. This is not good here for Nebula Esports.
Yeah.
As he tries to reposition once more. Look at this. The paranoia is kicking in on Kratos. He's just being so reactive, afraid of where enemies may be shooting him from. Not a good sign here for Nebula Esports fans at all.
Yeah. Sensei and Kratos, the only ones who keep themselves alive at the center of the circle themselves, but Vanguard has been closing in for a while. They've been the ones who have also kept control of the high grounds and also pushed in for the center. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, have a look at the replay. Troy Tamilian Esports, they just pounce into this compound, and Godlike, they were so quick to take them down. Shots from all sides. Mania, Jonathan, as well as Punk from the backlines did find that knock against Hesperos. So Godlike also were aided by Revenant X-Spark, their arch rivals.
Yeah, that was a beautiful box coming from Hero Stream Godlike, but on the finish feed as well, we do see Visista Esports getting a knock on Godlike, but on screen now, so on the edge of the zone, barely making it through. They need to try and push in, and Mad Kings is the one to try and stop them in track. It seems like they are going to try and rotate away from Mad Kings, looking to try and find a little bit of safety. Shots has been pressured here. Team Tamina sees them, but it seems like they do scout out a potential rat, and that's going to be Kratos, as they do take a little bit of pit stop here to try and hold down the fort. But I don't think they realize that Kratos is there, and they're actually leaving him alive.
I'm not a big fan of this position, honestly. I see Team Soul, of course, they are going to find the frag against Kratos. Nebula Esports will get eliminated. It is almost done and dusted. Nebula, they're going towards the survival stage. 12 matches on the course of 2 days, and only the top 8 survive and go to the grand finals. But of course, Team Soul, like I said, I'm not a big fan of this position. Goblin now legit finally taking shots. HP has been brought down quite low. The question is, who were the shots coming from? Was it Welt or was it Mad Kings from the back lines?
Yeah, I think it's going to be Vanguard and Team Tamilas, but at the same time, I really like what Soul did right there. Like, they saw a random car out in the open, smelled something fishy, took a little bit of stop, set up, and then took him out, so that was really nice. But seems like Evox could be also trying to make space into the zone. They will run into his Mad Kings, who's also coincidentally pushing in. Hasn't exactly found space, but Evox, they're losing their vehicles. They're pretty much exposed. Mad Kings taking 2 fronts here at the same time. Taking a jab at Soul, taking a jab at Evox. They're fending off everybody else. Even Team Tamilas, who's stuck outside the zone, getting pinned here by Clutch God.
Team Tamilas right now, they can absolutely wash down by Mad Kings from outside the circle. This is a chase for the circle that we've never seen. On the other side, it is going to be a pounce coming in from Evox. Reckoning Esports, quick to actually press on the trigger. Final play gets taken down. Evox have been shut down, ladies and gentlemen. Reckoning Esports, they are on fire.
Oh my goodness, the fight for the top 8 getting closer and closer. Reckoning Esports taking a big lead here in the top 8. And they will continue to do so if things do not go as planned for teams in the bottom here. But as of yet, with Evox getting taken out, the chances getting completely smothered here to try and push through.
Oh,
but look at this. So inside the zone, gatekeeping so many teams.
Look at that. You've got Welt, you've got Mad Kings, you've got Reckoning, you've got Team Soul. Now this is going to be an absolute Royal Rumble inside of the circle. Reckoning's Lavish. Nade's getting lobbed in well. Of course, they are slowly losing their stronghold. 2 players getting knocked off. The range, of course, isn't going to protect them for long as Justy is under fire, and finally he falls as well. This is good stuff. Mad Kings, of course, dominating, but Shadow shot from the distance. Reckoning Esports, they're going to clean up well for sure. But can Mad Kings push inside the circle?
Oh, this is all about timing here. Reckoning Esports, they clean out the members coming from well, but everybody is struggling for space. And look at the far horizon. Victorious Summers, they've heard all the commotions and they are on attacked here. They're fully safe from all this attention that has been garnered down towards the south side. Proton, last player left, gets scouted out. And he's going to go down to Reckoning Esports once more as Reckoning Esports pulls the lead to try and defend their spots, and they're pretty much true towards the grand finals.
It's nothing short of a miracle. The Team Soul has been holding on to this position for so long, despite the heat, despite the aggression, despite so many teams trying to breach past them. Still, Mad Kings at the cusp of it all. Clutch God, he's gonna watch the nade sail past him as well. Joker, he's not really stopping, right? He gets yet another one right on the money as Clutch God gets taken out. Mad Kings Esports eliminated, and Team Soul en route to yet another big game. Where is Revenant X Spark? Where is Reckoning Esports? Where is Troy the Million Esports? All those questions getting answered, I see, slowly and steadily.
Well, seems like Victorious Summers also looking to try and continue the trend from the previous round. The zone now favoring on towards Vanguard, and Victorious Summers needs to push through. Gonna be a tricky spot to be in here. Soul fighting off on so many teams on the front, but Goblin getting a knock on the waist. Where did that shot come from? What a nice knock, but can they translate this into something? They're looking for the thirst, but no, Scary John replies and takes him out. They are going to try and save a waste here for Victorious Summers, but Goblin now getting pushed for Reckoning Esports, but Legit, the savior for Soul.
Legit is unstoppable at this point. Team Soul just destroying everybody they find. Reckoning Esports have been dug 6 feet under as we see Team Soul put 8 finishes on their board. 152 points. The only team inside of the semi-finals to actually do so. 14 matches played. Still one more left alive. Team Soul, they are putting up a total that can be unmatched. But that's not the point. Victorious Summers, they've been hearing all this commotion for a while, I see, and they're looking to take down Team Soul. Taking down the Giants, it isn't going to be easy.
This is some insane teamwork coming from Soul, but let's take a look at the Hoods. Hero, Extreme, Godlike, they finally make it out. They are going to try and push out for position. They are in the top 8. Position points in play. Slow and steady wins the race, but now is the time for action. Does this patience pay off here for Hero Extreme Godlike as they push up the mountains? They're not in zone. They are going to be fighting with Nonex. Sees Arthur out in the open. No knocks yet. Doesn't want to take the risk yet. But Manya playing these very cautiously. Arthur knows he's stuck. Now with the smokes coming in.
No.
Noke's being cooked, but a stray nade from afar. Chips him away. May have sidetracked the nade, and I don't think it's going to be good enough to knock. And with those smokes coming in, Arthur might be able to reposition it back out.
Yeah, but Manya, look at his HP. Constantly from the back lines, it has been Vanguard who's been causing them problems. Godlike Esports. Now first one goes down. It is going to be Vasista. Beast finds Jonathan. Godlike, a 3-man outfit. Nonex Esports constantly bomb those nades, and they find Jonathan. Godlike, they're in danger of almost eliminating themselves. Can they survive this fight and escape, Icy?
Oh, they have to make a run for it as well. Manya desperately making a mad dash to try and survive this. Meanwhile, Victorious Summers heard all this commotion. They are going to press the matter, but on the finish feed, Manya has been taken out. Vasista Esports is making life miserable for teams up north here, as Victorious Summers also making a little bit of mad scramble here with Nonex. And it seems like the damage has been done. They have to reposition. They have to push into zone. Vanguard looking to try and bounce this, but the straight aim from Crypto almost catches S-Power. Very tricky spot here. S-Power, last player left for Hero Extreme Godlike.
Absolutely. This is, of course, ladies and gentlemen, the cluster of death. Every single one of these teams waiting to be inside the top 8. And look at S-Power turn up the airstrikes. Back-to-back nades against Vanguard, but none of them strike. S-Power has been dodging those bullets, but up top, Nonex, they've been struggling against Victorious Summers. And out of nowhere, Team Soul, they survive and they arrive to the party.
Oh, they're coming to take him down as well. Always gets knocked. Victorious Summers this time, they're the ones that get pinned. Perfect timing from Soul to try and make it pounce. But at the same time, return fires from Scary John shuts down Goblin. What a performance here as they fight for survival. pinned against the wall, and eventually S-Power finally goes down as Nonex picks them apart. But this Northern fight here has not been concluded yet. Everybody is scrapping for points. Victoria Summers needs the chicken dinner, and they will overtake Hiroshima Godlike as of yet to make it in the top 8.
But the problem is they are still outside the circle, and it seems like Team Soul are not going to allow them entry. Gatekeeping team, Vasista, as well as the Nonex Esports right now. On the other side, Vanguard, of course, they've got control of the warehouse as well. Vasista on the other side, they are looking to make the entry. Hector has been knocked out in the backlines. It's Beast, Cheyenne, Some, as a nade does come through. Dionysus too low on HP. Can Vanguard survive this onslaught, I see?
Oh boy, Vanguard. They have caused a lot of problems here, but with the nades from Cheyenne to get the knock through, Vasista Esports may also look to try and make a miraculous play, but if they get the chicken dinner, the last game needs to be nothing shy of excellent in order to qualify, but Nonex has been eliminated and 103 points. It seems like it will come down towards the last game to decide their fates of who makes it to the grand finals. We're down towards the final 4 teams as of yet, and Seoul is looking to take the #1 top spot. And joining right beside them here is going to be Revenant X-Park also fighting for survival, and they're still alive.
Exactly, right out of nowhere, Revenant X-Park make their way to the top 4. And this can be their game. This can be the big chicken dinner that they've been waiting for, that they've been eager for as well. But right now, they are under the crosshairs of Joker, who has been that ace card for Team Soul every single time. Top 4, ladies and gentlemen, Revenant X-Park, Vasista Esports, Team Soul, and Vanguard duke it out. Who gets the chicken? Who gets those points to actually make it inside the top 8? I see it's going to be brutal.
Oh, tough spot to be in. Vasista Esports needs to make the first pounds in first for the west side. They're pretty much boxed in for Vanguard. They got the opener, but they still need to use those utilities, and it is slowly running down low here for Vasista Esports. As they slowly close the gap. Vanguard seems to be relieving the pressure. They're taking the warehouses. Their backs are exposed. Vasista Esports might be able to make a pounce on this. But while that is happening as well, Revenant X-Park also needs to take a little bit of a crossing here.
Yeah.
So does have the high ground. Spokes has been set up. A couple of chip damage has been duked out here. Seems like Revenant X-Park is looking to try and sneak their way in. Seems like Seoul do not realize they've closed the gap here, and they're now going to go head-to-head.
Now this is Revenant X-Park playing really tactically, closing in the distance, of course. The nades being cooked up. This is Trace and Payne, the front liners, of course, as the nade comes through. 2 slam dunks on Joker, as a lot of HP has been chewed up. But they're still trying to find that space, trying to find that opening. Trace can't really get carried away. Joker falls. Punk with the Molotov, just doing so brilliant. 2 players, Legit and Thunder, on the receiving end of it all as they find the knock on Trace. Team Revenant X-Park, they're pushing forward. Trace has been finished off. Payne is still holding down the ridge. Yet another nade. Joker has been found out. Team Soul eliminated, and Revenant X-Park inside the top 3.
Beautifully done here from Revenant X-Park. A chicken dinner will give them the spot, and this is exactly what they need. The last 2 teams duking in out of warehouses as well, and Vasista Esports versus Revenant X-Park versus Vanguard, and this is going to be the most important match here for Revenant X-Park, especially for the next one, to try and sustain the spots and push through towards the top 8 for the grand final seeds here. And Vasista Esports, we've seen the rivalry before between them and Revenant X-Park, and getting in between this major rivalry is going to be currently Vanguard.
Yeah, and Vanguard are going to be the first ones to take some shots. Payne finds a connection, takes Dreams out as well. 6 eliminations on the board for Revenant X-Park as they duke it out. Vasista Esports invade. Vanguard, Sionis still holds on. Can he find the connection with the shotgun? No, he can't. Vanguard Esports, they fall, I see.
Oh my goodness, Vanguard gets taken out by Vasista Esports, but they are weak. They need the reset, and it comes down to a 3 versus 3. The ultimate showdown is there. 3v2 now. Payne close the gap. Ninja on the off angle. Saw me getting scouted out, and the nades comes through, and that's gonna be the knock.
He finds it! Revenant X-Park, just 1 man left alive. Payne is going in, Ninja closing in the distance. Vasista Esports, it's just Beast. Can he find that 1v3? Payne still around the corner. It's completely been smoked off. They have to deny that revival as well. Inside of the warehouse, Shine has been picked off. It is just a 1v3 left alive. Revenant X-Park, 7 finishes on the block. Can they make it to the grand finals with this victory? Beast in the corner, still Ninja looking to find him. Nobody's brave enough to go in for the shot, but finally Beast finds a connection. Now this is problematic. This is a 1v2 right now, I see.
Oh, mistakes were made. Revenant X Park. They may have just let him slip here. Beast may look to try and deny this. Punk gonna play these a little bit patiently here. He's to 24 bullets to try and take him down on the outskirts. And Beast may look to try and deny this point if he knows that this is Revenant X Park. Their long-standing rivalry and feud has been there. But Beast, he overexposed and gets taken down. And that is gonna be the winner chicken dinner for Revenant X Park.
A desperately needed one too. Especially when you knew that for Revenant X Park qualification was dicey. They come out with a massive chicken dinner. 18 points in the overall standings. But for Sister Esports, they're going to be disappointed in themselves because they wanted to snatch it away. They wanted a chicken dinner. They wanted a glimmer of hope of making the bounce back. But it's not just for Sister Esports that failed. Even Godlike messed up big time in this game.
Godlike messed up. Non-X messed up. Victorious Summers mixed up as well, and out of nowhere, Revenant X Park just sneaked in and snatched away the chicken.
The fight for the final slot is going to be so very close here. But who would have thought that Revenant X Park keeping their heads down low, finally making the pounce and destroying Seoul in this push, gave them that opportunity to take the power spot and maybe even the ticket towards the grand finals.
In the upcoming games, there are so many teams up for contention. Revenant X Park being one of them, Victoria Sumas being the other. You've also got Hero Extreme, Godlike trying their best, duking it out, fighting it out, and a few more names will be there. But the available slots, potentially only two. Only two of the teams can actually breach in. Who is it going to be? The suspense is just too much. And at this point, looking at the replay of the previous game as well, Beast tried his best. He gave it all he had, but the position was something that was not favoring him, and that's why Resista Esports messed things up. But it was still a great catch-up by them. For Revenant X Park, this is a glimmer of hope that they capitalized.
Absolutely, this is the right things that you mentioned. The glimmer of hope. The job is not done as of yet. They got themselves the elimination points they wanted. 8 points in terms of elimination, 10 from the chicken. But Revenant X Park still need one more big game to solidify that slot inside of the grand finals.
I mean, look, the upcoming game, it's going to be filled up with too much pressure. We are probably going to be seeing a lot of teams crumble. And for Meta Ninja, keep this thing in mind. Let's just say the worst possible scenario, the cutoff is going to be 112 because Meta Ninja will be around the edge. So here's the question. Are we going to see anyone breach up?
But as of yet, because of this game, almost everybody messed up. The chances and odds for Meta Ninja to hold that spot got a little bit higher now, because now it comes down to this one final game where I think maximum only 2 teams can sneak in from underneath.
Meta Ninja are going to be thanking Victoria Summers for that early elimination. They are going to be saying, thank you so much, lads, for getting eliminated early.
So let's just say there are so many teams who have crossed that 100 points marker.
Yeah.
Godlike being one of them, Victoria Sumas being one of them, Revenant X Park with this game. They've done a beautiful job. Meta Ninja, they cannot really play the game, so you can say 112, let's just say, is the potential cutoff.
Yeah.
The moment you cross the 112 points marker, you will be guaranteed a slot in the top 8. But Sustension, maybe that's not going to be the case.
One more game decides their fate here, and I don't know, man, like 5-6 teams looking for that final 2 tickets towards the grand finals. It's tough. It's tough to see who's going to win this year.
I know, right?
I'm just imagining about the condition of all the fans out there in the arena who saw Godlike getting taken down. I did not think they imagined something like that is going to happen.
And the crazy part is Seoul's just going bonkers. They're creating a vacuum of elimination points, and they're just stopping anyone that's trying to do anything. And especially with a team like Seoul that's on a rampage, we will see those elimination points gathered. Hopefully Godlike is not going to be in their way, because they will be rolled over. Because for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. The last game will be right there.
One skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of BGIS 2026 semi-finals last day. One final game remains, and so many teams out there battling for that last slot to the grand finals. Of course, this is me, Salty. I'm going to be your host, and joining alongside me on the panel is going to be Ice with Johnny and Necro as well. Gentlemen, I want to know your thoughts. Of course, Johnny was in the backlines. We were watching that game. Revenant X-Pac getting that very crucial chicken dinner. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I think that is just going to, well, bring the excitement to a whole new level heading into this last game. Because let's just have a look at the overall leaderboard, man.
I know, right?
The Hindi desk was talking about it, that
oh my god,
X-Pac, Meta Ninja, Victor Sumis, oh man, tied up. Meta Ninja can still push through. They can still qualify by the grace of God, but they're going to need that grace.
All right, boys, did you miss a name out there?
No.
Did you miss a name in the top 8? Where is Godlike?
Yes!
Oh, where is Godlike?
They messed up! VS took their spot! Oh my god, it's just 1 point separating! You can't believe it! Oh my god, this is absolute cinema! This is what we wanted to see! That's why I picked Godlike!
Wow, Necro, that is bad, but Godlike, they still have one more game remaining. 105 points on the overall. Troy Million at 104. Nornex at 103. Myth at 99. Evox at 99. How many teams, whoever gets a chicken, they push through?
Persist at 95 and Nebula as well at 89 points. A 25 bomber from Vasista Esports, from Nebula Esports.
Imagine Meta Ninja and their boys' head right now. They are praying to their gods, hoping that Godlike's gonna fail. Troy Million Esports is gonna fail. Nonix is gonna fail. Myth is gonna fail. Evox is gonna fail. Vasista's gonna fail. They need all these teams to drop the ball in the upcoming game, and then only Meta Ninja can qualify.
Oh man, this has gotten very exciting. The last match that we're about to head into, I was looking at Wildfang sitting at 81 points. Well, for them, it's a little too far away, grieving for qualification, but for the others, and I still believe that even Nebula Esports, a big 30 bomber, if they can actually pull it off in this game, it helps them push through, it helps them move towards the grand finale directly.
Looking at the cutoff, they don't even need the 30 bomber. Even if they get 20 points, they actually move up.
Potentially, yes. There's a lot of math, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to go up as well. The last page, of course, they are going to be playing in the survival stage. Come back tomorrow. But have a look at this.
So, I want to talk to Necro about what he just said.
Yeah.
Depends on Victor Sumis, right?
Yeah, it depends on Victor Sumis, and if all the other teams above them fail,
Pretty
then
much.
Nebula needs 20 points.
They need to get past Meta Ninja. Again, the cutoff is still same 112 points because Meta Ninja is the only team that's there within the qualification bracket that's not playing.
Yeah.
And that is why 112 has become the mark for everyone.
Yeah.
That's the one team you can push out easily of the top 8, and that's the one team you need to aim for.
The arena, they are feeling the energy. They are buzzing. Who's going to get that big W? Who's going to get that big chicken? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cathedral of BGMI. This is BGI semi-finals. Last game, last day. Who makes it to the grand finals? We'll find out.
The plane is in the skies for one last time in the semifinals. This is going to be your match number 24th. The final chance, the final ray of hope for anyone on the second and the first page to nail that spot down in the top 8. And the plane fly pad Johnny, it's going to be cruel on the lobby. Look at it, starting all the way from military base towards the Povka.
Yeah, hey man, the journey in the semifinals itself has been cruel on everyone. And the last game on this map of Erangel, it's going to be no different. But we are also, Necro, waiting to see which teams from the last page of the leaderboard are going to target the middle pack.
I know,
hey,
right?
If you have opponents in the form of Evox, in Vasista Esports, in Nebula,
Godlike,
go after them. Hey, who does not like Godlike?
Soul, Phoenix. There's 2 already right there.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
Nebula as well. If they won, they can definitely go in. But Nebula for themselves, they stand a chance to qualify.
Yeah.
So I hope they're not going to be targeting anyone. Instead, just focusing on the upcoming game. There's so many names whose games can be spoiled right now.
And Soul as well is not interested, as far as we have seen, not interested in just going after teams initially right off the bat. Although, you did mention Phoenix Esports. Now, I want to see where are the players of Phoenix in this match?
Yeah, well,
Well,
Johnny...
they're not playing.
You see, I mean, you asked me who doesn't like Godlike, so I just named Phoenix Esports, but Phoenix is not really playing in this game. So for Godlike, maybe that's one team off the rocks. They don't really need to worry about them, but Mad Kings and Wells, they duke it out. Once again, for both the teams, they've given up on the qualification already, and that's why you see them just go all the way, guns blazing. Off the rip, it's out of the game. They start to hurt the boys of Wells, and Mad Kings have already found a major advantage.
Oh man, these two teams way too far off for qualification, so not a lot to lose for both of them. But it does take away points from the teams that actually have their lives, their spot in the grand finale at stake. Shadow OG making the bounce, spots the man with a shotgun to the face, and he drops to the floor.
And you just can't do anything about it. One shot from that shotgun is it's gonna make sure that your life will be taken away. And Sham now on the opposite side, just trying to jump on top of that wall in the hopes of finding at least one connection. And there we go, bro, knocked out. Sham, he's only got 4 shells in the shotgun. He turns around and he flips the odds in his own team's favor, but he still gets shot from the back. Reckoning Esports, they come in with a quick third party. They have been eliminated. Oh my God, Wealth Esports taken care of. That's massive for Reckoning Esports. They're securing these points.
Yeah, they just want them just to make sure that, again, teams in the middle pack are going to be in struggle. And Mad Kings as well, not going to survive for long. Clutch God, he's the last man alive, tries to fight for his life, but an easy takedown for the players of Reckoning Esports. And I think Reckoning can pick up a few more points as well. Team Tamilas is present towards the military bridge. If Team Tamilas is on a move, if they get too eager, then 3 more points for Reckoning.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, Team Tamilas' firepower hasn't even been working out. So for Reckoning Esports, it should be an easy bite.
But let's start talking about the middle pack. Revenant, X-Park, Victor Sumas, Godlike, Troy Million, Nonix, Evox, Myth, Vasista Esports. 8 names in this map. Half the lobby is just paranoid.
Nebula as well?
Yeah, Nebula as well. So more than half the lobby is just paranoid, because if they mess up, then their chances of moving forward, well, they're going to be up for a coin toss. And then you have to basically have the best performance of your life in the next 2 days, get through the survival stages to be able to push through.
Once again, 2 potential slots opened up. And fighting for those 2 slots are going to be 9 teams. Man, that's so much. The odds of you qualifying are so low.
Yeah.
Unless you actually find a massive game, then yes, it's going to be simpler for you, but it's easier to say. Victor Sumas, they're just on the cusp, and all thanks to Scary Jot. The way this man's been performing, he's really given his team a second chance to qualify. And have a look at the replay of how exactly the fight really commenced. Mad Kings up against the boys of Weld, and then later on, Weld got third party by Reckoning Esports. It was just a quick mob.
Well, let's see how things turn out now. Moving forward for the name still in this fight, Vasista Esports already taking a swift rotation towards Northern Georgia. They have Nonix in tow. But Victor Sumas, 106 points on that 8th position in the overall leaderboard. And they find themselves sharing Yasnaya with the side of Nebula Esports. Nebula just looking to breach the city of Yasnaya, or maybe getting around it. They are present towards the eastern fields. On the other side of things, we also have Revenant X-Park on our screens, 112 points. I think for Revenant X-Park, they need anything that they can grab for themselves to just smidge their way or push their way beyond that 7th spot. Well, they're sitting 6th on the overall leaderboard. They just need a safety net.
Indeed. Godlike on the screen, and they've got this warehouse. Godlike is probably just trying to play for some sort of stability, because they know the past couple of fights haven't really been working out. And even the positions inside of the game, they have been a little bit messed up. Godlike is always getting messed up by the zone itself, just shifting away from them. Nebula Esports still on the prowl, still on the hunt, searching for that one big game. They only need 20 points to commence that comeback. And now heading towards Severny, Nebula is already contesting a decent spot.
Well, let's see. I mean, they are going to try and move either towards Severny or maybe take a position just off of shooting range. But Nebula, again, about 25 to 30 points needed for qualification, depending on Victor Sumas, Godlike. If these teams get taken out early, then Nebula can push through potentially with 26, 27 points. But Victor Sumas need to take an exit on 0 for that to happen. And Nebula, I think, from where they are, might just be the ones that become the reason for the exit of Victorious Showdown. Look, the teams are getting closer.
Yeah. And here we go. Once again, the action kicks off. Godlike messed up. Oh my god. What's happening with them? How does S-Power get knocked out? But at least the cavalry's going to be there as well. Vehicle Molotov just to make sure that there's no one up close and personal. Team Tamilas, their games are already spoiled. They've got nothing to lose, and now they're here to stop Godlike from making that comeback. Already the barrier is created. But Godlike, I highly doubt they can break the boundaries.
I agree with you on that. It's going to be a difficult revive coming through for S-Power. But let's see, 3 players still left. We have seen this happen before. S-Power taken out early from the roster of Godlike, and yet the team having a decent run. That's what the fans are waiting for. That's what the players want as well. But Manya, look at him. He does not want to lose his teammates. A swan dive, a desperate move coming through. And Necro, this could be a big mistake. Godlike, they could be eliminated from this game. Team Tamilas will have angles to work with, and even Manya could be taken out.
I genuinely think this is a throw. I don't think Godlike should have done this. Both the players outside of the water pretty much just handicapped. They can't do anything. Can anyone fight back? Manya is now trying to just creep and crawl his way around the edge. Somehow he's got the revival. And of course the fans elated, happy that the fallen comrade is back upon his feet. But here we go! The pounds! It's on the way! Manya's doing a lot of damage, but the man also gets knocked out. Man once again put out of commission. Team Tamilas with the man advantage. Fox OP up close and personal, tossing that nade. And this one has to be on the mark. Jonathan, there's a lot of that pressure on top of Jonathan. His nade is definitely chipping out that damage, but it's not enough to keep that man out of commission. Fox OP still up close and personal. Jonathan tucked in a corner.
Yeah, now Admino as well under pressure. The nade takes out a lot of his HP, and he's trying to duke it out with aim guard, but on the other side, Mr. IGL finds an opening. Jonathan falls to his knees, and last man from the side of Godlike still in the fight. Admino, he needs to survive. He needs to wait for Power to join him again, but the players from Team Tamilas are playing mind games. Admino, sliver of HP, finally out of the way, and this could be the end of the line for Godlike in the semi-finals.
That's it, Johnny, that's it.
Yeah.
I don't think Godlike can make it now. 105 points, just one man barely surviving that too. It's going to be S-Power. I already mentioned this. It was a suicide mission the moment Manya just took a swan dive in that water.
Because it gave the info to Team Tamilas that the duo in the backlines is just a 2-man roster, and Team Tamilas realized that, all right, 3 versus 2, we have the upper hand. Let's just go after them. They reached the compounds. Manya wasn't able to find the initial knock, and then he just got taken out. And S-Power all this time was not even involved in the fight because he was in the water waiting for the player, the isolated player of the Team Tamilas squad to actually leave him.
They played that so well.
Yeah.
S-Power the only hope. But I'm pretty sure this hope is going to fade away too because Shawnee's got no meds. How does he even work around? He does not even have bandages to patch himself up. The man surviving on 1 HP. While Fang's on the screen up against the boys of Vanguard. Vanguard once again just trying to play for that territorial control. Wildfang's taking those shots against Vanguard. Wildfang's a little bit suppressed too on the opposite side. And now Dreams is just caught out in the open. A lot of those shots were taken against the man, but Dreams is still alive and he's cooking.
Pretty much finds an opening against the players of Wildfangs. Sensei as well, extremely low, but Goten finds a trade for his team. Numbers equalized between the two sides, 3 versus 3. And again, Wildfangs and Vanguard teams at the bottom outside of the qualification bracket. No, nothing gained or nothing lost between them in this fight, but when the other squads, when teams like Victorious Showdown, Godlike look at the number of players in the lobby going down, that's basically points vanishing from the board.
But Johnny, what a massive heartbreak for the Godlike fans.
Yeah, true.
105 points, they're stuck with that. And S-Power is just counting his numbers.
Doesn't even have heals.
Yeah, he's done. He knows it. He can't do anything. The moment he steps outside of that shack, it's done. It's just about opening that door. And the moment that door opens, the man will be eliminated. They've done enough. They've done a lot. But it was still not enough. Godlike messing things up, dropping the ball in the final few. Wildfangs. Oh my god, look at them. Sensei's the only person, that's the casualty. But for Wildfangs to initiate the comeback, they need too many points. That's going to be a 25-pointer. Bare minimum needed for Wildfangs to stand a chance. As Power is taking too much damage from the blue, it's done. Godlike is eliminated from this game, which means they're going to be heading towards the survival stage. 105 points were not enough to keep them in the top 8. Victor Sumus right now holds the line.
And now it's very difficult to pinpoint exactly where things went wrong for Godlike. Could it be the slow start on day 1 and day 2 that has resulted in them falling out? Or was it just a few matches messed up today that are going to keep this team in the survival stages? Commotion in the arena, the fans from the side of Seoul. Well, they are happy.
Yeah.
They're not going to have to deal with Godlike, at least for the next 2 days.
It's kind of funny, the Seoul fans are celebrating in the arena. One of the men is standing on top of his chair, and he's saying, where are the Godlike guys now? I do not hear anything.
To be fair, it's not like Godlike has been eliminated from the tournament. Yeah. Survival stage is still there, so they still can push through. All the Godlike supporters, all you have to do to get your team through to the other side is just get Necro to not pick them.
Don't say that, okay? I'm sure I'm going to be getting a lot of hate.
Yeah.
So I'm already ready for it. I'm just not going to read anything. I'm just not going to open my social media.
You have been targeting these lads for the whole day. You said it on the stream today. You said it on this broadcast.
I was just testing if I'm an actual curse or not.
Well, now we have your answer.
Yeah, well, now I'm going to start using my powers, buddy.
Yeah, start charging.
Yeah, now that I know I've got superpowers, I'm going to start using them for earning more money. Revenant X Spark. As of now, though, trying to hold off the boys of Evox. Both the teams stand a chance to qualify.
Oh.
And what an 8 that was from Shadow. That's the IGL man stepping up. Pain in the back, all the way back in the blue. He's taking that damage. Chunks of HP deducted. Pain is taken down low. And what an 8 that is. Shadow, the IGL himself, stepping up big time. But even he gets traded off Evox. Where are the remaining players?
And well, every single point that Revenant X-Pac gets in this fight is a safety cushion for them. But Evox, let's not forget about them, Necro. They're sitting at 100 points. They need at least 10 to 15 to get a safety net, find a way inside of the top 8. But Evox, they also fail. Another name has been decided for the survival stages. And that is going to be Evox. Revenant X-Pac, 116. Is that a safety net?
Johnny, there's so many big names actually heading towards the survival stage, and there's only 8 slots available, which means there will be guaranteed big names taking an exit from the survival stage as well.
Yeah.
Victor Sumus, though, Johnny, barely hanging on the ledge, 107 points, still in contention. Tritamillion Esports, Nonix, Myth, Vasista, Nebula, they still stand a chance. And if Wildfangs gets a massive game, even they stand a chance, but they've only got 3 men standing. Revenant X-Spark eliminated from the game. So let's just say the cutoff, the worst possible scenario, can be 116 as of now.
Pretty much, and if we are going for 116, then that means Victor Sumus, they need to surpass that, just so it is not them, it is first Meta Ninja and then Revenant X-Spark that gets pushed out from the overall leaderboard if 2 more teams decide to chime in, because there are still teams. There's Tritamillion Esports still in this fight, there's Nonix, Myth as well, Basista, and Nebula. Any of these 5 names, if they end up having a big win, a big chicken dinner, can take someone from the top 8 out. It could be Revenant X-Spark or it could be Meta Ninja.
My question is, why wasn't Team Tamilas playing the same way before?
I have no idea either. I was wondering the same thing when we saw them fight the players of Godlike earlier.
I know, right? So proactive in that fight. Actually played every single card to perfection.
Yeah.
Positioning-wise as well, they were just doing brilliant. And Team Tamilas, if your firefights are that good, you might as well just start taking them. But I guess they have woken up late. But this might just be the right time to wake up, since tomorrow the survival stages will commence.
Yeah.
And maybe they can make a bounce back from there to the grand finals. Top 8 will be decided today, and the remaining 8 will be decided day after tomorrow. So, yeah, things are going to be really exciting. Nebula Esports' Phoenix all by himself against that man from Vanguard. Insidious up close and personal. It's the duel of the shotguns, but Phoenix messes up. Vanguard a bit too quick when it comes to that trigger, and also the cavalry arrived in the right time. Nebula messed up. Now they can't qualify as well. Oh my God, so many big names taking an exit, Johnny.
This is heartbreaking, man. Nebula was playing so well today, and now finally the momentum gets shut down. Kratos gets finished off, and now even Nebula are going to join the list for the survival stages, but well, Vanguard, they can't celebrate right now. They're going to get annihilated by the side of Soul, who, well, can do whatever they want. 163 points. So, yeah, Soul is going to be on a hunt in this game.
They have to be. Why not? Hunt down everyone in the chance of qualification.
All right, so Victoriosumus is on the northern edge. Seoul is on the, the eastern edge, and between them is Vanguard. If Seoul takes out Vanguard, Victoriosumus gets a little bit of safety, but before that can happen, Dionysus, he gets a shutdown. It's going to be Venom from the side of Victoriosumus who gets picked off. This is bad for VS.
Oh my god, Seoul! That's going to be Joker down, almost on the verge of being knocked down, by the way. But maybe the revival is actually coming through. Vanguard is going to push up. Insidious knows the chance for qualification towards Vanguard is anyways vanished away, so you might as well just try and play for the fun. And that's why Insidious has actually pushed up close and personal, but then he realizes that he's just messed up, so he just backs away.
Pretty much, but I think out of all of the teams that are fighting for qualification, Troy, Million and Nonix, they have brilliant positions to work with. Seoul going after Vanguard, one more player knocked out. Dionysus, well, he's the last man left standing, and I don't think he's going to stay alive for long. Team Seoul, they have all the freedom in the world to work with for this particular game, and they are putting it to use as well.
Always knocked out. Victoriosumus still inside of the game, actually fighting a tooth and nail. And Victoriosumus, they need to keep their man number intact. It's a three-man squad still standing. Oasis knocked out, so make that two. Victoriosumus, can they survive the wrath of Krafton Esports? That's another team in contention of qualification. Victoriosumus cannot be eliminated right now. Scary John! What just happened? Scary John actually saves the day once again. This man is literally the kryptonite for anyone in the lobby. How is he so good?
Well, let's see. Victoriosumus 111 points on the board, but Seoul, they are right behind Victoriosumus as well. An early exit could still result in Nonix taking at least VS out. Remember, 112 is where Meta Ninja are on the 7th position, and VS is still on the 8th spot. Victoriosumus still can't afford to get taken out.
Johnny, but you have to agree, it's always the big guy saving the day.
Not always. We've ruined the day for Godlike.
They don't have a big guy in their team, so it's not my fault.
I was surprised today Salty hasn't been calling you Necroman anymore. Is he also trying to get Godlike through? Or was he at least? Now they are.
I don't even know,
survival
man.
stage, What happened to Necroman should be the question.
Yeah, lost. Gone. But I mean, just look at the pattern, right? First it's Joker, now it's Scary Jod. I mean, we're seeing all the big guys just going bonkers. They're popping off in the games.
Pretty much, but let's see how far they're going to take their teams in this particular match. Scary Jod needs to perform. He's been a key player for Victoriosumus, but they aren't the only ones fighting for survival. My eyes are just looking for Nonix. They haven't done anything in this game so far. And what Nonix should pray for now is Victoriosumus getting 2 points so that they push up for 7th. And then Nonix needs about 9 points, let's say, to get past Meta Ninja. They need 9 points.
Definitely gonna need 9 points. Reckoning Esports, they've got a nice trail secured around the edges. That's where they're playing. Reckoning Esports knows the job is almost done. They've already secured a lot of points in the overall standings. But now Reckoning Esports is just trying to be a problem, a pain in the foot for teams like Myth, Vasista Esports, Nonix, and even Wildfangs, and maybe Victoriosumus as well. These are the teams that stand a chance to qualify, and Victoriosumus, they just need to pin that spot down.
Boy, oh boy. As the game moves forward, we're already down to the top 8. And Victoriosumus, Scary Jod getting taken out by Nonix. This is the competition chiming in. Victoriosumus, they can't afford to get taken out. Still on the 8th spot. Mafia drops to the floor. And Nonix, if they end up wiping out Victoriosumus, then Victoriosumus are going to be the ones getting replaced on the overall leaderboard. And realizing this, so Waze just makes a run for his life. But he has run into a cluster. Shots from the flank. It is going to be Wildfangs. Up ahead, it is going to be the side of Myth. Where does Waze go?
The tire's out of commission. The buggy, it's not going to work anymore. Always now needs to just shroud himself inside of the smoke. That's going to be the best possible option available. He survived till the top 8, Johnny. That's going to be 1 placement points already tallied up. He just need to survive a little bit longer. Don't get taken out. Keep on patching yourself up. But Myth, they're going to be a thorn in your way. Always just pop that first aid. Come on, just do it, and that's what he's doing. Always popping that first aid to play that survival game. It's so close. Victoriosumus, the sword of death, it's right on top of their necks. And their heads can be cut off anytime. There's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
And Oasis is the right man to deal with that pressure. He has been in the circuit for years. He's a veteran.
But let's see if he succeeds this time, because the team that's after him is also someone who's fighting for qualification. Myth is sitting at 101, but Myth is also losing players. And Team Tamilas are the ones who pick Lucifer. Myth now down a man. Struggles are going to look to get more and more trickier to deal with in this game. And right behind them is also Basista Esports, who need about 25, 26 points.
Indeed. Team Tamilas, all the 4 players intact. Should have been playing this way since the start. But as of now for Team Tamilas, once again, Reckoning Esports might just be their kryptonite. Hovercraft blown up, so for Team Tamilas, that's a good thing. That's going to be a big thing out of commission of this fight. Levi, the man, was up close and personal. Even he gets dealt with. What is happening with Team Tamilas? Why were they not playing the same way before?
I have no idea, man. I have a lot of questions. Isn't Vadi a lot friend of yours? So you should be the one asking him.
I know, right?
Yeah,
I should be talking to that guy.
Pretty much, like, what was happening with the boys in the starting stages? Why were they so bad?
Yeah,
in
why were
all
they?
the games, but in the last match they were playing like absolute gods.
Yeah, carefree, no pressure. Team Tamilas is just mopping the floor, wiping out teams after teams. Myth as well eliminated, Johnny. Another team that's not going to be able to make it inside of the top 8, but Nonix still a chance. All the 4 players alive. Victor Sumas, they're dead with 112 points, which means that is still going to be the cutoff.
Oh, Metanins and Victor Sumas, 112 is where the cutoff sits. And beyond them, there's Revenant X-Pac. Also, by the way, Necro, it's not just Nonix. Basista Esports, 98 points on the board. Still fighting for qualification. They need 15 points, man. 15 points. And they will be able to surpass both Meta Ninja and Victor Sumas.
Stop it, Johnny. You're getting my blood pumping. You're building too much stress on me right now. Nonix, 4 players alive. Soul, 3 players standing. The standoff, it's too deadly. For Soul, nothing to lose. For Nonix, everything is on the line. Pride, ego, a slot towards the grand finals, fame, bragging rights, everything is on the line.
And they get there just with 5 points. Nonix just needs 5 points to either replace VS or Meta Ninja.
Too much suspense, high stakes. And these are the type of moments where you will see teams like Nonix crumble. But since they've got all the 4 men standing, they've got a massive ray of hope.
Yeah.
Soul is the only team that's going to be a thorn, Johnny. And since Soul, they've got nothing to lose, we might just see some unorthodox moves from their side to try and stop the boys of Nonix.
Let's see, though, what those unorthodox moves are going to be like, because my main concern for Nonix is going to be the side of Basista Esports, as you see them on the radar as well. Down the slope, could have a line of fire for this position, and if Nonix end up making too much noise, they are going to have the attention of Basista Esports. And again, VS is on 98 points. They are also very close.
Nonix just needs to cross that 112 points marker. That's it. And Nonix is going to move inside of the top 8. But there's also Meta Ninja holding that spectrum. So just to be safer, get 113. You will barely inch inside of the top 8. We all thought the cutoff might just go around 130, but Johnny, the cutoff was choked.
Yeah.
We saw a vacuum of points on the top half of the board, and all thanks to Soul.
No one thought the cutoff was going to be 112. I think the lowest was you. You predicted 118.
18.
It's not even 118.
I know, right? It's going even low.
Yeah.
And it's all thanks to Soul.
To Soul, to OG, to learn from past. These 3 teams have just, well, they've ruined the day for a lot of the names. And, of course, made the day for a few like Revan and X-Pac by lowering the cutoff.
But what a performance it's been from Soul.
Yeah.
I feel like not enough props have been given to them, but they have been wrecking havoc in the lobby. Everyone is scared of this name called Aiku Soul.
And one man in particular from that side who does not get as much praise, as you mentioned, the big man Joker himself.
Yeah.
I've been quite vocal about the fact that Joker has been an unsung hero for every single roster that he has played in. And for some reason, he just likes to stay in the shadows as well. But this time, it might be finally time for him to step into the light.
He's definitely a diamond. He's indeed someone that you can rely on every single time when the situation gets bad and dicey.
Yeah.
And Joker will always be there with a happy face, doing it all for yourself and for your team. Basista Esports, they have been playing a passive game. It's been a game of chess from the side of Basista Esports while everyone else is playing checkers. Vasistas using their brains. But Nonyx, they might just be their kryptonite. And Nonyx, now they shift their focus towards Vasista. But the utilities are something that can definitely be a difference maker. This nade could have knocked out Arthur, but the man moves away at the nick of time.
But Nonyx are getting sandwiched right now because the pressure from the players of Seoul is also going to build up. And Mr. Esports have all the info where they need to lob these nades. Look at that, Rapido getting knocked out by Shaya. Nonyx, they're so close to qualification, but now they are going to lose it all. 2 players hit the floor, 2 still left standing, but the sandwich is complete. And Fame and his teammate, I don't think they are going to be able to accomplish a lot. The nade from Some finds the pick, and the shutdown is going to be complete. Nonyx, in a world of pain, they are going to be left bleeding, and they are eliminated from this game, headed towards the survival stages.
Oh my god, Nonyx eliminated as well!
Necro, Vasista Esports, they're losing players, and if Vasista gets eliminated right now, then even they won't be able to make it through. Victor Sermus will qualify for the grand finale.
Oh my god, it's so close. I'm literally biting my nails. But one thing is for sure, Nonyx is heading towards the survival stage. They have been eliminated from this game. Seoul around that spectrum. Seoul is going for a reset. Vasista, they need to take this fight as soon as possible. The bigger the threat grows, the more problems it's going to create for you. And Seoul right now, they're buying enough time for themselves to go for the reset and also pass themselves up. Joker is back up on his feet. This man can be a table turner single-handedly. Seoul needs to be shut down right now.
Yeah, pretty
Team
much.
Tumblelas as well in that spectrum. Wildfangs is still alive in the backlines, but Spray God gets taken care of as well.
And at stage 8, we are about to have the endgame collapse, but Seoul as the players of Wildfangs and Vasista Esports want to make a move one after the other. Vasista Esports, they are starting to crumble. Players lost. Goblin, the last man left alive from the side of Seoul, has the MG, has the M4 to work with, and he runs in the smoke to protect himself. But from the distance, Team Tamil has the third party, and Vasista Esports, they are just on the verge of qualification. Top 2 finish, 7 eliminations on the board. Necro, I think they might have pulled it off. Is Vasista gonna be on the border of qualification?
I don't know, Johnny. Have they done it? I just want to look at the overall standings and find out. There's so much suspense. There's so many big names heading towards the survival stage. Oh my god, this is so close. The top 8.
Vasista pushes through 13 points.
Have they?
I think so, 13 points. They're gonna be at 112 or 113.
Hold on to that thought for a while, ladies and gentlemen, because it just seems like there's a lot of mathematicians out there who are going to be crunching those numbers. Team Tamilas did take away the chicken, but the real question is, did Vasista qualify? Because Victor Summers fell early.
Oh my god, that's a question. And that's the suspense that's currently building up in my heart. But having a look at the final blow, Vasista Esports, man, they gave it all they had.
Yeah.
But once again, Seoul being the kryptonite, they spoiled so many days. They spoiled so many games for so many teams. But luckily enough, once again, to let the audience know, no one gets eliminated from here.
Yes.
They are going to move on towards the survival stage.
And I think Vasista Esports are going to be heading to the survival stage as well, because 7 plus 6, not enough points on the board, just 13 on the board, and they needed 14. Vasista Esports are going to be short of 1 point for tying up with Meta Ninja, Victor Sumus, and because of that, they will just simply be outside of the top 8. But one more question, is Victor Sumus going to be in the top 8, or will it be Meta Ninja?
What do you think? Question. What do you think, Johnny? Because
I have no idea. Both of them have 112 points, and I have no idea about the tiebreaker between them.
So Victor Summers, the last time I checked, they had about 111 points. From that point on, did they get anything else? Did they actually cross more than that?
One placement. They ended the game at 112.
Which puts them at a tiebreaker with Meta Ninja.
Exactly.
And the tiebreaker with Meta Ninja means whoever gets more position points actually qualifies for the grand finals. Now that is where things get sad.
Or maybe both qualify.
First priority is to chicken dinners. So who has chicken dinners?
That's a good question. You know what, Johnny? My memory's not that great. Soon the overall standing is going to pop
Victor
up, so we'll
Summers
find
have
out.
no chicken dinners, by the way. Shadow has chicken dinners. He's also in the best IGL list. So that way, Meta Ninja should be able to push through.
Can we just say it, though? Meta Ninja is so lucky. They don't realize how lucky they are today. Man, just go buy a lottery ticket at this point. You're probably going to earn a lot of money.
It's not luck, man. It's their friends on the stage that have helped them out. They need to write thank you notes to the players of Seoul, who pretty much picked up all of the competition. They took out Nonyx, they took out Vasista Esports, they took out Victor Sumus. Seoul was the reason that Meta Ninja, if Meta Ninja qualify, it is going to be because of Seoul.
You know, will will I be right to actually say that these people, they were here for Seoul and godlike for sure. But Team Seoul, with the performance that they have, they've converted all of them, and everybody is standing up right now to cheer for Team Seoul for crossing on that 150-point mark.
Pretty
It's
much.
brilliant.
Yeah, it's been a legendary performance from Seoul, man. This is what I'm mentioning, right? Enough props have not been given to Seoul with the way they were playing, but man, what a blockbuster. What a nuclear performance Seoul has put up today. It is just insane to perform with the stakes that are currently on the line. Seoul just without even breaking a sweat, and the fact that Knuckle wasn't even playing in one of the days, they still make it. That's how easy it is for them.
They've been just absolutely outshining everyone else. But of course, I feel like we have to give a big thanks to the crowd here in Hyderabad as well, because without them, this event, this semi-finals wouldn't have been half the event we just experienced. Right now, of course, as all of us wait for the overall standings, can we just have a minute of silence for Godlike and their fans, because that was sad.
Okay,
Yeah,
don't even do it.
fingers.
No, don't even do it, man. Don't even do it, all right? I was just predicting a team, man. I thought Godlike could make it.
The fans told you not to take their name. Why are you shifting, like, why are you dodging the blame now?
Because I wanted to prove them that I am not the one who's doing it.
You realize in doing so, you just proved everyone right.
Hold on to that thought for a second, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like we are finally going to the overall standings, and let's find out who makes it to the grand finals of BGIS 2026. From the semi-finals itself, top 8 are going to be the ones, and I'm so excited. Wait a second.
Oh my God!
Wait a second. Melaninza make it. 8th spot, 112. Victorious Summers as well. 112. Revenant X-Bog, Reckoning, Learn from Path, Genesis, Orangutan, and Team Soul. They are going to be the grand finalists of BGIS 2026.
Persista missed out.
Persista missed out.
Oh
1
my
point.
God. Just 1 point, I guess, as you mentioned. That is going to be so heartbreaking. And Johnny, since from tomorrow, the survival stages are going to begin. Just imagine the mindset that Hector's going to have. Oh no, this is devastating. This is heartbreaking.
It is definitely going to be heartbreaking, but I think more than Hector, it is going to be the IGL of Team Godlike that is going to have to try and find a reset for himself, because at least Persista played... Oh, it's not even 1 point. It's actually 4 points. My apologies. Yeah, at least they were able to build up momentum in the last match, but Godlike was doing well on day 1. They did quite decent on day 2. Day 3 was so bad for Godlike, and day 4 as well, that, well, we're not going to see them on the stage for the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, as of now, we're not going to see them, because from the survival stage, they can definitely make it. But yeah, we saw the top 8. Those are going to be your grand finalists for the BGS 2026. And man, competition-wise, this has been the best tournament so far, man. Myth, Evox, especially the way they played in the final few moments, even they dropped the ball. We had so many expectations.
The teams that we were hoping were going to be performing out of our minds or out of their minds are sitting at the last page of the leaderboard. The teams that played well on day 1 took a tumble and were pushed outside of the top 8 eventually. But now everyone from the 9th to the 24th, next 2 days are going to be very, very critical for them, very crucial.
Next 2 days is going to be brutal, Johnny, of course, at this point. But of course,
Top
the
8.
bottom 16 teams, which amongst this is also going to continue on and find their ticket to Chennai itself, to the grand finals? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the grand final is the first batch of grand finalists in front of us. Team Soul, Orangutan, Genesis, Learn from Past, Reckoning, Esports, Revenant X-Pac, Victorious Summers, and finally, last but not the least, Meta Ninja.
I think 2 rosters in particular over here deserve special praises, Genesis and Learn from Past.
Yeah.
Genesis for being, again, I will repeat this, the most consistent team in the entire tournament. From the grind till the semi-finals, this team has done phenomenal. Learn from Past. Man, oh man, I did not expect Learn from Past to pick up the pace and be consistent on every single day in the semi-finals. They
I
did
know,
quite well.
right? I mean, we've also got the survival stage teams, and of course, to let you guys know once again, survival stages commence from tomorrow. So I want you guys over here. If you're someone who stays in Hyderabad, just come here, man. It's an experience you would not want to miss. And of course, there's also giveaways going on constantly, so you can get your hands on some good stuff. But yeah, the survival stages, we're gonna have so many big names, Johnny, and all the 8 slots available.
It's going to be a blast, to be honest. 2 days of action, 6 matches each, 12 matches in totality.
Yeah.
Godlike will have to start fresh. Nebula Esports will have to start fresh. K9 Esports will have to start from scratch once again, in Team Tamilas as well. And to be honest, at this point in the competition, you never really know. All of this progress from the LAN finals, from the LAN semi-finals, in fact, I think everything goes away. If you come down tomorrow with a fresh mindset, with the will to win and hunger to actually qualify, you will be able to push through.
That's all you have to do. You need to have the will to win. You need to have the will to survive. And in particular, a lot of these teams were the ones that were dominating their groups in the early stages. They need to realize they, at some point during the grind, I mean, if you take K9 Esports, for example, they topped the toughest group of the grind.
Yeah.
Why aren't you able to perform in the semi-finals? Just because there are more number of matches? Well, now in survival stage, you just have to play 12 games, perform there, push through. You can do it. You have done it before.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point, though, right? I mean, the way they played K9 Esports, the past, we thought that it's going to be a banger of a team, doing really good, directly qualifying from the top 8. The expectations were sky high. But when we actually saw them perform inside of the semifinals, all of our hopes were drained. And right then and there, we knew that K9 Esports, after the day 2 itself, they're not going to be able to make it because the performance was just too bad.
To be honest, you know, majority of the teams who proceed to the survival stage from now on, they've performed beautifully. You look at Wild Fangs, you look at Team Tamilas, they were also brilliant in their respective groups, in their elimination stages as well. But it seems like come the LAN stage, come the semi-final stage itself, they lost that form. They had a massive dip in form. But the question is, can they actually recover from it? Can they come back from it? This is going to be the most important thing, the most important question. But also one important question, gentlemen, who is going to be the tournament MVP? Survival stage is not going to be counted. So Genesis's Hunters is still up top. Joker is going to be up there. Legit has joined alongside AKOP and Goblin. 3 players from Team Soul on that MVP leaderboard.
This is insane from Team Soul. What is this? It's just almost the entirety of the roster making it. And I'm pretty sure, give it 2 or 3 more days, you will also see Knuckle. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, I think for Knuckle and Thunder, now the problem is that they are swapping in and out of matches. So it's going to be difficult to keep up with the rest of the squad. But hey, the core trio is here. And that is a testament for how good this team has been during the semi-finals itself.
But props to AKOP as well, because he's been always there. The moment you see OG doing good, AKOP is always going to be there in the tournament MVP list.
But ladies and gentlemen, it's also time to give it to our IGLs as well, the best IGL of BGS 2026 so far. Knuckle could not have stepped behind for a lot. 3 players inside of the top tournament MVPs. Knuckle is going to be up there as the best IGL. He has dethroned Shadow 10 from Team Evox. Honey has been overshadowed as well.
Wasn't Mane on the second? Where did he vanish?
He vanished, man. Today's performance was terrible. That's why Mane vanished. But Johnny, this also concludes that Soul right now is the best team currently over here we witnessed, because 3 players in the MVP list, 1 over here as the best IGL. They are the best.
I'm just going to say one thing. You're not the best as long as you win BGIS. We've seen so many teams do so well inside of the semi-finals.
That's why I said right now.
Right now, yeah, they certainly are, but we'll have to wait for a week and 10 more days before we actually head on Chennai and find out if Team Soul can actually be the best in the country.
I mean, they were the best performing teams in the semi-finals. That's going to be a factual statement, and then no one is going to take away from that. I think this was a dominating performance, and let's not forget, Team Soul was playing on back foot, by the way. Day 1 wasn't the greatest for them, so we saw Learn From Past, Genesis and OG sort of end up dominating. Reckoning Esports dominated day number 2, and Soul for the first 2 days were just playing under the radar. Day 3 and day 4, we actually saw them pick up the pace, and well, it was a phenomenal run, and especially, man, Thunder, I would love to find out if the swap between Knuckle and Thunder, how does that work out? Does it include a change in the pace of play with how they pick up fights? Are they running into more 4v4s? Are they more proactive with Knuckle than they are with Thunder? With Thunder, are they taking a step back? Because this is very interesting. You swap out your IGL and it does not impact your overall performance at all. In fact, every single time a swap is made, they just get better.
And I think it's been a while that Team Soul has been using this tactic. Knuckle as an IGL as well. I've had a little bit of talk with their coach Ayogi, and he has always mentioned that the team has set guidelines to actually perform, be it Knuckle IGLing, be it legit IGLing. They are going to play to my words outside of the game. So inside of the game, they just replicate that performance. With Thunder coming into the play as well, I feel like they just get that additional firepower. But with the Knuckle, this team is just a smooth sailing railroad right now, just demolishing everyone.
And since we're talking so much about Seoul, let's go back a little bit more towards the past and start tracking their entire run in the BGS 2026. Started things off from the grind, directly qualified towards the quarterfinals since their performance was dominating. From the quarterfinals, they directly headed on towards the semifinals, and now from the semifinals itself, they directly qualified towards the grand finals.
But Necro, I have a question. Salty also pointed this out, IG also pointed this out, that when Knuckle is not there, Legit is IGLing.
Yeah.
So, could it be possible that Legit plays long enough and then he is a part of both the tournament MVP list and the best IGL list at the same time?
No, I don't
really think you can actually do that. That is outside your criteria, brother. But then, you know what? This can actually happen. Imagine this. Knuckle also transitioned from an assaulter to being an IGL right now, Legit as well. In the future, I think something like that is going to happen as well, where he is also the frontline assaulter, and then, of course, he's also the IGL as well.
That would be a really good thing, though, right? Think about it. If an IGL's able to frag out with all the potential, that just means that's going to be extra bit of brownie points for you, and you can do even better in the future. But jokes apart, right? In general, as a whole, Seoul has been doing great. As a team, everything has been on point, and that's one of the main reasons. At least right now, they're the best team to be witnessed. Now, heading on the conversation towards a team like Revenant and X-Park, we are seeing those explosive performances come through, but in a burst. The consistency is still missing. Yes, they have made it inside of the top 8, and now the only time you're going to be able to see Revenant and X-Park is going to be in the grand finals in Chennai.
You know, I think this is time for all the teams who have actually qualified to the grand finals. They get such a big boost and a big advantage because they are now going to watch teams inside of the survival stage and prepare accordingly. I believe grand finals is going to bring in more tactics, a different set of strategies and ideas as well, and maybe the other teams can actually pull through as well.
Pretty much, man, because I believe what happened in the semifinals, especially with Seoul, and as Necro pointed out, they've been doing quite well. They are going to have a target on their back. People are going to be more prepared to deal with learn from past once they reach the grand finals, and Genesis as well. I think for Genesis it was pretty easy to figure out because once Hunters was shut down, I think Genesis, we've seen that mini collapse as well, but they were very quick on the recovery with Viper stepping up, getting Hunters back into a fighting position and making sure that the team doesn't just completely fall apart. But man, oh man, I can't wait for tomorrow now. Because survival stages, it's going to be exciting.
You know, Necro, I mean, if I had to give you throw a question at you, which amongst these teams who are at the survival stage, who is going to be the best bet to the grand finals, what would be your pick?
K9 Esports. I think K9 is going to make it. It's always that whenever the swords is on top of their neck, whenever it's the elimination stage, they will make it.
Please don't take K9.
Don't take any more names, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to try and shut down Necro for a while. You guys don't go anywhere because our host is ready for something interesting.
लाखों टीम्स के साथ जो सफर है उसकी शुरुआत हुई थी, लाखों खिलाड़ियों के साथ इस सफर की शुरुआत हुई थी जिन्होंने इन गेम क्वालिफायर से कोशिश करी कि वो आगे बढ़ पाए और फिर राउंड दर राउंड जो कंपटीशन है वो हमको बढ़ता हुआ नजर आया। बट फाइनली हमारे पास ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में जाने वाली जो 8 टीम्स है वो हमको मिल चुकी है और आज के दिन पे जो अग्रेशन था, जो गेम प्ले था, वो सब कुछ ऑन पॉइंट था। तो हैदराबाद, क्या टॉप 8 टीम्स को बुलाया जाए स्टेज पे? चलिए, आप लोग थोड़े कम मात्रा में जरूर है, बट मुझे ये पता है कि जो एनर्जी है वो ज्यादा मात्रा में रहने वाली है। तो सबसे पहले मैं बुलाऊंगा मेटा दिंजा को। विक्टोरियस समस, रेवनेंट एक्सपार्क, Team Reckoning, Team Learn from Past, Team Genesis, Team Orangutan, and topping the table, Team Soul. Congratulations to all of you guys. और आप लोगों ने सच में वो बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन दिखाया। जो ऑडियंस है, जो ऑनलाइन देख रही है, जो यहाँ पर पहुंचे, उनके इमोशंस आप लोग क्लियरली देख सकते हैं। बट नाउ इट्स टाइम कि मैं जो टिकट है वो इन तक पहुंचाऊं। नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल अपॉन स्टेज मिस्टर करण पाठक, एसोसिएट डायरेक्टर ई स्पोर्ट्स, क्राफ्टन इंडिया। And he will be distributing the ticket to Grand Finals of BGIS 2026. Come on, guys, make some noise for your finalists, BGIS 2026. Top 8 teams जिन्होंने consistent run दिखाया, never give up attitude दिखाया और हैदराबाद में आकर के जो best performances है वो दिखाए. Once again, thank you so much, Mr. Karan. आप okay, pictures time, दोस्तों. Thank you so much, Karan. Thank you so much to all the IGLs. आप लोग please अपनी जगह पे ले लीजिए. Thank you, guys. To all the IGLs, आप लोग please अपनी जगह पे जा सकते हैं. It's time for you guys to celebrate. Whoa, what a competition! एक बार अपने लिए आवाज बचाओ हैदराबाद, because you have been such an amazing crowd. So Hyderabad, make some noise! बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सभी लोगों का यहाँ पर आने के लिए. पर अब जो अगला पड़ाव है, the penultimate round of BGIS 2026, जो शुरू होने वाला है कल से और वो रहने वाला है सर्वाइवल स्टेज. ये 16 टीम्स में से कौन सी 8 होंगी जो सरवाइव कर पाएंगी और पहुंचेंगी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में, ये तो खैर हम कल से उस कंपटीशन को देख पाएंगे. बट आज के लिए बस इतना ही. आप लोग का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. अपना ख्याल रखिए, अपनों का ख्याल रखिए. टाटा, बाय बाय एंड टेक केयर.
one skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो?
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
you.